Thank God they're on our side. The United States and Right-Wing Dictatorships, 1921 to 1965. David F. Schmitz. To Sarah. Contents. Acknowledgements. Introduction. Are sons of bitches. One piece must first be riveted. The Republican response to revolution and dictatorship. 2. The origins of the good neighbor policy. The quest for order in Latin America. 3. From accommodation to appeasement to war. The Roosevelt administration and fascism in Europe. 4. Disreputable governments or allies. The Truman administration and right-wing dictatorships. 5. Thank God they're on our side. Eisenhower, Dulles, and dictators. 6. New frontiers. Kennedy, Johnson, and the return to intervention. Epilogue. Carter, Kirkpatrick, and right-wing dictators. Conclusion. Notes. Bibliography. Index. Acknowledgements. I thank all of the archivists and librarians at the various presidential libraries and archives with whom I work to complete this book for their professional assistance, aid, and advice. The staff at Penrose Library at Whitman College warrants a special thanks for their assistance. Once again, Louis Bateman, executive editor at the University of North Carolina Press, proved to be an ideal editor, providing expert advice and support throughout the process. I also thank Ron Monair and Trudy Calvert for their editorial assistance. Whitman College provided generous travel grants to presidential libraries and archives, Abshir Awards for student research assistance, and a sabbatical leave to complete the writing of the book. The Abshir Awards provided me with 3 excellent student assistants, Aaron Forsberg, Jeff Hollyfield, and Rob Neal. Aaron, who is now an excellent young scholar of American economic diplomacy, also read Chapter 5 and provided valuable comments on Eisenhower's policy. Other students who served expertly as research assistants were Doug Elliott, Natalie Fauskes, Stephen McHale, and Kristen Relia. Chris Lenhart and Alex Rolfe assisted me with the bibliography. Amy Portwood deserves special mention. She provided invaluable last-minute assistance as a research intern during the summer of 1997. Moreover, she read the entire manuscript and made editorial and substantive recommendations that improved the book. Rich and Carla Scudelleri opened their home in Saratoga, California, to me numerous times on research trips to Stanford University and have always willingly listened to me discuss my work. My former students David Viskvire and Melissa Melhoff Viskvire were gracious hosts in Austin during my visits to the Johnson Library, as were Mark Berries and Jessica Harris Berries in Washington, D.C., during a visit to the National Archives. At Whitman, my colleagues provide as rewarding an environment as a teacher and scholar could want. I particularly thank David Deal and Tom Edwards for their consistent encouragement of my work and Fred Bright and Tim Kaufman Osborne for their friendship, advice, and criticisms. Shannon Collister provided enormous last-minute assistance with the computer that saved me from numerous problems. I was fortunate to spend the 1997-98 academic year at St. Lawrence University as the Vilas Professor of American History. I thank Dean Thomas Coburn and David Lloyd for their support. My colleague in American History Liz Regeson read the conclusion and provided excellent overall advice. She and Gene Williams made my year in Canton, New York, memorable, and they are the best of friends. I also thank the inner sanctum of students at St. Lawrence, particularly Matt Farrow, Jonas Hart, Caitlin McAndrews, and Tom O'Neill. Students in my spring 1995 seminar in American Foreign Policy were the first to read a draft of the final manuscript. Amy Alger, Audrey Anderson, Thomas Armitage, Christopher Lenhart, Ryan McFarland, Kelly Meager, Richard Mullen, Robert Neal, Huyen Wen, Chris Philippi, Tammy Shalbetter, and Robert Simison thoughtfully read the book, listened to me work out my ideas, and stimulated new ideas with their valuable feedback. Danielle Garb contributed valuable help by proofreading annexed to final draft. Many scholars provided generous assistance throughout the writing of this book. David Brasius provided me with a citation for the Truman administration's evolving Cold War policy that I could not locate. Joel Blatt's and Robert McMahon's comments on two different papers I delivered early in this project helped me immensely at that critical stage. Bob McMahon's continued interest in the project, encouragement, and advice helped make this a better book. Michael Hunt read an early draft of the manuscript and provided excellent comments and suggestions for expanding the scope of the work. His encouragement made this a more ambitious project than I originally intended, and for that I am grateful. Carolyn Eisenberg, Tom Knock, and Doug Little all spent much time discussing my ideas with me, providing useful criticisms, ideas, and support along the way. In addition, Tom Knock and Doug Little read an earlier draft of the manuscript. Chris Jesperson, Bill Walker, and Paul Hoornbeek read the final manuscript and provided excellent suggestions for revisions, additions, and deletions. Michael Kren was generous to a fault. He did double duty, reading some early chapters and then the completed manuscript. In addition, he directed me to some critical documents on the Truman administration. They are all true friends. A special thanks, as always, goes to Lloyd Gardner for his support and advice over the years and on this project. He continues to provide a model for scholarship, professionalism, and friendship. The support of my family, and especially my mother, is immeasurable. I have not asked them to read, yet, any of this work, but they have all contributed to it in numerous ways. I especially thank my sister Terry and my brother-in-law Kevin for their hospitality every time I visit home. My wonderful children, Nicole and Kincaid, are a constant source of joy, inspiration, and love. Most of all, I thank Sarah Blattler. She made numerous sacrifices to make this book possible and provided encouragement and support throughout. For all that was and, more important, for all still to come, I dedicate this book to her. Thank God they're on our side. So we beat on, boats against the current, borne back ceaselessly into the past. F. Scott Fitzgerald, The Great Gatsby. Introduction. Are sons of bitches. Neither the makers nor the critics of American foreign policy in the 20th century have resolved the conflict between the desire to encourage democracy abroad and the need to protect American interests. Promoting human rights and democracy demands a toleration of instability and change in regions considered crucial to American business or defense, often leaving no clear choice between conscience and self-interest and making strong, stable right-wing dictators attractive to policymakers. This book examines American policy toward right-wing dictators and why the United States has supported such regimes despite its avowed commitment to liberalism and democracy internationally. Patience with the world is a quality that is in short supply in the White House and State Department, and the demand for order and stability underlies the drive for quick solutions to problems. Although the United States is philosophically dedicated to supporting democracies and human rights abroad, makers of foreign policy have often chosen instead to support right-wing autocracies as a defense against democratic or left-wing movements that appeared either unstable or prone to communist ideology. The often quoted apocryphal statement by Franklin D. Roosevelt concerning Anastasio Somoza Garcia of Nicaragua, "He may be a son of a bitch, but he is our son of a bitch," captures the ambivalence of American attitudes and policy toward right-wing dictatorships. 1. Beginning in the 1920s, American policymakers developed and institutionalized the logic, rationale, and ideological justifications for U.S. support of right-wing dictatorships that have influenced American policy ever since. Although scholars have examined specific presidents and U.S. policy toward specific nations, no systematic analysis of the origins and development of American foreign policy toward and support of right-wing dictatorships exists. 2. In response to the broad revolutionary challenges of the 1910s, particularly the Bolshevik Revolution in Russia and the Great War, American officials developed a persistent concern with order and stability. The economic and political dislocation that had occurred during the last decade could easily lead to the spread of the revolutions in Mexico, China, and Russia. Policymakers, therefore, came to support authoritarian governments that promised stability, anti-Bolshevism, and trade with the United States. From Warren Harding and Herbert Hoover to Dwight Eisenhower and Lyndon Johnson, Similar ideas about the world continued to be echoed as fresh arguments to explain why the national interest demanded that the nation side with dictatorial rulers and regimes rather than with incipient democracies such as the Spanish Republic or Guatemala after the 1944 revolution. These latter governments, though theoretically more aligned with the stated principles of the United States, never received the support that might have allowed their experiments in democracy to bear fruit. This lesser of two evils approach to foreign policy, supported by oversimplified bipolar worldviews and influenced by racism and at times by irrational fears of one political system creating blindness to the shortcomings of another, led the United States to support and align itself with many of the most brutal regimes in the world. John F. Kennedy provided an excellent example of this thinking in 1961 when discussing the Dominican Republic. "There are three possibilities," he said, "in descending order of preference: a decent democratic regime, a continuation of the Trujillo regime or a Castro regime. We ought to aim at the first, but we really can't renounce the second until we are sure that we can avoid the third." 3. Rationalizations for supporting right-wing dictatorships had to be developed to justify American actions. Much like Southerners in the 1830s who were forced by abolitionists' attacks to defend slavery, State Department officials, pressed by nascent 20th-century nationalism and communism, needed to justify supporting right-wing dictators while placing such a policy in the context of protecting liberalism. In conjunction with an increasingly rigid anti-Bolshevism that became the framework for analyzing and understanding all political unrest, these reasons allowed American policymakers to support right-wing regimes in the defense of freedom. 4 Following the broad definition used by American policymakers, right-wing dictatorships are defined here as any anti-democratic regime that is not socialist or communist. Although this description covers different types of governments, United States officials, as I will demonstrate, grouped all of these regimes together whenever they addressed the question of American policy toward what the Truman administration termed disreputable governments. Although the policy of supporting right-wing dictators violated stated American ideals, policymakers believed it would serve the national interest of the United States and promote development in other nations. The policy was not simply a cynical realism or a cold disregard for the peoples of other countries. Based on a paternalistic racism that categorized non-Western European peoples as inferior, vulnerable to radical ideas and solutions, and, therefore, in need of a firm government to maintain order, authoritarian regimes were viewed as the only way nations such as Nicaragua or Iran could undergo economic improvements that would allow the development of more mature populations. Although this attitude undermined the avowed rectitude of American leaders, democracy was not seen as a viable option for newly independent nations or many countries in Latin America. Strong dictators, therefore, were believed to be necessary antidotes for the ills of political and social disorder and conduits for modernization. Hence policymakers believed that support for authoritarian regimes protected liberalism internationally by preventing unstable areas from falling prey to Bolshevism while allowing time for nations to develop a middle class and democratic political institutions. Expediency overcame a commitment to the ideology of democracy because the policy appeared to provide immediate benefits. The United States gained friendly if brutal and corrupt allies who provided stability, support for American policies, and a favorable atmosphere for American business. Before World War I, the problems of unrest and disorder were seen as the manifestations of politically immature people, irresponsible individuals, or bandits. The post-war threats of nationalism and communism, unlike these previous disruptions, served to threaten the entire international system within which the Western nations operated. U.S. support for right-wing dictatorships after World War I, therefore, represented a new development and a departure from both Woodrow Wilson's policy of promoting self-determination and political democracy internationally and earlier support for or tolerance of military and authoritarian regimes, particularly in Latin America. American leaders became preoccupied by international order in the wake of the disruption of World War I, the rise of radical nationalism combined with the decline of Western power, a questioning of traditional authority in nations, and greater demands for self-determination. This emphasis on order came to permeate policy making in Washington, and the United States found strong arm rule, the maintenance of stability, anti-communism, and protection of investments sufficient reasons to support non-democratic rulers. On the other side of the ideological coin, Wilson and his successors would go so far as to adopt a policy of non-recognition of different communist governments, reversing the traditional policy of support for any government that could maintain itself in power. 5. This policy was not without its problems and detractors, nor did it remain static. Critics charged that in addition to the questionable morality of supporting right-wing dictators, the policy, though providing short-term benefits, usually led to larger problems for the United States in the long run, mainly long-term instability. Many supporters of the policy realized this danger, yet they saw no other way to protect more pressing U.S. interests. Dictatorships created political polarization, blocked any effective means for reforms, destroyed the center, and created a backlash of anti-American sentiment that opened the door to radical nationalist movements that brought to power the exact forms of governments the United States most opposed and originally sought to prevent. From Cuba to Iran to Nicaragua, and most tragically in Vietnam, the limits of this policy were discovered. Pendulum swings in policy appeared after times of crisis and failures. Most notably, the rise of Adolf Hitler and World War II provided a fundamental challenge to the ideas that supporting right-wing dictators enhanced American interests and brought the debate over support of authoritarian governments to the fore. Roosevelt confronted the problem of Nazi Germany at first by efforts to appease Hitler, a strategy he abandoned when it became clear that Germany was intent on war. The wartime opposition to fascism and the triumph of the Allies made the promotion of democracy and change paramount concerns, and the opposition to authoritarian governments, such as Juan Perón's in Argentina and Francisco Franco's in Spain, became American policy. Ultimately, however, the logic and policy developed during the interwar years would be carried over into the post-World War II period. The success of establishing democratic governments in Germany and Japan notwithstanding, the emerging Cold War with the Soviet Union caused the policy pendulum to swing back to the right. Washington came again to prefer stable right-wing regimes in the Third World over indigenous radicalism and dangerously unstable democratic governments. The Truman and, especially, Eisenhower administrations chose to work with authoritarian rulers or the local military in nations such as Greece, Spain, Iran, and Guatemala rather than nationalist leaders or democratic forces that appeared vulnerable to communist takeovers. In addition, after World War II a new variable was added to the justifications for supporting dictators that would have tragic results. Authoritarian regimes now provided more than stability and the protection of American interests. They were part of the free world and through nation building would be the instruments for the creation of strong and free societies. Equating dictators with freedom blinded American leaders to the contradictions and failures of their policy. In the wake of the 1959 Cuban Revolution and Fidel Castro's coming to power, the United States re-evaluated its policies toward Latin America and support for such regimes as Fulgencio Batista's and briefly changed its emphasis to the promotion of reform in the Third World as a better insurance against revolution. Kennedy's 1961 Alliance for Progress was the centerpiece of this vision, and the overthrow of Rafael Trujillo in the Dominican Republic signaled change. Yet by the mid-1960s, the pendulum had swung back away from reform to the position of supporting dictators. With the 1963 overthrow of Ngo Dinh Diem, the crisis in Vietnam came to dominate the making of American foreign policy. Unrest and potentially unreliable governments were seen as dangerous invitations to Soviet advances. The Johnson administration supported the military overthrow of the government in Brazil in 1964, and in 1965, when authoritarian rulers failed to provide the stability and bulwarks against communism Washington decided to intervene militarily in the Dominican Republic and Vietnam to ensure the proper order in those nations. Johnson's military interventions in 1965 marked the appropriate endpoint of this work for three reasons. First, the American military intervention in the Dominican Republic and Vietnam marked the culmination of the policy analyzed here. The Johnson administration's determination to establish stability and order acceptable to Washington, which had provided the basis for working with repressive dictators, forced the president to pursue the policy to its logical conclusion of a U.S. intervention to salvage the discredited regimes. Second, the Vietnam War served to undercut much of that logic and support and brought multiple challenges to the foreign policy consensus of containment and support of right-wing dictators. Support of authoritarian regimes was not completely abandoned by any means, as Richard Nixon's policy in Chile and the continued good relations with leaders such as the Shah of Iran demonstrate. Indeed, many of the arguments about credibility and the need to keep on fighting in Vietnam were determined by the desire to assure such governments of continued American support. But the political climate and debates changed enough during the war to demand an extended examination that does not fall within the scope of this work. Those developments and questions deserve separate treatment. Third, access to the primary sources necessary for a careful examination of the period after 1965 is limited. Only a partial and fragmented portrait of policy is available. The epilogue outlines the debates that emerged during the 1970s concerning American support of right-wing dictatorships and demonstrates the differences between the post-Vietnam War period and the years examined in this book. One piece must first be riveted. The Republican response to revolution and dictatorship. The Republicans came to power in 1921 at a time of great apprehension concerning American relations with the rest of the world. Economic and political readjustment from the Great War was their primary concern, and these problems were compounded by the post-war depression and unrest in Eastern Europe and elsewhere. Casting two large shadows over these problems were the unsure relationship with former allies and enemies caused by the rejection of the Versailles Treaty and the new challenge posed by Bolshevism in Russia. Wilson had placed his faith in the League of Nations as the mechanism that would allow peaceful, non-revolutionary change to occur in Europe and provide collective security to prevent another war and concomitant revolutions. Wilson's political program for peace was, however, rejected by Republican leaders. While they shared with Wilson a concern for American interests in Europe, particularly economic, and an abhorrence and fear of Bolshevism, Republican officials such as Secretary of State Charles Evans Hughes had little faith in the League. He did not believe that it could deter a great power from aggression and held steadfastly to the position that the only means to peace was through stability and economic prosperity. This would allow the powers to cooperate with each other and recognize their common goals. For Hughes, this would mean the codification of shared principles into international law to serve as a guide for the conduct of nations. Point 1 of primary importance was the economic stabilization of Europe. This, in turn, placed a premium on the return of political order. Point 2. But without the active involvement of the United States in the League of Nations and considering the political problems of Europe, how could there be a guarantee of political stability and, therefore, gradual change? The policy rested on the equation that economic recovery would end social unrest, bring American trade and credits, and halt the threat of revolution. Seeking a way out of this dilemma led Hughes to reverse the Wilsonian commitment to supporting self-determination and democracy internationally. Order and stability had to be the primary considerations. Republican policymakers backed those groups which they thought could ensure the necessary requirements for American support: political stability, anti-Bolshevism, and receptiveness to increased trade and friendly relations with the United States, and came to favor and actively support stable right-wing regimes over what they perceived to be unstable democratic or radically nationalist governments. Economic stability was also considered to be vital for American prosperity as well as a means to avoid unrest and contain revolution. That the United States was now, for the first time, a creditor nation as well as the world's leading industrial producer made the problems of Europe and the United States directly interrelated. As Hughes stated in 1921, the prosperity of the United States largely depends upon the economic settlements which may be made in Europe. 3. He returned to the same point the next year in a major foreign policy address. Discussing European economic difficulties, Hughes argued, "The economic conditions in Europe give us the greatest concern. It is idle to say that we are not interested in these problems, for we are deeply interested from an economic standpoint, as our credits and markets are involved, and from a humanitarian standpoint. We cannot dispose of these problems by calling them European, for they are world problems and we cannot escape the injurious consequences of a failure to settle them. 4. Economic recovery would, in theory, guarantee political stability and overcome the rivalries among nations. Political stability was, however, necessary for economic recovery to begin. As Hughes noted in 1922, he desired to aid in the re-establishment of stable conditions and thus contribute to the welfare of other peoples, upon which our own prosperity must ultimately depend. 5 Republican efforts to escape this catch-22 led them to favor right-wing dictatorships. While President Warren G. Harding set the tone for the new era diplomacy through his views on Reconstruction and radicalism, Hughes had the major responsibility for developing, formulating, defining, and, in conjunction with Secretary of Commerce Herbert Hoover, implementing American policy during the 1920s. American officials first articulated their emerging rationale for supporting right-wing dictatorships in response to the post-World War I events in Italy. American support of Benito Mussolini was based on a view of events in Italy that served American purposes and interests. 2 ideas were central to this view: that there was a threat of Bolshevism in Italy and that Italy was not prepared for democratic government. This unpreparedness and inability at self-government created the instability that bred Bolshevism. These beliefs served to legitimize U.S. support of Mussolini in the name of defending liberalism. To justify this new perspective, State Department officials reclassified Italy and ignored Mussolini's destruction of a liberal constitutional government. A nation that had been an ally during the war was now treated as if it were an ungovernable developing nation in need of a firm hand to guide it. Thus American policymakers welcomed the coming to power of fascism in Italy. They saw the fascists as strong anti-Bolsheviks and ignored the anti-democratic nature of the regime. The fascists, officials believed, would bring the stability that would prevent Bolshevism and that was a precondition for economic recovery. This position led American policymakers to embrace Mussolini and actively support the fascist government in Rome. Italian fascism was perceived as meeting all the qualifications for U.S. support: promise of political stability, anti-Bolshevism, and increased trade with the United States. Choosing autocracy. Woodrow Wilson confronted the greatest revolutionary challenges liberalism had faced to date. Wilson had long distrusted radicalism and revolution. In 1904, for example, he had labeled the populists as dangerous radicals who were contemptuous alike of principle and experience. The United States, he declared, will tolerate no party of discontent or radical experiment. 6 When Wilson became president in 1913, there had grown, according to Secretary of the Navy Josephus Daniels, a feeling in some countries that a democratic victory would be hailed by those seeking to foment revolution as an encouragement. A 2-hour-long cabinet meeting was held on March 11, 1913 to discuss the importance of making known this country's attitude as encouraging stable government. The next day Wilson issued a general message to all of Latin America which stressed the importance of order and the rule of law. 7. In his message to America's neighbors, Wilson wrote that cooperation is possible only when supported at every turn by the orderly processes of just government based upon law, not upon arbitrary or irregular force. Striking the same theme in a more ominous tone, Wilson stated that there can be no freedom without order and that the United States can have no sympathy with those who seek to seize the power of government to advance their own personal interests. We shall prefer those who act in the interest of peace and honor, who protect private rights and respect the restraints of constitutional provisions. The President concluded by noting that from these principles may be read so much of the future policy of this government. 8 The signs that Wilson saw revolutions as unnecessary and wasteful and that he would intervene in other nations in the hemisphere were unmistakable. Even with Wilson, who gave much thought to the problems in Mexico and Russia and demonstrated an understanding of change, a tendency to ignore local conditions that gave rise to revolutions became inherent in the American response. In his efforts to teach the South American republics to elect good men, Wilson dispatched American troops to Mexico, Haiti, Cuba, and the Dominican Republic. Secretary of State Robert Lansing elaborated on the administration's concern with revolution in a November 1915 memorandum to the President. Fearing the growing influence of Europeans in fomenting revolution, Lansing wrote that stability and honesty in government depend upon sufficient force to resist revolution and on sufficient control over the revenues and over the development of the resources to prevent official graft. Preventing the small republics of America from continuing to fall prey to revolutions requires that the United States should intervene and aid in the establishment and maintenance of a stable and honest government. Such intervention, which conflicted with ideals of equality among states, was necessary to protect the national interest. The integrity of other American nations, Lansing declared, is an incident, not an end. 9. Justifying his intervention in Mexico, Wilson believed that he was protecting the Mexicans from outside interference and the special interests of imperial nations that had originally caused the Mexican Revolution. As Lloyd Gardner has noted, what Mexico needed, Wilson thought, was an American Revolution, if it was to break free from foreign economic dominion, avoid a violent lurching back and forth between reaction and anarchy, and, most important, not set the wrong precedent as the world moved out from under the shadow of the dying imperial order. 10. Mexico could not do this unaided, and Wilson was determined to guide it. Mexico would have to learn to take help when help is needed. 11. As Wilson explained in a 1918 address to Mexican newspaper editors, when we sent troops into Mexico, our sincere desire was nothing else than to assist you to get rid of a man who was making the settlement of your affairs for the time being impossible. 12. Wilson believed that though the European nations might be ready for self-government, the inequality of peoples did not make this a universal principle. The Bolshevik Revolution in Russia made Wilson sweat blood and provided the greatest challenge to his vision of liberalism. 13. Wilson led the United States into World War I to destroy autocratic rule and militarism in Europe. He hoped that by promoting liberal, democratic forces in Europe, he could, in conjunction with the guarantees of the League of Nations for collective security, solve the dual problem of war and revolution. The Bolshevik Revolution shifted the president's attention from his battle to eliminate autarky to the concern with revolution and containing Bolshevism. The dilemma Wilson faced, of maintaining order to prevent revolution without relying on the old order in Europe, was one that he could not resolve. Still, Wilson resisted as best he could so that the Great War would not have been fought in vain and that the conditions that bred revolutionary upheaval would be eliminated. As Wilson said of World War I while in Europe in early 1919, this has indeed been a people's war. It has been waged against absolutism and militarism, and these enemies of liberty must from this time forth be shut out from the possibility of working their cruel will upon mankind. During the war he told his advisers that the conservatives do not realize what forces are loose in the world at the present time. Liberalism is the only thing that can save civilization from chaos, from a flood of ultra-radicalism that will swamp the world. 14. Initially, Wilson thought the Bolshevik regime would collapse on its own because it was the antithesis of civilization. When it survived its first weeks and took Russia out of the war, Wilson turned to non-recognition and containment. If it could not expand, the president was sure that Bolshevism would burn itself out and a more moderate political force would emerge from the chaos of Russia. The Allies and Secretary of State Robert Lansing wanted to help accelerate that process and advocated a direct military intervention in Russia. Lansing wrote Wilson that nothing is to be gained by inaction, that it is simply playing into the Bolsheviks' hands. He believed that for the immediate future the only hope for a stable Russian government lies in a military dictatorship backed by loyal disciplined troops. 15. Debate continues concerning Wilson's decision to send troops to Russia in July 1918. Wilson often stated his belief that intervention would only add to the turmoil in Russia rather than cure it, and justified his action as assisting the war effort against Germany and aiding the Czech Legion. He also noted that such action would strengthen the opposition forces in Russia to fight the Bolsheviks and allow the Czechs to consolidate their forces and get into successful cooperation with their Slavic kinsmen and to steady any efforts at self-government. The intervention had both anti-German and anti-Bolshevik objectives. Indirect as it may have been, the United States had intervened in Russia to contain the Bolshevik fire and possibly extinguish it. 16. The President did, however, reject any expansion of the Allied military efforts. He compared military interventions to check revolutions to using a broom to sweep back the tide. In March 1919, for example, he told the other Allied leaders that the West should let the Russians stew in their own juice until circumstances have made them wiser, and let us confine our efforts to keeping Bolshevism out of the rest of Europe. Wilson held steadfast to his belief that if left to themselves free of outside interference, moderate Russians would topple the Bolshevik regime. I do not fear Bolshevism, Wilson stated in 1920, but it must be resisted. Bolshevism is a mistake and must be resisted as all mistakes must be resisted. If left alone, it will destroy itself. It cannot survive because it is wrong. 17. Secretary of State Bainbridge Colby made much the same point when he outlined the official policy of the United States toward the Bolshevik regime on August 10, 1920, a policy that would remain in place until 1933. Colby wrote that American policy was based on the premise that the present rulers of Russia do not rule by the will or the consent of any considerable portion of the Russian people. Moreover, the existing regime in Russia is based upon the negation of every principle of honor and good faith, and every usage and convention, underlying the whole structure of international law. Disclaiming that U.S. non-recognition had anything to do with any particular political or social structure which the Russian people themselves may see fit to embrace, Colby asserted that the United States maintains unimpaired its faith in the Russian people. That they will overthrow the existing anarchy, suffering and destitution we do not entertain the slightest doubt. 18. Wilson, trying to balance peacemaking and encouraging liberalism in Europe while responding to V. I. Lenin, began to compare autocratic rule favorably to Bolshevism. Campaigning for the ratification of the Versailles Treaty, Wilson spoke of the danger of post-war disorder and of power passing from the old order, one group of old and distinguished and skillful autocrats to new amateur and cruel dictators as a result of continued unrest. 19 Order was needed to halt the progress of Bolshevik influence. The revolution in Russia led to the establishment of a closer monopoly of power in Petrograd and Moscow than there ever was in Berlin, and the thing that is intolerable is not that the Russian people are having their way but that another group of men more cruel than the Tsar himself is controlling the destinies of that great people. The mere presence of this government, which rules by terror, and the poison of disorder, the poison of revolt, the poison of chaos it spreads, must be checked. Appealing to the rising domestic fears of radicalism, Wilson proclaimed that the Bolshevik Revolution meant government by terror, government by force, not government by vote. It was, therefore, the negation of everything that is American. 20 By making such a comparison, Wilson opened a wedge for criticism of his own policy. Republican leaders eagerly stepped into this opening. The Red Scare, too long seen as merely a sad closing to World War I or a prelude to McCarthyism, had an immediate impact on the politics of the 1920s as the fear of revolution and radical thought became a fixture in American thinking. Hughes began to develop his opposition to Wilson's position as early as 1919. He argued that the greatest danger in the post-war world was not in the menace of force employed to further imperial designs, but in the disorder due to the breakup and the removal of traditional restraints and the tendency toward revolution within states. 21 Though Germany had been defeated, revolutions in Russia, Bavaria, and Hungary threatened American interests. Hughes feared that there has never been a time so pregnant with opportunities for future discord. He blamed Wilson for this development. New territorial adjustments, the establishment of new states and new international agreements, although intended to secure peace, will undoubtedly carry with them the seeds of dissension. It should be recognized, Hughes continued, that the occasions for strife have not been removed as a result of the war, but may have been multiplied. Summarizing his criticism and worries, Hughes stated that again, governments heretofore stable have been overthrown, and vast populations in Russia and in what were formerly the Central Powers are unrepresented by governments with which other nations can deal with complete assurance. 22. Protection against future war and unrest could come only from favorable economic conditions, which are an assurance that for a considerable time at least we shall not have a recurrence of world strife. 23 Again criticizing Wilson, Hughes stated in 1920 that it was a highly dangerous role for an American president virtually to appeal to foreign peoples against their governments. It was still more dangerous to excite hopes which could not be satisfied. 24 The decline of old forms of authority and demands for self-determination were the new and more difficult problems that had to be faced. Hughes believed that it is self-determination which makes for wars and places obstacles in the way of plans for keeping the peace. 25 For order to be restored, Hughes believed, the Western European states and the United States needed to cooperate actively against the menace of Bolshevism. The codification of international law, which Hughes believed to be possible because of the shared logic and agreement on the essentials of public justice among the powers, would give formal definiteness to accepted principles. 26 Progress, therefore, depended on rational change and patience. This is the hardest lesson for democracy to learn, according to Hughes. It does not mean weakness or paltering, it simply means a desire to bring about good order by orderly processes. It means recognition of our mutual dependence. This position was his reason for opposition to revolution. Hughes believed that no remedy is possible which does not have its roots in general sentiment. Believing revolutions to be the acts of minority extremists, Hughes thought lasting reforms were possible only with the adoption of the virtues of sobriety, industry, thrift, and moderation, upon the realization of our mutual dependence, and upon the gradual supplanting of motives of mere self-interest by those inspired by the appeals of brotherhood. 27 As a progressive Republican, Hughes was convinced that order was fundamental to progress. 28 Applying these views in practice, Hughes continued the non-recognition policy toward the Soviet Union. Echoing Theodore Roosevelt's famous corollary to the Monroe Doctrine, he argued that the most important principle to be maintained at this time with respect to international relations is that no state is entitled to a place within the family of nations if it destroys the foundation of honorable intercourse by resort to confiscation and repudiation. In addition, a nation must maintain an adequate system of government through which valid rights and valid engagements are recognized and enforced. 29 The containment of the Soviet Union was crucial in Hughes's view. European nations and the United States had to cooperate to bring about stability and prevent the spread of Bolshevism. Hughes considered Mexico an obvious example of a nation to which Bolshevism could spread. Mexico was, Hughes wrote Harding, watching the Soviet Union and would be willing to follow the Soviet example if it was successful. 30 Reflecting back in 1927 on his time in office, Hughes observed that it is easy to point to places of chronic unrest among the smaller nations. But as long as the great powers maintained peace among themselves, they could isolate the problems. 31 President Harding and Secretary of Commerce Hoover both agreed with the Secretary of State that the promotion of stability and the combating of revolution were primary concerns for American foreign policy making. Harding saw Bolshevism and the danger of revolution as the main threats to the post-war world. In addition, like Hughes, the president believed that political and economic stability were vital to American prosperity and did not see the old political order in Europe or right-wing dictatorships as a threat to peace or the interests of the United States. As a senator from Ohio, Harding was outspoken in his opposition to Wilson's war aims. In voting for war in April 1917, Harding provided the caveat that he was not voting for war in the name of democracy because it was none of our business what type of government any nation on this earth may choose to have. Harding would, of course, change this position after the Bolshevik Revolution in Russia. In July, he worried that Wilson was being encouraged in a pitiable endeavor to instigate revolt against governmental authority. In an interview with the New York Times, Harding stated that the United States needed a supreme dictator if it was to win the war. When asked if this meant the complete abandonment of democracy, Harding responded, "Call it what you will, it is the only way to win the war. However, it means that we abandon nothing except the incapacity of all legislative bodies in wartime." In the most illuminating comment in the interview, Harding defended such measures as necessary for saving democracy. We would put on autocracy as a garment only for the period of the war. Later he again noted, we have a republic to save. We can't do it with the processes of a republic. 32. Harding's profoundly undemocratic attitudes shaped his view of the post-war world and Wilson's efforts at peace. After the war, Harding argued that the Wilson administration had preached the gospel of revolution in the Central Empires of Europe and that the menace of Bolshevism threatening Europe owes a very large part to the policies and utterances of the chief executive of the United States. Wilson's war for democracy was a lie, Harding declared. He found Wilson so eager to make war on constituted authority that we proclaimed revolution as one of the greatest essentials to bringing about peace and tranquility in the world. Harding completely ignored the actions and desires of the people of Europe and claimed that Wilson had lighted a fire there that is difficult to put out now. Given the choice between hateful autocracy or destroying anarchy, Harding declared, I choose autocracy. Bolshevism, he believed, had to be destroyed wherever it was found. The re-establishment of constituted traditional authority, what Harding termed a return to normalcy, must be American policy. Peace must first be riveted and the Bolshevist beast slain, Harding told the Senate on January 15, 1919, if Western society were to survive. Bolshevism is a menace that must be destroyed, lest it destroy. 33. Hoover's views complemented those of the President and Secretary of State. He too stressed cooperation among the great powers and political and economic stabilization along with an expansion of American trade. The restoration of order in Europe was essential for both American prosperity and the containment of Bolshevism. 34. As a progressive and an engineer, Hoover had a low tolerance for politics and its imprecision. Hoover was frustrated after the war by political squabbling and politicians who allowed emotions and special interests to interfere with an observance of the facts and solutions based on them. 35. Hoover was acutely aware of the instability in Europe from 1918 to 1920 and the danger of revolution, and he worked hard to isolate the Bolshevik menace in Russia. He described the whole of American policies in post-war Europe as being developed to prevent Europe from going Bolshevik. 36. On recognition of the Soviet Union and Bolshevism, Hoover wrote President Wilson in March 1919 that we cannot even remotely recognize this murderous tyranny without stimulating actionist radicalism in every country in Europe and without transgressing on every national ideal of our own. He argued that the Bolsheviki most certainly represent a minority in every country where they are in control. He continued by comparing them with dictatorships in the past. As a tyranny, the Bolshevik has resorted to terror, bloodshed and murder to a degree long since abandoned even amongst reactionary tyrannies. 37. As head of the American Relief Administration after World War I, Hoover was deeply involved in the quest to establish the right type of order and stability in post-war Europe. Hoover's era fought both hunger and revolution in Eastern Europe. 38. The case of Hungary is instructive on the development of Hoover's ideas on revolution and dictatorships and how he shifted his position in response to his inability to control the situation. Moreover, Hoover became less concerned with the problems of autocracy while remaining fixated on the danger of revolution and Bolshevism. Hoover, writing about revolution in Europe, noted that it simply cannot be denied that this swinging of the social pendulum from the tyranny of the extreme right to the tyranny of the extreme left is based on a foundation of real social grievance. But if former revolutions in ignorant masses are any guide, the pendulum will yet swing back to some moderate position when bitter experience has taught the economic and social follies of present obsessions. Initially, therefore, Hoover argued against military intervention to topple Belakun's Bolshevik regime in Hungary. Such an action would involve the United States in years of police duty, and make us party to re-establish the reactionary classes in their economic domination over the lower classes. 39. This was not only unpopular but expensive and a strategic nightmare, and as the intervention in Russia was demonstrating, it allowed the radicals to adopt the nationalist banner. It was necessary, Hoover believed, to use food relief and moral force to allow the pendulum to swing back. As Hoover wrote to Wilson in April 1919, If the disturbing elements, consider that they will be as secure as to food supplies after disturbance as before, our present potentiality to maintain the status quo of order is lost. 40 But once the blockade of food failed to bring down Kuhn's government, Hoover began to advocate his removal by force. In August, Bela Kun fled Hungary and a right-wing dictatorship was established which attacked both liberals and radicals alike. Although Hoover expressed concern that the Bolsheviks were claiming that the Allies were re-establish a reactionary government in Hungary, no actions were taken against the new regime and era aid was delivered. 41. Economic organization was for Hoover the key to civilization, and he believed the system in the United States was the most efficient and developed form. We must all agree, Hoover wrote Wilson in a lengthy letter concerning the danger of Bolshevism, that our processes of production and distribution, the outgrowth of 100 generations, in the stimulation of individual initiative, the large equality of opportunity and infinite development of mind and body, while not perfect, come about as near perfection as is possible. In comparison, the Bolshevik's land of illusion is that he can perfect these human qualities by destroying the basic processes of production and distribution instead of devoting himself to securing a better application of the collective surplus. 42 Economic systems, he was suggesting, determine the political system. The development of the free market was, therefore, much more important than the type of government a nation had, for free markets would lead to democratic institutions. The danger of Bolshevism in the United States that was fueling the Red Scare at home did not concern Hoover. Because of its economic advances, he did not think Bolshevism could infect the United States. Bolshevik propaganda, he asserted, found fertile soil only where order had been destroyed by the war and where the gulf between the middle classes and the lower classes is large, and where the lower classes have been kept in ignorance and distress. The solution, according to Hoover, was in a return to order and stability, not the promotion of democracy. In a criticism of Wilson, Hoover wrote that the American people cannot say that we are going to insist that any given population must work out its internal social problems according to our particular conception of democracy. Instead, we had to realize that in the swing of the social pendulum from the extreme left back toward the right, it will find the point of stabilization based on racial instincts that could never be established by outside interference. 43. When Hoover returned from Europe, he expressed his opposition to revolutions in dramatic words. In his widely read book American Individualism, first published in 1922, Hoover discussed the problem of revolution that beset the world. He turned around Thomas Jefferson's well-known analogy of revolutions to summer thunderstorms that were periodically necessary to clear the stagnant air of political tyranny. Jefferson's construction made revolutions necessary and positive events. To Hoover this was very dangerous thinking. He characterized modern revolutions as no summer thunderstorm clearing the atmosphere. In modern society it is a tornado leaving in its path the destroyed homes of millions with their dead women and children. 44 American individualism was Hoover's reaffirmation of the values and political structure which he believed had brought the United States greatness, as well as his solution for the revolutions that were threatening the world. The American people had witnessed in the last 8 years the spread of revolution over one-third of the world. Thus Hoover was prompted to examine and reassert the social philosophy of individualism as he understood it. With repeated references to the ghastly failure of Russia, Hoover argued that only economic prosperity could bring order and was a necessary precondition for the development of political freedoms. Moreover, prosperity was possible only through a system that respected the individual and the primary self-interest impulse of the individual to production. Returning to his comparisons with the Soviet Union, Hoover, again playing off of Jefferson's depiction of revolutions, particularly his notion that the tree of liberty needs to be nourished by the blood of tyrants, sought to destroy any romantic image of revolution. Socialism in a nationwide application, Hoover wrote, has now proved itself with rivers of blood and inconceivable misery to be an economic and spiritual fallacy and has wrecked itself finally upon the rocks of destroyed production and moral degeneracy. In conclusion, he sadly noted that I believe it to have been necessary for the world to have had this demonstration. For Hoover it proved that there was only one road to prosperity. 45. We have long since realized, Hoover concluded, that the basis of an advancing civilization must be a high and growing standard of living. As for politics, democracy is merely a mechanism which individualism invented as a device that would carry on the necessary political work of its social organization. Democracy arises out of individualism and prospers through it alone. It is no wonder that Hoover could so confidently assert that the failures and unsolved problems of economic and social life can be corrected, they can be solved within our social theme and under no other system. 46. Racial hierarchy. Along with the demand for stability and anti-Bolshevism, questions of race continued to play a large role in the considerations of the makers of American foreign policy after World War I. Racism has been a central issue in the United States since its colonial days. By the middle of the 19th century, white Americans' views on race had been codified into scientific explanations of an identifiable hierarchy of races. Anglo-Saxons saw themselves as the superior race, marked by the characteristics of industry, high intelligence, commitment to morals and democratic government, and high material achievements. Rising nationalism, the Mexican-American War, increasing sectional tensions, and the new scientific studies combined to produce this dogmatic racism of Anglo-Saxon dominance. 47 All other nationalities and races were ranked in descending order based mainly on the color of their skin. Other Western Europeans came first, followed by Latin Europeans and Slavs, Orientals, and blacks. 48. The widespread appeal of social Darwinism in the second half of the century, in conjunction with the advances in industrialization and contact with new immigrant groups from Southern and Eastern Europe, served to reinforce the quasi-scientific basis of such beliefs. In foreign policy, as Michael Hunt states, the idea of racial hierarchy proved particularly attractive because it offered a ready and useful conceptual handle on the world. It was reassuringly hardy and stable in a changing world. Rather than having to spend long hours trying to puzzle out the subtle patterns of other cultures, the elite interested in policy had at hand in the hierarchy of race a key to reducing other peoples and nations to readily comprehensible and familiar terms. 49 In conducting foreign policy, American officials found what they considered to be many examples to support their views. By the 1890s, Anglo-Saxonism and white supremacy over the rest of the people of the world were the dominant rationales for American imperialism. 50 The Spanish-American War brought many indications of the impact of race on American policy. In defending his Philippine policy, President William McKinley argued that it was the United States' duty to save the Filipinos from savage indolence and habits and set them on the pathway of the world's best civilization. 51 He did not believe that the little brown men were capable of self-government or would defy the benevolence of the United States. 52 The Sherman Commission, sent to the Philippines by McKinley to gain Filipino approval of U.S. sovereignty over the archipelago, found that the Philippine people were not capable of independent self-government. 53 The President and Secretary of War Elihu Root likened Filipinos to children who needed protection and guidance. Leaving the islands to themselves would mean anarchy and the worst evils of semi-civilized misgovernment. 54 Theodore Roosevelt was the most outspoken political leader to assert Anglo-Saxon superiority and the inferiority of other peoples. Responding to Rudyard Kipling's poem on the Philippines, White Man's Burden, Roosevelt wrote his good friend Henry Cabot Lodge that it was very poor poetry but made good sense from the expansion point of view. Roosevelt dismissed political and cultural explanations of differences between nations. He argued, for example, that blacks had been kept down by lack of intellectual development as by anything else. 55 Roosevelt believed that through a period of long historical development, Anglo-Saxons had developed to a more advanced state than any other group. This allowed, indeed demanded, that they direct the development of others. Our people are now successfully governing themselves, Roosevelt told Congress in his 1901 State of the Union message, because for more than 1,000 years they have been slowly fitting themselves toward this end. What has taken us 30 generations to achieve, we cannot expect to see another race accomplish out of hand. Referring specifically to the Philippines, Roosevelt stressed both the size of the problem and the duty of the United States. The people there were starting very far behind the point which our ancestors had reached even 30 generations ago. In dealing with the Philippine people we must show both patience and strength. We hope to do for them what has never before been done for any people of the tropics, to make them fit for self-government after the fashion of the really free nations. 56. That this undertaking was part of the historical mission of the United States was self-evident to the President. While the United States was engaged in crushing the Filipino insurgents led by Emilio Aguinaldo, Roosevelt declared that history may safely be challenged to show a single instance in which a masterful race such as ours, having been forced by the exigencies of war to take possession of an alien land, has behaved to its inhabitants with the disinterested zeal for their progress that our people have shown in the Philippines. Like President McKinley, Roosevelt found it impossible to believe that the Filipinos really objected to the rule and good intentions of the United States. The resistance was obviously led by ignorant men who sought only to promote themselves and their own power. To leave the islands at this time, Roosevelt told his critics, would mean that they would fall into a welter of murderous anarchy. Such desertion of duty on our part would be a crime against humanity. 57. Roosevelt alternated between visions of people who lived outside the Anglo-Saxon world as being savages and bandits, often equating them with the American Indians who had to be moved out of the way for the winning of the West, and children who needed guidance. During his efforts to obtain canal rights on the Panama Isthmus, Roosevelt called the leaders of Colombia bandits, foolish and homicidal corruptionists, and a lot of jackrabbits who should not be allowed to bar one of the future highways of civilization. 58. He agreed with his friend Whitelaw Reid that if men will not govern themselves with respect for civilization, then when they get in the way, they must be governed. 59. Anglo-Saxon expansion over backward and inferior people was inevitable. As he wrote in his popular history of the United States, the winning of the West, during the past 3 centuries, the spread of the English-speaking peoples over the world's waste spaces has been not only the most striking feature in the world's history, but also the event of all others most far-reaching in its effects and importance. 60. If few American politicians put matters as dramatically as the old Rough Rider, they nonetheless held to many of the same convictions and impulses. Woodrow Wilson, for example, argued in 1901 that to expect Anglo-Saxon behavior from or to impose democratic institutions upon inferior people would be a curse because they were still in the childhood of their political growth. They needed British and American guidance and Anglo-Saxon character. 61. The next year Wilson wrote that the Filipinos must obey as those who are in tutelage because they were children. It would, therefore, be wrong to grant such people self-government without their first having learned the discipline of law. 62. Similar attitudes shaped U.S. policy in dealings with Cuba. The initial American reaction to Cuba's revolt was a hope that Spain could restore order. When Madrid proved incapable, the fear of continued instability in Cuba brought about American intervention. As President McKinley's war message to Congress made clear, however, the United States was not entering the war as a co-belligerent of the Cuban rebels. McKinley called for military action that involved hostile constraints upon both contending parties in order to put an end to the barbarities, bloodshed, starvation and horrible miseries which could not be ended by either the Spanish or the Cubans. It was up to the United States to establish a stable government, capable of maintaining order and observing its international obligations. 63. After the war it was inconceivable to American leaders that Cuba could be granted complete independence. General Leonard Wood, head of the American forces in Cuba, expressed the widespread American dislike of Cubans when he noted that the Cuban army was made up very considerably of black people, only partially civilized. 64. Blocked from annexing Cuba by the Teller Amendment, the McKinley administration sought other means for resolving the question. Secretary of War Root came up with the mechanism of making Cuba a protectorate through the Platt Amendment, which granted the United States the right to intervene in Cuba to maintain order and protect American interests. Reuben F. Weston has noted that the relationship between the Cubans and the United States was similar to that of the Southern Negroes and the Southern states. 65. Maintaining order in the Caribbean and Central America was becoming an ever-growing concern of Roosevelt and other American officials. President Roosevelt worried constantly about unrest to the south and sought different means to preserve civilized order through the assertion of police powers over what he once called these wretched republics. 66 In 1902 Roosevelt informed the Congress that he believed that more and more the increasing interdependence and complexity of international political and economic relations render it incumbent on all civilized and orderly powers to insist on the proper policing of the world. 67 The United States beat was to be the Western Hemisphere. On December 6, 1904, Roosevelt provided his rationale for why revolutions were dangerous and justification for American intervention in Latin America. The Roosevelt corollary to the Monroe Doctrine proclaimed, "If a nation shows that it knows how to act with reasonable efficiency and decency in social and political matters, if it keeps order and pays its obligations, it need fear no interference from the United States." Chronic wrongdoing, or an impotence which results in a general loosening of the ties of civilized society, may in America, as elsewhere, ultimately require intervention by some civilized nation, and in the Western Hemisphere the adherence of the United States to the Monroe Doctrine may force the United States, however reluctantly, in flagrant cases of such wrongdoing or impotence, to the exercise of an international police power. 68. Soon after Roosevelt wrote these words, American troops were dispatched to Cuba, Nicaragua, Haiti, the Dominican Republic, and Honduras, and Washington established American financial protectorates in Haiti, Nicaragua, the Dominican Republic, and Cuba. In one of his frequent intemperate moments, this time caused by unrest in Cuba in 1906, Roosevelt blurted out that he was so angry with that infernal little Cuban republic that I would like to wipe its people off the face of the earth. All he expected of the Cubans, he explained, was that they behave themselves. 69 Henry Cabot Lodge noted that the general feeling is that ought to be taken by the neck and shaken until they behave themselves. 70. American soldiers in Haiti referred to their opponents in the guerrilla war, the Cacos, as bad niggers as we would call them at home. General Smedley Darlington Butler, head of American occupation forces in Nicaragua and then Haiti, characterized the Caco leaders as shaved apes, absolutely no intelligence whatsoever, just plain low niggers. 71 Assistant Secretary of State William Phillips summarized the reason for American intervention as stemming from the complete incompetence of the Haitians and the failure of an inferior people to maintain the degree of civilization left them by the French, or to develop any capacity of self-government entitling them to international respect and confidence. 72. In 1908, George W. Creekfield published a popular account on Latin America titled American Supremacy, The Rise and Progress of the Latin American Republics and Their Relations to the United States under the Monroe Doctrine, which contained all of the held stereotypes of Latin Americans. It described the population as usually lazy, insolent, and good-for-nothing mestizos who had mixed an infusion of Negro blood into this peon mixture that generally brings about a product which is wholly and irretrievably bad. As a rule, they could not be trusted and had to be cared for and led. A Latin American may profess undying affection for a person, but he may be at the same time planning literally to cut his throat. Bad faith is universal. 73. The American terms of affection for peasants in Haiti and elsewhere docile, happy, idle, irresponsible, kindly, shiftless, pleasure-loving, trustworthy echoed the patronizing views used to describe a black who knew how to keep his loyal, unthreatening place according to white racial norms imported from the United States. 74 American leaders commonly referred to the Southern states and race relations in the United States, often drawing a parallel with the period of Reconstruction. For their understanding of this period, officials relied on the work of the so-called Dunning School of Reconstruction history, which dominated historical writing during the first half of the 20th century. Reconstruction was portrayed as the nadir of national disgrace, an uncivilized experiment in black rule that pandered to the ignorant Negroes. Newly enfranchised freedmen, the interpretation read, in conjunction with corrupt whites and the radical Republicans in Congress, set out to humiliate the South. The state governments that they established were corrupt and incompetent and led to bankruptcy, chaos, and destruction. Only when decent white Southerners organized to drive these governments out of power and restored dignity to the region was the South saved from the disastrous, misplaced idealism of the radical reformers. 75. James Ford Rhodes, summarizing the prevailing view of the time, wrote that no large policy in our country has ever been so conspicuous a failure as that of forcing universal Negro suffrage upon the South. 76. This interpretation helped to legitimize Jim Crow laws and the prevailing segregation and discrimination against blacks in all parts of the nation. 77. John Burgess directly addressed the relationship between foreign policy and Reconstruction in his 1902 study Reconstruction and the Constitution. Now that the United States has embarked on imperial enterprises, he wrote, the North is learning every day by valuable experiences that there are vast differences in political capacity between the races, and that it is the white man's mission, his duty, to hold the reins of political power in his own hands for the civilization of the world. Burgess concluded that the Republican Party, in its work of imposing the sovereignty of the United States upon 8 millions of Asiatics, has changed its views in regard to the political relations of races and has at last virtually accepted the ideas of the South upon that subject. 78. Theodore Roosevelt blended this historical view of blacks and other inferior races with policy making. Speaking again on the Philippines in 1904, Roosevelt argued that at present they are utterly incapable of existing in independence, or of building up a civilization of their own. Roosevelt's view reached beyond mere colonial service as befitted a founder of a liberal empire. The United States would instruct the Filipinos to enable them to rise higher and higher in the scale of civilization and of capacity for self-government. 79. What Roosevelt proposed as the means to achieve this amounted to an expansion of Booker T. Washington's Atlanta Compromise for the Asian archipelago and Latin American nations. Roosevelt made Washington an informal advisor and created a stir by having him to dinner at the White House. He embraced Washington's idea of black withdrawal from political affairs and concentration on self-improvement as a solution to the problems of race. This meant the voluntary acceptance of an inferior place for the present until African Americans could demonstrate to white America their value and right to equality. The President, and other policy makers who followed him, believed that a similar submissive attitude by inferior people to U.S. leadership would prove the most beneficial to both them and the United States. The ability for self-government was not yet in sight, and it may be indefinitely postponed if our people are foolish enough to turn the attention of the Filipinos away from the problems of achieving moral and material prosperity, of working for a stable, orderly, and just government, and toward foolish and dangerous intrigues for a complete independence for which they are as yet totally unfit. The prevailing white opinion for acceptable black behavior in the United States was directed outward. As Roosevelt concluded, it was most important that the Filipinos should remember that their prime needs are moral and industrial, not political aiding. Because so many unstable areas were rich in resources, American officials eagerly offered assistance or intervened to provide order. Praise of the potential of the nations of Central America and the Caribbean was followed by denigrating commentary on their societies. The United States minister to Nicaragua, for example, described it as one of the most fertile, beautiful countries in tropical America, which would rapidly advance in wealth and population were there security of life and property. Much the same was believed of Santo Domingo. All that is needed is a stable government and peace, the United States minister noted in 1903, so that the capitalists who may desire to invest have no fears in opening up its riches. Root concurred, noting that with her phenomenal richness of soil Santo Domingo ought to be among the richest and happiest nations. But the island has been the scene of almost continual revolution and bloodshed. 81. In his summary of his 1906 trip to Latin America, Root indicated the concerns of American officials. He explained to a gathering of American business leaders that the United States was emerging not only as the world's leading manufacturer but also as an important creditor nation. This situation was particularly important for relations with Latin America, where American capital was needed. There was, Root assured the audience, a nicely balanced relationship between the U.S. production of manufactured goods and the Central and South American need for such products and markets for their raw materials. The Secretary of State characterized the relationship as a perfect match, where we accumulate, they spend. While we have less of a cheerful philosophy, they have less of the inventive faculty which strives continually to increase the productive power of men. 82. Root's Republican successors held firmly to these same ideas. Difficulties with the nations of Latin America, Hughes asserted, arose from differences between us in temperament and manners. 83. His view received support from the rest of the State Department, which held an even dimmer view of Latin America. The chief of the Division of Western European Affairs, William R. Castle, wrote in his diary after a meeting of the department's division chiefs that Francis White spends rather too much time discussing little piffling things, but perhaps they seem piffling because the countries about which he talks are so absurd themselves. When a Foreign Service candidate mistakenly pronounced Nicaragua's capital, Managua, as Manure, White remarked to Castle that this name should be generally adopted. 84. New Foreign Service officers were informed that professional standards demanded that good diplomats appreciate those subtle distinctions in national psychology which made various countries conduct their affairs differently. 85. Understanding these distinctions meant acknowledging the backwardness of the people and, therefore, the need for more patience on the part of the diplomat. The State Department exhibited an uninhibited and unembarrassed paternalism toward Latin Americans during the interwar years. Francis White told new diplomats that they should not expect modern democracy in Latin America because the Latin temperament and climate and the low racial quality of the people were barriers to political advancement. Influence could be exerted, however, because Latins were very easy people to deal with if properly managed. They responded well to patience and could, therefore, be protected from their own ignorance. A departmental skepticism concerning self-determination reinforced these views. Career diplomats saw economic conditions as the key basis for promoting international harmony and protecting American interests. As Castle lectured new recruits, many people had been misguided to support self-determination after the war, but diplomats knew that economic considerations were more vital and more lasting than any others. 86. Consequently, the rise of nativism and the demands for immigration restriction received support from the State Department. Nelson T. Johnson lectured Foreign Service recruits on the connection between the Reconstruction era and the need for immigration control. His view held that blacks and the newer immigrants from Southern and Eastern Europe were inferior to Anglo-Saxons and shared the characteristics of being lazy, dirty, irresponsible, disposed to criminality, and vulnerable to radical political ideas. Granting citizenship to former slaves, Johnson argued, had been a mistake and demonstrated the folly of giving self-determination to inferior people. Were the United States to do it over again, Johnson believed, we would not admit Negroes to citizenship. We do not propose at present to grant the right to yellow people. With these examples, he concluded that it was necessary also to restrict the continued immigration of undesirable Europeans. 87. Such positions led to limited tolerance of radical or nationalist revolutionary movements and a disposition to impose order to create American-style economic institutions. It was the duty of the United States to make sure that the most important social institutions of a society were properly established and protected. Opposition to this program indicated ignorance or malicious intention. Only after trade had expanded and economies grew could concern properly turn to political systems. The rationalizations and justifications used by Republican policymakers for supporting right-wing dictatorships were, therefore, already in place when they came to power in 1921. Experience in office would not significantly change these views. The man of the hour. When the Republicans came to power in 1921, Italian-American relations were strained over Wilson's refusal to grant Italy the port city of Fiume. 88. The disagreement over Fiume reached its climax in April 1919, when Wilson appealed directly to the Italian people to give up their nation's claim to the port. 89. Italy's Prime Minister Vittorio Orlando, who quickly left the Versailles Conference in protest over the president's action, returned to Rome, where he received an overwhelming parliamentary Vote of confidence. Orlando, however, did not remain in power past June 1919. Constant domestic unrest created governmental instability, and no ministry was able to maintain itself in power long enough to initiate economic recovery. Between March 1920 and June 1922, Italy had 6 governing ministries and 4 prime ministers. Labor strikes were frequent occurrences, and the State Department was concerned about Italy's future. State Department official Gordon Auchincloss noted in his wartime diary that if we are not careful we will have a second Russia on our hands in Italy. Expressing a widely held belief among American officials, he wrote that the Italians are like children. They must be led and assisted more than almost any other nation. 98 Department memo in the summer of 1919 summarized the full extent of U.S. fears. The situation in Italy is very serious. If a revolution broke out in Italy, it may easily spread to the rest of Europe and even to the United States. Italy is probably the greatest source of danger in Europe today. 91. The political crisis in Italy peaked when workers occupied the factories in September 1920. At the same time, nationalist groups and the newly formed fascist organizations continued their agitation for Italian possession of Fiume. Mussolini's followers frequently took the law into their own hands to break up labor demonstrations or strikes. Outbreaks of violence and street fighting between fascist squads and left-wing groups were common, and the government was incapable of preventing them. 92 Although the threat of revolution passed when the factory occupation failed, problems of political instability and economic depression remained. In the fall of 1920, Italy and Yugoslavia reached an agreement that allowed Italy to control Fiume while Yugoslavia controlled the territory around the city. 93 With the disposition of Fiume seemingly settled, American policymakers and businessmen turned their attention to their overriding concern for a stable political climate favorable to increased American trade and investment. The U.S. government had loaned Italy over $600 million in 1919 for stabilization and reconstruction purposes. 94 In New York, leading businessmen and bankers, headed by Standard Oil's lawyer Charles Evans Hughes and J.P. Morgan's Thomas Lamont, formed the Italy-America Society to help increase trade between the two countries. Yet the political and economic situation in Italy did not stabilize as American officials hoped it would. When Hughes took control of American foreign policy in 1921, the Italian government clearly had no plan or means for ending the violence and unrest. In response, private American capital, although very interested in Italy, refused to assist the government's reconstruction program. Wilson's last ambassador to Italy, Robert Johnson, emphasized the fascist danger to governmental stability. Writing to Hughes in March 1921, Johnson argued that Italy's problems did not stem from the danger of a revolution from the left, but rather from the current government and its reliance on the extreme right. The right appeared to stand for law and order, through its vigilant moves against strikers and demonstrators, and the fascists, not the government, were gaining public approval for their actions. 95 Johnson worried that the government's refusal to control the fascists would bring about its demise. During one series of strikes, the ambassador reported that fascist direct action against the disruptive strikers and socialist deputies goes to show that public opinion would back government if strong action were taken by latter to stop the strikes and the grave disorders they were causing in Italy. Unfortunately, Johnson noted, there is no indication that will act with firmness which was hoped and expected. 96. Ambassador Johnson, however, was not comfortable with the fascists, their methods, or what they represented. Johnson did not believe Italy was on the verge of social revolution, but he did believe that firm action by the government was necessary to end the disruptions. The embassy's reports consistently pointed out that most of the violence and much of the general disorder were instigated by the fascist squads. Johnson grouped them with the radical left, which to him meant extremism and violence, and saw both as part of the lawlessness he wanted the government in Rome to contain. He reported that the majority of Italy's left was social democratic. 97 As a June 1921 embassy summary of recent events noted, in continuing battles between the fascists and the socialist and communist labor groups, in general, the fascisti seemed to be the aggressors, while the communists have shift the imputation of lawlessness and violence from the Party of Red Revolution to the self-constituted Party of Law and Order 98. A week later the embassy reported to Hughes that unless the fascisty reaction can be checked, the social problem may assume an acute aspect in the near future and the country thus crystallized into class-conscious state. In 99 the fascists' actions were not only disruptive, they were thought to be driving the Social Democratic and the Communist left together into a stronger opposition to the government. As the embassy reported in July 1921, the situation in Italy as regards the unending in fact increasing struggle between the fascisti on the one side, and the socialists, communists on the other side, is already a very serious one and now threatens to become much worse. Yet the government has not done anything to strike at the roots of this evil. 100. Johnson's views, however, did not influence the Harding administration, which made no effort to aid Italy's beleaguered government. The change of administration and American diplomatic personnel in 1921, along with changes in Italy, began to steer American policymakers' opinions toward a more favorable view of the fascists. With the arrival in Rome of Richard Child, Harding's appointee as ambassador, embassy reports began to reflect a positive view of Mussolini and his followers. Most reports from Rome still told the same basic story: Italy was beset by constant strikes by left-wing workers who were sympathetic to the Bolshevik Revolution in Russia. They were opposed by the nationalists and fascists, who kept up a constant agitation over not receiving all of the territory around Fiume and violently opposed labor strikes. Rome's inability to control events or improve the economy continued to be a main feature of all reports, which portrayed Italian political leaders as weak, indecisive men who were unable to lead their nation during its crisis. But the interpretation of who was responsible for Italy's problems changed. No longer was the blame placed on the government's refusal to make changes and on its reliance on the reactionary right. Child placed the blame on left-wing parties and labor organizations and emphasized the danger of Bolshevism in Italy. Even more important, Child presented a positive interpretation of the fascist party. With Wilson out of office, Italian Prime Minister Giovanni Giolitti turned to the United States for both economic and political support. Giolitti had long been aware of Italy's need for foreign capital to begin social reconstruction and defuse the explosive political situation. In April 1921, in an effort to overcome past difficulties with the United States at Versailles, Giolitti informed Washington that Italy supported American principles in foreign affairs, particularly the right of self-determination. 101 The Prime Minister quickly followed up his early contact with the Harding administration by offering to accept American arbitration in the continuing dispute with Yugoslavia over Fiume. 102 Despite his professed respect for self-determination, Giolitti most likely believed that the Republican administration would be more inclined to accept Italy's position and change Wilson's policy. He even proposed an alliance with the United States, a request that Washington immediately rejected. 103. The reason behind Giolitti's moves was clear. As Ambassador Child explained to Hughes, Italy's recent efforts to obtain American friendship stemmed from the hope of cooperation of American capital in Italian economic aspirations. There is a continuous demand for American financial cooperation, Child pointed out, especially American investment in railway and water power development. Child understood that a succession of weak ministries in Italy had sought American friendship and capital to bolster their images. 104 He remained skeptical, however, that the political instability would end and the investment climate improve. The ambassador included Italian leaders when he wrote Harding that the present European statesmanship is lacking in men who have a range of vision and square strong jaw, an observation with which the president agreed. The succession of internal dissensions, Child wrote Harding in October 1921, is the story of Italy's successive failures to ever reach the place which rightly belongs to her. He added that Italy nearly went Bolshevik and that the danger still remained. Harding, who trusted his old friend's judgment and believed that Child had an active, forward-looking mind, replied that he hoped the threat of destruction by radicals and the activities of Reds were not making Child's life miserable. 105 Meanwhile, Private capitalists continued to refuse to invest in Italy, and the US government offered no support. All the State Department did was urge the Italian government to take stronger action against labor unions so that reconstruction to ameliorate conditions in Italy would begin, thereby clearing the way for American investment. By July 1922, Italy appeared to American officials to be in a state of crisis. The Fifth Coalition in 2 years fell at the same time the unions were planning a general strike. Childs saw the strike as a direct test of the government's ability to maintain order and prevent a revolution. Among the center parties, no individual or group appeared to be strong enough to establish an effective government. Childs' reports and warnings of impending danger were well received in Washington and discussed by Harding and Hughes. 106 On July 23, the embassy in Rome reported to Washington that it was not optimistic about Italy's political future. The socialists are still making trouble in the effort to form a new government and are mischievously upsetting all chances of good government by playing party politics for their own personal advantage. No one believes that a strong government can come as long as Parliament is elected by the present system of proportional representation. This meant that there must be a continuation of coalition governments in Italy, which the embassy described as being all very well in the time of war, but a many-headed, cannibalistic monster in the time of peace. 107. These comments isolated what American policymakers perceived to be the greatest problem in Italy, the lack of a strong government that could put an end to labor unrest and the Bolshevik threat, begin Italy's economic recovery, and return Italian society to normalcy. In the State Department's view, traditional authority in Italy had been displaced during the war, and it was the Italian government's job to restore it. Until the power of labor and left-wing parties was diminished and the government reformed, policymakers held little hope for Italy and feared that it might yet provide Bolshevism with an inroad into Western Europe. In August, Childs submitted to the State Department a special report on fascism prepared by the embassy's military attaché. Although it offered no evidence, the report began by noting that the fascists now appeared to have enough strength to overthrow the government by force and that most Italians are now convinced that a thorough reform and reorganization of the government are necessary in order to prevent the impoverishment of the country, to permit commerce and industry to recover from the depression and the wave of socialism which has swept over Italy. 108 To the embassy staff, it was clear that the present rulers of Italy under its constitution could not provide the strong leadership the embassy and the State Department thought was needed. New institutions and leaders were required. The basic thesis of the report held that the Fascist Party was the upholder of traditional authority in Italy and a force for strong, effective government. Gone was the Wilsonian fear of the fascists as disruptors of society and worries about their reliance on violence. Rather, Mussolini and the fascists were praised for their pledge to reorganize Italy's government and save the nation from the supposed Bolshevik threat. It did not mention the fascists' responsibility for the violence in post-war Italy or the illegality of their actions. Instead, it portrayed the fascists as a growing, vibrant party that was disciplined, patriotic, and willing to take action against the nation's enemies, among which the report included not only socialists, communists, and anarchists, but Republicans. Moreover, the report claimed that the party's popularity extended beyond its own rank and file. The bulk of the population which is neither fascista or socialist is inclined to lend at least their moral support to the fascisti, realizing that they have broken up many strikes and probably saved the country from going Bolshevik. The report added that by appealing to the national spirit of all Italians to assist in saving the country from Bolshevism, the fascisti soon won the favor, if not the enlistment, of all patriotic Italians. 109. Finally, the report portrayed Mussolini as having full control over his followers, acknowledging that he did not hesitate to command as a dictator. It was too early to tell what Mussolini was going to do, but it was certain that he, and not the second facta ministry, was in charge of Italy's political future. The celebratory tone of the report, its glossing over of fascist totalitarianism, and its view of popular support for fascism made it clear that if Mussolini did decide to seize power, he would have the embassy's full support. Democracy was seen as dangerous for Italy. As Child again wrote Harding, the old leaders were men who lack courage on the one hand and patience on the other. 110. In October, Child wrote to Hughes that the Fascist Party had made its final break with the weak and ineffective governing coalition in Rome. The Fascisti no longer dedicates itself to support the government against revolution. For all intents and purposes it now proposes revolution. Child recognized that government by the fascists would mean a dictatorship for Italy, but he justified such a prospect, and the end of constitutional democracy, by claiming that people like the Italians hunger for strong leadership and enjoy being dramatically governed. 111. March on Rome. Child's immediate reaction to the March on Rome, that it was a fine young revolution, signaled what would become the official attitude of the U.S. government and American business leaders to the new regime. 112 Child reported to Hughes that the fascist revolution had infused Italian national life with zeal, temporary calm, and hopefulness. 113 And that the general tendency in Italy was toward increased confidence, good nature, normality of functions since the fascist takeover. 114 Child's telegram to Hughes, sent while the fascist blackshirts were still entering Rome, recognized the constitutional implications of the takeover. The essence of events, whatever technical arguments may be used to create an appearance of constitutionality, is the fact that king, ministry, and parliament have capitulated with the surrender of constitutional prerogatives to force. 115 Mussolini was described as a magnetic character of stern deportment and convincing oratory and a strong leader. 116 Harding, referring to Child's analysis of fascism and recent events in Italy, wrote on November 2 to his ambassador that he believed he had the situation well appraised, and I am very thoroughly in accord with many of the views which you express. 117 The question of whether to recognize this revolutionary takeover of power never arose. The violent, anti-democratic nature of the fascist regime was simply rationalized away as a return to normalcy. Traditional authority was being restored and a strong government established for a people who could not, the administration believed, govern themselves. In his first full report on November 4 to the State Department on the Fascist Revolution, Child succinctly summarized the State Department's thinking about Italy for the 4 years before Mussolini's accession, characterizing two Duce's predecessors as weak and halting ministers. Unable to lead, Child noted that the Italians prefer a determined Mussolini to their former government. Even if the people did not like his means of gaining power, Mussolini still represented the aspirations and all the hopes of Italians who long for a breathing space of peace and domestic tranquility. 118 As would happen time and again during the years of fascist rule in Italy, an American official justified acceptance of Mussolini's dictatorship by ascribing to the Italian people the sentiments held by American policymakers themselves concerning events in Italy. Secretary of State Hughes exchanged early greetings with Mussolini. The fascist leader telegraphed Hughes on the day his followers marched into Rome that he anticipated friendly economic and spiritual collaboration with the United States. 119 Hughes responded quickly, wiring back on November 2 that he would be glad to cooperate and offering Mussolini his best wishes for the happiness and progress of Italy. 120 Child wrote Harding on November 16 that Mussolini's quick selection of a new ambassador to the United States, Don Gelagio Citani, was an index of the spirit and vigor of the new Italian administration. 121. At the same time, Italian officials in Washington reported to Rome that the U.S. attitude toward Italy had changed. The Harding administration's reaction to the fascist takeover was very favorable because American officials believed that it had ended the Bolshevik threat to Italy. The first Italian ambassador to the United States under Mussolini noted that American officials had told him that before the March on Rome the U.S. government was convinced Italy was on the brink of ruin, a prey to Bolshevism, with parties torn to pieces in an everlasting wrangle and without a strong government. Subsequently, policymakers came to view Italy as the first nation to have the courage to conquer Bolshevism. 122. Amid the positive notices exchanged between Rome and Washington came two early warnings from the American embassy that would greatly influence policymakers' views and subsequent actions toward Italian fascism. The first one raised State Department fears of an aggressive fascist foreign policy. Ambassador Child informed Washington that Mussolini seemed likely to pursue a chauvinistic, hazardous foreign policy. The ambassador's reasoning was twofold. Mussolini had taken for himself the position of Minister of Foreign Affairs, which suggested that he would seek to annex Fiume and other territories that his supporters desired for Italy. Child also feared that, having come to power without a clearly defined domestic program beyond anti-Bolshevism and the restoration of order, Mussolini might attempt to direct attention from his failures at home by supranationalistic foreign policies. 123. Although Child quickly changed his position on Mussolini and the prospects of an aggressive foreign policy, he introduced an analysis of a split between extremist and moderate fascists that bothered some in the State Department. On November 4, Child reported that the realities of power would lead to considerable moderation by the fascists and that the sounder elements of the party would prevail. A week later, Child informed the department that the extreme elements within the fascist party were being brought under control by Mussolini. The black shirts had been demobilized and Mussolini had disciplined unauthorized acts of violence by his supporters. 124. Child's distinction between the moderates, of which Mussolini was the leader, and the extremists would become central to all State Department thinking on fascism, helping to provide the ideological grounds for the continued support of Mussolini. Republican officials assumed that the moderates represented more traditional conservative elements at the center of the party who could be counted on to keep Italy's policies on a safe course, while the extremists were fringe members responsible for the party's unsavory actions. 125. Central to this distinction was the implicit conviction that the fascists were basically sound. Despite Child's views, the department continued to worry about Italian foreign policy. While accepting Child's analysis of the divisions within the fascist party and his view that Mussolini represented the more moderate foreign policy wing, the department worried that deteriorating conditions inside Italy could force Mussolini to seek the support of the extremists by pursuing an aggressive foreign policy. This point was underscored by the second warning sent from Rome regarding Italy's domestic situation. In the month following Mussolini's triumph, F.M. Gunther, the acting embassy charge d'affaires, sent 3 letters to Hughes on the political situation in Italy. The march on Rome had turned the tide against Bolshevism in Italy, Gunther noted, but Italy was not yet secure. The great danger, Gunther reported, lies in the possibility of a swing of the pendulum later on in the other direction, the limit of which might be difficult to fix. A collapse of Mussolini's power could precipitate such a crisis. Italy was arrested, Gunther repeated, on the brink of a grave financial and consequently social crisis by the advent of Mussolini and his followers. Should something happen to break his power, the collapse of the nation would be sudden and chaos would result. Gunther concluded that the socialists and others are waiting and watching for this to happen. For Italy to recover from the war, avoid chaos or Bolshevism, and begin to prosper, Gunther concluded that it was imperative that Mussolini remain in office. He found no alternative. 126. By the end of Mussolini's first year in power, the main outlines of American policy concerning fascism had been drawn. First and foremost, fascism in Italy was seen as a bulwark against the spread of Bolshevism, an authority guaranteeing the maintenance of social order, and an antidote for the illness of successive weak governments. Second, strong fascist rule ensured that Italy would begin its post-war economic reconstruction free from the challenges of labor. Reconstruction would provide economic opportunities for the United States. Third, Mussolini was considered to be very popular and fully in control. This understanding on the one hand made it easier for American officials to ignore the domestic terror and the destruction of democratic institutions under Mussolini. On the other hand, it tended to obscure the view of fascism as a unique social movement. Rather, they tended to equate fascism with Mussolini, who was seen as a moderate and the only reliable implementer of the policies essential to order, economic recovery, and development. Mussolini's frequent belligerent speeches on foreign affairs left American officials with lingering fears that the fascists might still seek to use territorial gain to aid Italy's economic recovery, rather than working within a cooperative international order. Fascist domestic policy, however, raised hardly a whisper of protest from American diplomats, and, on the foreign front, they remained convinced that U.S. economic power and aid, which Italy needed and desired, would provide enough leverage to curb Italian chauvinism. In addition, by promoting Italian economic recovery, such aid would help to keep Mussolini and the moderates in power. Other American leaders were quick to note the economic benefits Mussolini's regime could bring to the United States. Secretary of the Treasury Andrew Mellon was among the high government officials who actively supported Mussolini. The secretary praised Mussolini's regime, declaring that he was making a new nation out of Italy. Under fascism, the United States was seeing Italy emerge from the chaos of war, straighten out her industrial troubles, cut her expenditures and put her budget in equilibrium, all under the direction of one strong man with sound ideas and the force to make these ideas effective. Such a man, Mellon believed, deserved American support and sympathy. Mellon would later orchestrate a lenient debt settlement for Italy that allowed Rome to borrow money from American banks. 127 Under Secretary of State William Castle noted approvingly in his diary that Mussolini believes in hierarchy, that the success of government consists in finding every man his rightful place in the scheme of things, not in leveling us all to a single, indiscriminate status. Horribly undemocratic but true. 128. American businessmen were no less enthusiastic about Mussolini and his government. Thomas Lamont of J.P. Morgan remarked after his first meeting with Mussolini that the Italian dictator was a very upstanding chapter. 129 He wrote later that Italy was going to be a great country even despite its very limited natural resources. 130 Otto Kahn, of Kuhn, Loeb, praised the recent change of government in Italy at the 1923 meeting of the International Chamber of Commerce. Parliamentary wrangling and wasteful impotent bureaucracy had been replaced by an efficient and energetic government, which had united Italy in a spirit of order, discipline, hard work, patriotic devotion, and faith. 131 Ralph Easley of the National Civic Federation wrote to Thomas Lamont after visiting Italy, "I think, were we in Italy, we would all be with Mussolini." 132 And Judge Elbert Gary of United States Steel remarked while in Rome in 1923 that we have here a wonderful renaissance of youthful energy and activity. A master hand has, indeed, strongly grasped the helm of the Italian state. Gary added that he felt like turning to my American friends and asking them whether they don't think we, too, need a man like Mussolini. 133. American policymakers were, however, premature in their assessment of Mussolini's control over Italy. Their unbounded optimism about Italy's future was checked in 1924 when Italian opponents of Mussolini attempted to move the political pendulum back toward the center. The Mattardi affair of June 1924 presented the Mussolini regime with its greatest domestic crisis. On June 10, 1924, a gang of fascist thugs abducted and murdered Giacomo Mattardi, a reformist socialist deputy in Italy's parliament. His disappearance immediately aroused suspicions among his fellow party members who knew he was preparing to make a speech in parliament about financial irregularities by many high fascist officials. Earlier in the month Mattardi had delivered a bitter address attacking the government's conduct of the recent Italian elections and the continuing decline of liberty in Italy. Many prominent fascists were implicated and arrested in connection with Mattardi's murder, including Cesare Rossi, director of the Fascist Press Bureau, and Filippo Filippelli, a well-known fascist newspaper publisher and government official. Both were considered by American officials to be extreme fascists. 134. The new American ambassador to Italy, Henry Fletcher, a career diplomat and prominent member of the Republican Party, reported to Washington on June 20 that although many prominent fascists were being implicated in the murder, Mussolini remained untouched by guilt. The ambassador noted with relief that Mussolini would weather the storm. There was no combination strong enough to replace him. 135 In a long letter to the Secretary of State on June 23, Fletcher acknowledged that the fascist party has been dealt a staggering blow. He concluded, however, that he did not believe the people generally wished to return to the parliamentary incompetence and social disorder which brought on the fascist revolution. 136 The main problem was whether Mussolini could hold the party together and maintain his power. If he failed to do so, Fletcher feared political unrest would again overtake Italy. The Western European division of the State Department concluded in October that Mussolini had a fairly stiff struggle with Farinacci and the Wild Men, and noted that another crisis could bring the entire situation into a state not far from political chaos. 137. The crisis appeared to subside, and William Castle was optimistic when he visited Italy in November 1924. Castle was taken with both the beauty of Rome and the work of Mussolini. "What a place this is," Castle noted in his diary upon arriving in the Italian capital. "I should like to be ambassador here just for the joy of spending 4 years here, and that in spite of the Italians." In his meeting with Mussolini, Castle informed the Italian dictator that what he had done to bring order in Italy, to set people to work and to make a beginning of settling the grave economic situation, had been much appreciated in America by those who had known Italy before. Mussolini responded positively, telling Castle that Italy had known no strikes for 2 years and that he had put the people hard at work. Discipline was necessary, too, Duce stated, playing to American prejudices, because the Italians have not the self-control of the Anglo-Saxons and have to learn to work. 138. Castle agreed, noting afterward that the fall of the government would throw Italy into a state of anarchy worse than that from which it emerged 2 years ago. He found Mussolini passionately patriotic, and if he is conscious of the fact that he is the man of the hour, he is still conscious of the truth. He had saved Italy, the one country which had put the war behind it. In an enigmatic reading of recent events in Italy that ignored the numerous murders and arrests of opposition members, Castle claimed that the socialists are not crushed by the fascisti in Italy, they are at work and are, therefore, not interested in the tirades of the demagogues. 139. It was not long, however, before the next crisis for Mussolini's regime came and tested American faith. In December, Rossi, who believed he was being made a political scapegoat by Mussolini, published a paper that directly implicated Mussolini in the many assaults carried out by the Fascist Party on members of the opposition. Fletcher immediately telegraphed the State Department that Mussolini's position was more seriously threatened than at any previous time by Rossi's charges. Castle briefly worried that these charges may be the straw that will break Mussolini's back. 140 The embassy's analysis of events reflected Child's old view of the divisions within the Fascist Party, reporting that as a result of Rossi's charges, the government is threatened by a split between extremists and moderates. This development, the department feared, could lead to the fall not only of Mussolini but of the whole government. 141. Subsequent events, however, demonstrated the unity of purpose within the fascist movement. Instead of putting Mussolini on the defensive as the department feared, the Rossi Memorial led directly to Mussolini's final crackdown on his political opposition. Even the limited constitutional law and rights that had remained in Italy were now abolished. Mussolini rallied his supporters in a New Year's speech with the promise to bring peace to Italy, by force if necessary. In the days and weeks that followed, groups of fascists violently repressed all those seen as enemies of Mussolini and fascism and destroyed the few remaining opposition newspapers. The American Embassy in Rome, in a February 1925 message to the State Department, indicated that it fully comprehended the totalitarian dimensions of Mussolini's words and actions. Fascism has seized the neck of the bottle of political control. During the last 2 months it has effectively stifled hostile elements in restricting the right of free assembly, in abolishing freedom of the press, and in having at its command a large military organization. 142. Mussolini's chokehold on the neck of the bottle of political control in Italy and his use of methods supposedly reserved to the extreme fascists should have obliterated any notion of a split among fascists between moderates and extremists. Rossi's admissions made it clear that the Fascist Party was united in its desire to destroy all opposition and its willingness to use force when necessary. Yet no U.S. communications characterized Mussolini's behavior as extreme. The entire analytical basis of American support for Mussolini had proved erroneous, but in the crisis it did not seem to matter. American officials accepted Mussolini's crackdown as another step to prevent Italy from sliding back into a situation that would allow various groups to compete effectively for power. Their first priority was order and anti-communism in Italy. Any democratic alternative to fascism was seen as political chaos, which might bring the socialists to power. Fletcher's personal letter to the new Secretary of State, Frank B. Kellogg, in July 1925, demonstrated the anti-Bolshevik mindset in which American policy had now become locked. The ambassador belittled the opposition as old, flabby, and discredited men who had attempted, but had been unable, to unhorse Mussolini. Fletcher then summarized the events of the past year as a simple choice which the people of Italy had faced between two stark opposites, a choice between Mussolini and fascism and Giolitti and socialism, between strong methods of internal peace and prosperity and a return to free speech, loose administration, and general disorganization. Peace and prosperity were preferred. The country was thankful to have escaped so quickly, under fascism, from the danger and disorganization of Bolshevism that it had no desire to turn back. 143 strong methods of internal peace, Fletcher's euphemism for the violent suppression of the anti-fascist opposition and democratic rights, were preferred by American policymakers to the danger of free speech and possible domestic instability. Indeed, Fletcher was now laying the blame for Italy's crisis at the feet of the opposition, not the fascists. Given this understanding of Italian affairs, it is not surprising that American policymakers held firm to their favorable analysis of Mussolini and failed to re-evaluate their views on Mussolini and fascism in the wake of the Mattardi crisis. Events in Italy had come to their logical conclusion, and the State Department saw no reason to change its position. Stability, economic recovery, and enlarged economic opportunities for American traders and investors were advantages U.S. policymakers were unwilling to sacrifice to defend political democracy in Italy. When former Prime Minister Francesco Nitti wrote to Kellogg in 1925 from his refuge in Switzerland criticizing Mussolini's regime and the end of Italian democracy and calling upon the United States to join in protest, he was ignored. William Castle remembered him as the man who nearly wrecked what was left of Italy after the war and remarked in a memorandum to Kellogg that he denies any connection with the Bolsheviks but is undoubtedly very persona grata in Moscow for the fact that he is a troublemaker. 144 The next year Secretary Kellogg labeled all groups opposing Mussolini as communists, socialists, and anarchists. 145 No attempt was made to discriminate among the opposition groups or to consider seriously their objections to fascism. But the Mattardi affair had demonstrated how fragile Mussolini's control might prove to be if another major internal crisis occurred in Italy. American leaders urged the Italians to settle the question of Italy's war debts to the United States so private American capital could again be loaned to Italy. Italy received the most favorable debt settlement of any nation, and American private capital was soon flowing into Italy. Republican officials believed that this capital would not only help stabilize the Mussolini government by aiding economic recovery, and therefore provide for increased American trade, but that it would help to maintain the moderates in power and provide the United States with a lever to influence events in Italy and to curb any national chauvinism in the fascists' foreign policy. After a year of renewed worry about instability and social revolution in Italy, policymakers hoped to have loans in hand through which they could limit future swings of the Italian political pendulum. By 1930 American firms had loaned Italy over $460 million, while direct investments by American companies had reached over $121 million, and portfolio investments accounted for almost $280 million more in American investment. 146. The Root Doctrine. The American response to Mussolini's seizure of power and to the emergence of fascism marked the first time U.S. policymakers had developed the logic and rationale for actively supporting a right-wing dictatorship in the modern era. Throughout the interwar years and into the Cold War period, both Republican and Democratic administrations would fall back on similar positions when governments were overthrown by right-wing dictators. The perceived threat of Bolshevism was central to the rationalization for supporting right-wing dictators, along with the idea that Italy was not prepared or developed enough for democracy. Just as Mussolini was portrayed as a moderate who represented traditional authority and provided the firm hand needed for the development of both the economy and the political culture, so would future tyrants receive friendly brushstrokes that covered over their brutality and undemocratic rule. American officials could have selected a variety of policies toward fascism in Italy and did not have to provide both economic and political support to Mussolini. They did so because they were genuinely enthusiastic about Duce and his program in Italy. Hughes, who met Mussolini in 1926 after he retired as Secretary of State, said that he could not help liking Mussolini and got no suggestion that the man had any thought whatever of himself as distinguished from his country. Furthermore, he found that Mussolini had not only the obedience but the enthusiastic support of the majority of the people. 147. As Elihu Root, now the senior foreign policy spokesman of the Republican Party, explained in a 1926 talk to the Council on Foreign Relations in New York, a solution to the persistent problem that had faced American officials since the turn of the century had been found. Speaking on the U.S. obligation to the Philippines, Root declared that duty calls for the application of whatever we have been able to learn upon a very particular subject, and this is, of the way in which competency for self-government may be acquired by man. He reminded the group's business and political leaders that we have had some lessons. We started the reconstruction of the South at the close of the Civil War upon the theory that if you gave the black men the vote, they would be able to take care of themselves and to govern themselves and the country in which they lived, and it proved to be a most dismal step, a terrible mistake, with the most serious evils following. That same idea, he believed, has existed with regard to many countries. Poor Mexico is giving an illustration of the difficulty of finding a simple solution of that problem. Root, however, found one nation to praise. Italy has a revival of prosperity, contentment, and happiness under a dictator, who was the man of the hour to seize upon the fact that the Italians had undertaken to govern themselves without quite having learned the hang of it. 148. 2. The origins of the good neighbor policy. The quest for order in Latin America. Our interests do not lie in controlling peoples, Secretary of State Hughes often stated in explaining his Latin American policy. Our interest is in having prosperous, peaceful, and law-abiding neighbors with whom we can cooperate to mutual advantage. 1. Hughes, therefore, rejected the suggestion that American policy was imperialistic. Responding to the chorus of charges of imperialism by Latin Americans and U.S. critics alike, Hughes argued that imperialism was a phrase which serves as a substitute for thought and suggests the moral indignation which is so often used to cover a multitude of delinquencies in argument. It was, Hughes believed, the shortcomings of Latin Americans that forced the United States to intervene. It is revolution, bloodshed and disorder that bring about the very interposition for the protection of lives and property that is the object of so much objurgation. To the career officers in the State Department voiced similar feelings and were offended by the notion that the United States was an imperial power. Dana Monroe, a longtime fixture in the Latin American division, dismissed charges of imperialism as being made out of ignorance. It was revolutions and financial crises that prompted American intervention for the benefit of the Latin Americans, not an American desire for control. 3. That Hughes and others so often reasserted American innocence of imperialism is telling, but the real significance lies in their narrow view of the proper relationship between the United States and the other nations of the Western Hemisphere. Of particular importance was the Caribbean Basin, where American forces had intervened no fewer than 12 times in 7 different nations and where the United States maintained financial supervision of 3 nations, the Dominican Republic, Haiti, and Nicaragua, when the Republicans came to power. Henry L. Stimson, Secretary of State from 1929 to 1933, noted that the Caribbean area was the one spot external to our shores which nature has decreed to be most vital to our national safety, not to mention our prosperity. Unrest and instability in the region, therefore, created a serious problem and made a means for maintaining order necessary. Unfortunately, according to Stimson, Mexico, Central America, and the Caribbean nations were the areas where the difficulties of race and climate have been greatest, for as Stimson lamented at another point, the situation did not improve even after American involvement, I am getting quite blue over the bad way in which all of Latin America is showing up. Disorder was growing, yet if we try to take the lead for them, at once is a cry against American domination and imperialism. 5. The United States had to find a new means to establish order in the region. Military interventions failed to provide a long-term solution and further exacerbated the problem of instability. In addition to being costly, the sending of American forces raised anti-US sentiment in the region. The quest for order in a framework acceptable to Washington but without direct American intervention would lead the United States to support brutal dictatorships in the region, most notably in Nicaragua, El Salvador, and Cuba. Similar to the situation in Italy, the specter of Bolshevism and the argument that the people were not yet ready for democracy underlay the United States policy toward these nations from 1927 to 1936 and the eventual support of right-wing dictators. After striving to establish a democratically elected government in Managua and Havana and to uphold the democratic process for changing governments in San Salvador, the United States reversed its course in the face of growing unrest. The need to secure stability and American interests without direct military action brought about these reversals. Finally, American officials resolved the conflict between self-determination, in the form of radical nationalism, and American interests by opting to support the military dictatorships of Anastasio Somoza Garcia in Nicaragua, Maximiliano Hernández Martínez in El Salvador, and Fulgencio Batista in Cuba, choosing to ignore their bloody roads to power in favor of a political climate that imposed order and combated Bolshevism. By 1933, dictators ruled at least 15 of the 20 Latin American republics. Many of them had come to power in the last 2 years. 6 There were no assurances that this upheaval was over or that the momentum might not swing to left-wing or radical nationalist movements. Given these circumstances and concerns, Franklin Roosevelt accepted and extended the policies and ideas of his Republican predecessors in most areas of the world. The tension between the U.S. desire for democratic governments and its quest for stability and non-radical political change was drawn even tighter during the 1930s. There would be no fundamental changes in the ideology and policies toward right-wing dictatorships. The Roosevelt administration endorsed the Republican solutions to the problems in Nicaragua and El Salvador and followed those models in formulating its own policy toward the unrest in Cuba in 1933–34. Nicaragua, the best man for the position. Since the first landing of American Marines in Nicaragua in 1912, the United States had sought to impose stability in that nation. 7 But direct military intervention was seen by the State Department in the 1920s as paradoxically part of the problem that created instability as much as part of the solution. In place of military force, Republican leaders searched for methods to maintain stability while ensuring the continued American domination of the region. Order and respect for international law, the primary concerns of Hughes, would ensure protection of American security interests and exports to all the nations of Central America. Hughes sought to remedy this problem through treaties with these nations. In December 1922, he sponsored a conference in Washington to discuss regional stability, guarantees for order and the protection of property, and how to combat revolutions. All the nations agreed that they would not recognize any governments that resulted from coups d'état. Although the United States did not actually sign the treaty, it agreed to abide by this provision. Hughes hoped that the treaty would remove the necessity for continued United States intervention. He believed that the lack of Washington's recognition and an always implied threat of American intervention would deter unconstitutional seizures of power, improve the stability of the region, provide stability for existing governments, and thus promote the growth of trade and economic development. 8 That political change could occur in most of these nations only by revolution did not dissuade Hughes. Stability, the rule of law, and increased economic activity were of primary importance. Even though Hughes recognized that the formal processes of constitutional government are so susceptible of abuse by those holding power that revolution has frequently appeared to be the only remedy, he still believed that the 1923 Washington Treaty would promote stability as opposed to the side of bloodshed and disorder. 9 Stimson also believed the treaty had a positive effect. Many a contemplated revolution has been abandoned, he argued in 1931, because of a simple reminder by a minister from this country that even if successful the new government would not be recognized. In many more cases, the knowledge of the existence of the policy prevented even the preparation for a revolution or coup d'état. 10. Along with internal upheavals, another potential source of trouble in the region was Mexico. Hughes feared that Mexico was involved in a socialistic experiment, having claimed the right to confiscate land and subsoil minerals. 11 Relations had broken down between Mexico and the United States during the Wilson administration, and Hughes continued the policy of non-recognition of the Obregon government. The Secretary of State could not understand the Mexican position and why Mexico City refused to follow the leadership of Washington. He saw not the slightest reason why there should be antagonism between the peoples or the governments of the United States and Mexico. The nature of a friendly relationship appeared obvious. Mexico is a land of great resources which need development. Citizens of the United States who are not adventurers, and are not seeking opportunities of exploitation to the disadvantage of Mexico, have capital to invest. But confidence is essential to sound economic relations. 12 The problem was that Mexico's claims threatened American property and undercut any confidence in its government. The situation only worsened during the administration of Calvin Coolidge. His Secretary of State, Frank B. Kellogg, warned that Mexico's alien land and petroleum laws created a serious situation which placed that nation on trial before the world. Coolidge's ambassador to Mexico, James Sheffield, blamed the problems in relations on the Mexicans and their Latin Indian mind, filled with hatred of the United States. He believed that the main factors are greed and an Indian, not Latin, hatred of all people not on the reservation. There is very little white blood in the cabinet. 13 By 1926, the State Department concluded that Mexico was under Soviet influence and presented a danger to the whole region. In a report titled Radical and Socialistic Influences in Mexico, the Division of Mexican Affairs concluded that President Plutarco Elias Calles was the most dangerous man for the future of Mexico and repeated that in fact, it has been stated that he is a much redder Bolshevist than Lenin ever was. 14 Under-Secretary of State Robert Olds claimed in November that Mexico was seeking to establish a Bolshevik authority in Nicaragua to drive a hostile wedge between the U.S. and the Panama Canal. 15 Effective barriers to this danger needed to be erected in Central America. The outbreak of civil war in Nicaragua in late 1926 brought forth fears of Mexican influence and a renewed round of American intervention that culminated in the emergence of the Somoza dictatorship. The fighting centered on the contested presidency of Nicaragua. In 1924, a coalition party of conservatives and liberals had defeated Emiliano Chamorro, only to be overthrown the next year by Chamorro and his supporters. Chamorro, whom the United States refused to recognize under the 1923 treaty, was himself forced from power in 1926 and replaced by the conservative Adolfo Diaz. The former vice president from the 1924 election, liberal Juan Sacasa, with the support of Mexico, claimed that the presidency rightly belonged to him and began a military campaign to oust Diaz. 16. The United States made its preference known by recognizing Diaz and again dispatching troops to Nicaragua, which had been withdrawn in 1925, to help restore order. Coolidge told the press in December 1926 that American intervention was necessary because there is a revolution going on there, and whenever a condition of that kind exists in Central American countries it means trouble for our citizens that are there, and it is almost always necessary for this country to take action for their protection. 17 Olds pointed out the historical reasons for the Coolidge administration's actions in a memorandum prepared on January 2, 1927. The Central American area down to and including the Isthmus of Panama constitutes a legitimate sphere of influence for the United States. Our ministers accredited to the 5 little republics stretching from the Mexican border to Panama, have been advisors whose advice has been accepted virtually as law. We do control the destinies of Central America, and we do so for the simple reason that the national interest absolutely dictates such a course. At this moment a deliberate attempt to undermine our position and set aside our special relationship in Central America is being made. The action of Mexico in the Nicaraguan crisis is a direct challenge to the United States. We must decide whether we shall tolerate or insist upon our own dominant position. Until now, Central America has always understood that governments which we recognize and support stay in power, while those which we do not recognize and support fall. Nicaragua has become a test case. It is difficult to see how we can afford to be defeated. 18. Drawing on Olds's analysis, President Coolidge sent Congress a lengthy message on January 10 explaining his reasons for reintroducing American troops in Nicaragua. The events in Nicaragua, Coolidge claimed, seriously threaten American lives and property, endanger the stability of all Central America. He invoked the obligation of the United States under the 1923 treaties to support the existing government and to oppose the liberals' efforts to remove Diaz from power. There is no question that if the revolution continues, American investments and business interests in Nicaragua will be seriously affected, if not destroyed. Coolidge concluded, therefore, that the United States cannot fail to view with deep concern any serious threat to stability and constitutional government in Nicaragua tending toward anarchy and jeopardizing American interests, especially if such state of affairs is contributed to or brought about by outside influences or by any foreign power. 19. The American economic interest at the time amounted to almost $10 million in direct investments, although the Commerce Department noted that these may be in reality worth many times that value at some future date because many of the land holdings were not yet developed. Its estimates ran as high as $20 million. 20. Secretary of State Kellogg rounded out the president's analysis when he delivered a report to the Senate on January 12 titled Bolshevik Aims and Policies in Mexico and Latin America. The outside influences and foreign power the president referred to were identified as Bolshevism and Mexico. Kellogg argued that through Mexico, Bolshevik leaders had set out as one of their fundamental tasks the destruction of what they term American imperialism as a necessary prerequisite to revolutionary movement in the world. Thus, support for Diaz was not only support for stability and the protection of American business in Nicaragua but also part of stemming the tide of international communism. 21. Critics, led by Senator William Borah of Idaho, castigated Kellogg and the administration for drawing the specter of communism into the discussion on Nicaragua. Borah pointed out that the Civil War was a product of internal Nicaraguan politics and charged that Kellogg's only purpose in finding Bolsheviks there was to provide cover for the use of Marines to protect American investments. Kellogg's analysis still provided the basis for U.S. policy, but the extensive criticism of the use of troops spurred the Secretary of State to search for a method to resolve the conflict on terms favorable to the United States without the use of force. Toward that end, he sent the former Secretary of War Colonel Henry L. Stimson to Nicaragua in April 1927. Stimson believed he understood the problem the United States faced in finding a resolution to the problem in Nicaragua. According to Stimson, Nicaraguans were not fitted for the responsibilities that go with independence and still less fitted for popular self-government. This situation remained for the next century, with the result being a concentration of practically all the powers of government in presidential dictators and revolution being the only means to change government. 23. On his return from Nicaragua, Stimson would concur with Root's assessment that United States recognition of the independence of the Latin American states had been premature. The Latin Americans were admittedly like children and unable to maintain the obligations which go with independence. 24. This simplistic analysis would guide the Colonel and American policy makers as the United States established the institutions of modern Nicaragua. The United States could, of course, simply have used more troops to ensure Diaz's continuation in power, but that did not get to the root of the evil. Nor did prohibiting revolution by treaty, which merely tended to perpetuate the power of the party or individual who happened to be in control of the government. The State Department feared that without a negotiated settlement, Diaz would lose unless he was provided with massive American military support, which would only inflame critics at home and raise the cry of American imperialism in Latin America. Stimson, therefore, set out to resolve the present crisis through a new election under American supervision and the establishment of a new and impartial police force, to take the place of the forces which the government was in the habit of using to terrorize and control elections. This, too, would be done under American guidance. Stimson concluded that the American restructuring of the politics and institutions of Nicaragua was the only road by which a bloody and devastating revolution could be stopped and ballots substituted for bullets. 25. Stimson quickly set the terms for a settlement after his arrival in Managua. The issue of U.S. recognition of Diaz was not negotiable. He would remain president until American-sponsored elections were held in 1928. Stimson favored the conservatives, who were willing to follow the American lead. As he recorded in his diary, Stimson found all conservatives, wealthy, dreadfully frightened of liberal success. They wanted us not only to give military protection but to run their finances in absolute U.S. control. Were very frank in admitting Nicaraguan incompetence and corruption. 26. He informed Washington that Diaz has behaved well consistently and is evidently willing to entirely subordinate his own personal interests to a constructive peace program. So far as I can see, no other equally intelligent and conciliatory substitute for him could be found or even desired. 27. In addition, both sides had to accept the creation of a U.S. trained and commanded constabulary and the continued presence of U.S. Marines until the Guardia Nacional was prepared to take over peacekeeping chores. The United States was not conducting negotiations between the two sides, it was imposing a settlement. The conservatives, for obvious reasons, agreed immediately with all of Stimson's demands, but the liberals balked at the retention of Diaz as president. It was against Diaz that they had begun the civil war and had been fighting. But in the end, the liberals had little choice. In his meeting with José Moncada, Sacasa's chief general, Stimson left no doubt about his commitment to Diaz. He told Moncada that forcible disarmament would be made of those unwilling to lay down their arms. With the direct threat of more American Marines entering the fighting, Moncada agreed to the American terms. 28. It was during these negotiations with Moncada that Stimson first met Anastasio Somoza. Stimson, a New York corporate lawyer, associate of Elihu Root, and close friend of Theodore Roosevelt, was accustomed to deferential behavior from those he thought inferior to him. He immediately liked Somoza, who sought to ingratiate himself with Stimson. The colonel described Somoza as a very frank, friendly, likable young liberal and noted that, because he spoke fluent English, Somoza impresses me more favorably than almost any other person. 29. So impressed was Stimson that he had Somoza act as his interpreter for the next few days while he finished the agreement. The contrast with his views on Augusto Sandino could not have been greater. Stimson cabled Washington on May 15 that the civil war in Nicaragua is now definitely ended. 30. Yet when the agreement was reached, Sandino, one of Moncada's generals, refused to lay down his arms and vowed to continue to fight until all American troops were withdrawn from Nicaragua. Sandino's promise to continue fighting did not, however, concern Stimson. Sandino was left out of the agreement because Stimson adopted the interpretation that Sandino was a bandit leader who employed plainly unprincipled and brutal activities. He explained to the State Department that his threat to use force if the liberal forces did not disarm was a warning to the bandit fringe. 31. To Stimson, Moncada was an officer and a gentleman while Sandino was a man of the people, and therefore nothing better than a bandit. 32. Responding to Sandino's call for social change, Stimson dismissed him as a man who came back to Nicaragua on the outbreak of the revolution in order to enjoy the opportunities for violence and pillage which it offered. 33. Stimson continued to hold these views when he became Secretary of State under Hoover. He saw American policy as an unqualified success, punctuated only by sporadic outbreaks from the bandit Sandino. 34. Stimson's views of both men were soon adopted by other American officials. Charles Eberhart, the American minister in Managua, wrote Kellogg that Sandino preached communism, and death to the Americans until the rabble of the whole North Country joined him in his plan to massacre Americans there and to set up his own government. 35 The State Department denounced Sandino for using the stealthy and ruthless tactics which characterized the savages who fell upon American settlers in our country 150 years ago. 36 In 193 the State Department was still referring to Sandino and the movement he led in these same terms. An overview of American policy toward Nicaragua discusses Sandino's career in banditry and the chronic bandit depredations of his followers. 37 Somoza, in contrast, emerged as a favorite of the Americans in Nicaragua. In 1932, General Calvin Matthews, the commander of the United States training mission in Nicaragua and also the current head of the Guardia Nacional, and Matthew Hanna, the U.S. minister to Nicaragua, backed Somoza for the position of director of the Guardia upon the final withdrawal of the U.S. Marines at the beginning of 1933. Moncada and the Liberals won the 1928 election, but stability in Nicaragua still rested with the Marines and the National Guard, not the electoral process. The central goals of American policy were the elimination of Sandino and the creation of a force that could maintain a friendly government once American forces were withdrawn. A democratically elected government would be good but was not an essential part of this policy. When Brigadier General Frank McCoy, whom Coolidge placed in charge of the American electoral mission in Nicaragua, asked for additional troops and absolute control over both supervising the elections and training the National Guard in 1928, his requests were quickly granted. As one newspaper at the time reported, McCoy had been made the Mussolini of Nicaragua. The State Department's priorities were clearly set out by Robert Olds, who instructed McCoy that the creation of the National Guard to replace American forces was the most vital feature of the entire program. The Guard would be the cornerstone of stability for the whole country long after the election was over. 38 The most important institutions of modern Nicaragua, the Guardia Nacional and the National Bank of Nicaragua, Limited, whose board of directors was dominated by U.S. citizens and met in New York, were being installed along with the election rules. 39 The result would be the creation of a new type of military leader whom the United States would support. Secretary of State Stimson concluded in 1929 that the National Guard could handle Sandino and provide stability, which would allow for the gradual withdrawal of American troops. 40 In 1931, over the protests of American businessmen in Nicaragua, Stimson announced that the rest of the Marines would be withdrawn by 1933 despite Sandino's continued attacks. In addition to his desire to end the intervention in response to criticisms at home and abroad, larger international problems were forcing the Secretary's hand. As he wrote in his diary, a continuation of the Marines' presence or other American interventions would put me in the absolute wrong in China, where Japan has done all this monstrous work under the guise of protecting her nationals with a landing force. 41 The stability in Nicaragua was still, however, militarily imposed. In Nicaragua, the Americans working with the government found it difficult to get along with President Moncada. His violent temper, drinking, and desire to use the Guardia Nacional against his political opponents forced them to seek out other contacts in the government. The man they turned to was Anastasio Somoza. The selection of Somoza as head of the National Guard placed him in charge of the most important institution in the country. The Marine leadership in Nicaragua worried that the Guard lacked any senior officers who had not been involved in previous civil wars. The graduates of the officer academy were too young and lacked any experience as leaders to take over from the Americans. The chief director and other senior positions would have to be selected by the winner of the 1932 presidential election from a list of men who had previous military experience. The system adopted was the one suggested by the American legation, which meant that the person selected would gain the position of director because of his political position and ties to the winning party. 42. American officials backed Somoza for this position. Hanna wrote the department that he was the best man in the country for the position, a judgment confirmed by General Matthews and others. 43 The leading student of the formation and history of the Guardia Nacional, Richard Millett, has concluded, the United States had given Nicaragua the best trained and equipped army it had even known, but it had also given that nation an instrument potentially capable of crushing political opposition with greater efficiency than ever before in the nation. In addition, the danger of a break between the new chief director and the Nicaraguan president existed before either of them had even taken office. This represented the real heritage left by the United States when the Marines turned over command of the Guardia. 44. Only one obstacle remained in Somoza's way to complete power: Sandino. With the withdrawal of American forces, Sandino agreed, as promised, to enter into negotiations with the government. His main request was that the National Guard be disbanded and that power rest with the elected officials. In 1934, Somoza issued orders for Sandino to be killed. Somoza's men trapped him on the road after a meeting with Sacasa, took him and 2 of his generals to a field, and shot them. Somoza claimed the order received the approval of Arthur Bliss Lane, the U.S. minister in Nicaragua. Lane denied the charge and produced evidence that he had learned of the plan and warned Somoza not to attack Sandino. 45 Nonetheless, after the assassination of Sandino, Somoza remained the man the United States supported in Nicaragua, even if it did not endorse this specific act. When in 1936 Somoza decided to take the presidency, even though he was prohibited as the leader of the Guard, Washington did not protest. Secretary of State Cordell Hull rejected pleas from Nicaraguan civilian leaders that the United States protect them from the military. He wrote that the special relationship between the United States and Nicaragua had ended with the final removal of the Marines. To act now would be interfering in Nicaragua's internal affairs. 46 Indeed, the withdrawal of American forces had made it easier for Somoza to solidify his control over Nicaragua. Fighting broke out in May 1936, and Somoza quickly seized political power. The Roosevelt administration recognized the new government and extended it economic assistance. The United States wanted stability in the region and a government that would protect American economic and strategic interests. It was the job of the National Guard, and not the elected government, to do that once the Marines were withdrawn. In a volatile and ideological world, the need for order was seen as greater than ever. Hoover and Stimson, particularly after the onset of the Great Depression, had tired of the costs and the role of intervention. In addition, the promotion of elections apparently just furthered unrest. Turning to the local military force solved the dilemma of how to maintain order, protect American interests, and defeat Mexican-sponsored Bolshevism without having to send in the Marines. American officials resolved the contradiction between non-intervention and allowing self-determination and the desire for stability by supporting Somoza. The decision created a new type of leader in Latin America that the United States would rely on in times of upheaval. There never were free elections in Nicaragua without the United States Marines, and Somoza and his 2 sons would rule Nicaragua with American support until 1979. The United States had developed an analysis of events to the south that transformed a complex nationalistic revolt into an upheaval by irresponsible groups influenced by communist agitators. Within that prism, the appropriate and necessary course of action seemed clear. Limits of the good neighbor policy. While the political situation in Nicaragua was being stabilized under the direction of the Guardia Nacional, the Hoover administration faced a new crisis in El Salvador. Events there would challenge the Republican policy of non-recognition of governments that come to power by revolution, and in 1932 would bring about a reversal of that policy. Responding to what the State Department viewed as a communist revolt in January 1932, the United States would informally recognize the government of General Maximiliano Hernández Martínez because he was seen as necessary to stability and anti-communism in the region. The Roosevelt administration, acting in the name of the Good Neighbor policy, would accept the policies of the Republicans in Central America and extend formal recognition in January 1934. The Hoover administration's recognition of the dictatorship of General Martínez marked the culmination of a decade-long development of U.S. policy toward right-wing dictatorships in response to the changed international climate and revolutionary challenges that emerged from World War I. Martínez took power after the overthrow of El Salvador's first democratically elected president, Arturo Araujo, in December 1931. In keeping with the 1923 Washington Treaty, the State Department initially refused to recognize Martinez. After the peasant revolt in January 1932, this policy came into conflict with the overriding desire for stability. The department's interpretation, however, of the domestic unrest in El Salvador as being Bolshevist-incited and an assessment of the people of El Salvador as inferior and in need of a firm hand led the Hoover administration to ignore Martinez's responsibility for the matanza that killed 30,000 El Salvadorians and to accept the murderous Martinez as the ruler of El Salvador. Driven by a desire for order and fear of Bolshevism, the policy toward El Salvador led to a cementing of the Republican-developed logic and rationale for supporting right-wing dictatorships. El Salvador, dominated by the so-called 40 families, had been one of the most politically stable nations in Central America. Coffee, which had been introduced in El Salvador in the mid-19th century, was the dominant crop of the nation, accounting for over 90% of all exports by the 1920s. The oligarchy's power rested in its control of the haciendas, which it had solidified in the 1880s, when in defending the principle of private property the government abolished all town communal land holdings. By the end of the 1880s, the state in El Salvador was organized for the encouragement of coffee production, construction of railroads to the ports, elimination of communal lands, laws against vagrancy that permitted the state to force peasants to work for hacendados at low wages, and repression of rural unrest. 47. The costs of these actions to the peasants were high. Tens of thousands were displaced from the lands they farmed, and the production of staple crops such as maize and beans was cut dramatically. During the 1920s, the amount of land devoted to coffee production increased 34%, and El Salvador became dependent on food imports from the United States. 48 While most peasants had survived on seasonal work and subsistence wages, the price of maize increased 100% and beans 225% during the 1920s. Sporadic peasant unrest was met forcefully by the National Guard. In addition to selling staple foods to El Salvador, United States banks loaned $21 million to the government and appointed a fiscal agent to supervise the collection of trade duties. 49. Alberto Masferrer, editor of the daily newspaper Patria, summarized the impact of the expansion of the coffee lands in a January 1929 editorial. "It is extended like the conquistador," he wrote, "spreading hunger and misery, reducing the former proprietors to the worst conditions. Is the income of the campesino, who has lost his land, adequate to provide maize, rice, beans, clothes, medicine, doctor, etc.? So what good does it do to make money from the sale of coffee when it leaves so many people in misery?" 50. The coming of the Great Depression only made the situation worse. Coffee prices dropped from $15.75 per 100 kilograms in 1928 to $5.97 by 1932, devastating to a nation that drew over 80% of its national income from coffee. The income of plantation workers, which had barely provided a subsistence in 1928, was cut in half by 1932. Life for the campesinos was reaching a point of starvation and desperation. 51. These were the key reasons for the peasant revolt of 1932. The domination of El Salvador by the oligarchy had provided political stability in contrast to the unrest in Nicaragua. The oligarchy had established the custom of having each president personally designate his heir, thereby preventing any internal factions from contesting for power. The presidents were thoroughgoing dictators who ruled with an iron hand in the interests of the oligarchy and the military. 52. In 1927, the candidate elected was Pio Romero Bosque. Romero Bosque, however, turned out to be a reformer who desired to open up the political process and hold free elections for the presidency. When the time came, he refused to name a successor. This is not to say that Romero Bosque did not rule with absolute power. The pre-depression years of his presidency featured a government-declared state of siege from December 1927 to February 1929. The American minister, Warren D. Robins, reported that the state of siege was in no way a hindrance to the general activities of the country and, merely facilitates the maintenance of order throughout the country. 53 Romero Bosque was viewed positively by the embassy, which reported that his energetically friendly attitude to the United States drew him criticism from the local intelligentsia. 54 As one report noted in March 1928, the president had a clamp placed on agitators, attempted unfriendly demonstrations suppressed, objectionable articles not permitted in the press by anti-American propagandists. 55 In September, Bosque prevented a lecture on American policy in Nicaragua, deporting the speaker for his attempt. 56 There were, however, problems in El Salvador, according to the American embassy. These problems were all linked to what was seen as Bosque's unwise attempt to open up the political process, a step embassy officials did not believe El Salvador was ready for. Given U.S. support of the oligarchy because of the stability it imposed on El Salvador, the economic advantages it provided Americans, and the paternalistic view State Department leaders held of Latin Americans that led them to believe they were incapable of democracy, the department saw no reason for change. Stimson believed that progress in the Central American republics was impaired by difficulties of race and climate. 57 The department believed, therefore, that attempts at political change should be approached with caution or not at all. In the fall of 1928, the charge d'affaires, Samuel Dixon, reported that many prominent Salvadoreans believed that the government had become entirely too lax with the censorship of the press, with the liberty permitted the students and labor organizations. Even under a declared state of siege, the discontent being manifested against the present order is becoming rather alarming, and it appeared that the nation is drifting into a state of chaos. Dixon concluded that he was inclined to believe it is all too true. The president is drifting on a tide of political discontent. 58 In April 1929, Robbins, in his first report to Secretary of State Stimson, emphasized that President Bosque was not a strong man. Nor is he now very popular with the landowners. Still, Salvador, owing to several good years of coffee crop, is more prosperous than it ever has been, and the rich landowners realize this. The view of the oligarchy was the only one presented in most reports. The minister was optimistic that as long as Bosque did not attempt many changes, he could produce another quiet year. 59 In June, Robbins worried about reports that Bosque was going to refuse to name a successor. He noted that the president disapproved of the custom of succession and desires that a candidate should be chosen who demonstrates justly the choice of the people. This action caused a split in the oligarchy. Bosque was supported by a group of rich landowners, including Arturo Araujo, whom the minister characterized as having little political experience and, therefore, lacking an understanding of the danger such a move presented. As Robbins concluded, this all sounds very well, but what is really the wish of the people of El Salvador is very difficult, if not impossible, question to find out. 60 Considering that the minister on at least one occasion discussed his worry of the danger with Romero Bosque and indicated his support for the tradition of succession, he clearly did not want to find out the answer to the question. 61 The onset of the Great Depression and the fall in the price of coffee, coupled with the now open presidential race, brought about the rise of widespread vocal opposition to the oligarchy's rule and the status quo in El Salvador. Most of the opposition was unorganized peasants and the trade unions in San Salvador. In addition, the Partido Comunista de El Salvador, headed by Agustin Farabundo Martí, was founded in 1929. His party never grew to include much beyond students and intellectuals in the capital. The crash of coffee prices, however, set off a series of protests in the nation. 80,000 people marched in San Salvador on May Day 1930, demanding a minimum wage for agricultural workers, an end to unemployment, and better working conditions. Smaller demonstrations followed in both the capital and small towns, particularly around Isalca in the Sonsonate province. The government moved quickly to put an end to these protests. President Bosque banned all demonstrations and the distribution of leftist literature. Mass arrests were made, and in the 4-month period leading up to the election 1,200 people were jailed. 62 The government's actions cut down the number of demonstrations but did not eliminate unrest in the nation. In March 1930, the New American Charge, W. Schott, wrote to Stimson to report on the first upsurge of protest. There was some cause for concern, but he believed that prompt government action would quickly return calm to the nation. He wrote that he did not believe that radicalism extends widely in the capital nor that the government, by prompt and decisive measures, could not eradicate it entirely. Unfortunately, it has not seen fit to do so. Ignoring the conditions that prompted the protests or the demands being made, Schott laid the blame at the feet of agitators who were spreading subversive doctrines. Even after reporting cases of violence on the large estates, the charge stated that the ordinary Salvadorian does not incline toward change. The danger was that because of their ignorance, they could be aroused by the PCS toward actions they did not understand. Still, the situation could be controlled by no great energetic action. 63. By August, after Bosque had banned all demonstrations, strikes, and distribution of subversive materials, what Schott labeled the suppression of all communist activities in the country, the charge's reports indicated that El Salvador's problems had passed. The chief of police in San Salvador informed him that the president's action affords him a strong weapon with which to deal with persons of communistic tendencies, and that he anticipates eliminating the social evil in a very brief period. 64 Again tying the demonstrations and general unrest to the work of agitators and not real problems, Schott reported that the people are not of the character to embrace communism wholeheartedly. Amazingly, he then reported that the problem of unemployment does not really exist, and the problem of life is not a serious one. 65 If there was no unemployment problem, as he claimed, then there was no basis for protests. The only conclusion to be drawn was the one Schott held to all along, that the basically happy Salvadorians were being stirred up by a small group of agitators. Once they were eliminated, the difficulties would be gone. This paternalistic and inaccurate view of the conditions in El Salvador was widely held by American officials. As late as December 22, 1931, exactly 1 month before the peasant revolt, Major A.R. Harris, the U.S. military attaché for Central America, reported to Washington his observations of El Salvador. His comments are much more revealing than he intended. About the first thing one observes when he goes to San Salvador is the number of expensive automobiles on the streets. There seems to be nothing but packets and Pierce arrows. Nothing between these high-priced cars and the ox cart with its barefoot attendant. There is practically no middle class between the very rich and the very poor. 30 or 40 families own nearly everything in the country. The rest of the population has practically nothing. These poor people work for a few cents a day and exist as best they can. Harris did note that such a situation is ripe for communism, but that the authorities seem to realize that the situation is dangerous and are quite alert in their fight against communistic influences. Besides, according to Harris, the people never go hungry. The poor can always get fruit and vegetables. In addition, since they never had anything, they do not feel the want very acutely of things they have never had. Consequently, they never become desperate. 66. Given such reporting and the prevalent views of American officials, it is no wonder that the State Department could conclude in 1931 that El Salvador's political situation was the best and most stable in the region and would remain so as long as no one tried to institute too much change. The president needed only to maintain the support of the army and the oligarchy. The key to El Salvador's stability was that the assembly was under the complete control of the president and approved whatever he wanted. This meant, the Division of Latin American Affairs concluded, that in general the governments of Salvador have been fairly good, not oppressive to the people and with very little danger of being overthrown by revolution. The Secretary of State agreed. Stimson noted in his diary that El Salvador was the second best of the Central American republics because of its stability. 67 These views would soon be challenged by the peasants of El Salvador. In this climate of unrest and mass arrests, the first genuinely free elections were held in El Salvador in January 1931. 6 candidates entered the race, 3 from the now divided oligarchy, 2 generals, including General Martinez, and Arturo Araujo. While the other 5 represented the status quo and the interests of the oligarchy, Araujo campaigned as a liberal reformer. Even though he was a large landowner, he was known to pay his workers twice the normal wage. Araujo sought to model his political party after the British Labour Party and based much of his platform on Mas Ferrer's ideas of vitalismo, vital minimum, for all people to have a decent life. Labour and the peasants, lacking any political organizations of their own, supported Araujo. After a bitter campaign and a last-minute withdrawal by Martinez to become Araujo's vice president, Araujo led all the candidates with over 100,000 votes to 62,000 for the second candidate and 53,000 for the other 3 combined. Because there was no majority, the election went to the Assembly, where Araujo's election was ensured when the third-place candidate supported him. 68 Araujo's promises of land reform and legalized trade unions proved popular with the masses and indicated that many people in El Salvador desired change more than American officials believed. Inaugurated on March 1, 1931, Araujo's government would last only 9 months. The new government was ill-fated from the outset. On the one hand, the oligarchy went on strike. Refusing to accept the results, El Salvador's elite refused to allow its supporters to take any government jobs, thereby depriving Araujo of most of El Salvador's experienced professionals. On the other hand, having raised the expectations of the poor, Araujo found he could not satisfy his supporters. He was boxed in by the economic crisis of the Depression, which provided the government little capital with which to pursue reforms. Araujo attempted some limited land and tax reform, but the oligarchy succeeded in blocking his moves. As it became clear that Araujo was not going to be able to provide relief to the workers and peasants, protests mounted for immediate change. Peasant strikes and protests in the capital were repressed by the army under the command of Vice President Martinez, who was also Minister of War. By July, martial law was declared. Araujo was relying on traditional methods to maintain his authority. The beleaguered Araujo received little sympathy from the American embassy. His problems, embassy reports indicated, were of his own making because of his attempts at ill-considered reforms. Robbins wrote that the president led many farmers and laborers to think that the millennium was likely once he was elected. 69 By the late spring and summer, reports to Washington emphasized the folly of Araujo's attempt at democracy, the ineptitude of the president, the disaffection of the oligarchy, and the fear of rising unrest, which was tied to communism. The New American Charge, Harold D. Finley, reported in July that Araujo was a very tired and harassed man. 70 Reporting the views of what he termed the intelligent parts of the community, Finley declared that Araujo's government was unpopular and faced charges of corruption, inefficiency, and incapacity to rule. The imbalance of the economy and the intransigence of the oligarchy were not blamed for any of Araujo's difficulties. 71 In the fall, Araujo lost the support of the army. The specific act that hurt him was his cutting of the military budget. On December 2, 1931, the army ousted Araujo and established General Martinez as the new president. Martinez was known as an eccentric who sold patent medicines and was a committed theosophist. He was called El Brujo by most people. Martinez's belief in reincarnation led him to respond to criticism of the Matanza by stating that it is a greater crime to kill an ant than a man, because the man is born again at death, while an ant dies forever. 72 Martinez may have had little to do with organizing the coup, and he certainly was not involved in the specific plans of the junior officers who carried it out, but suspicion concerning his role remained and provided part of the reason for U.S. non-recognition of his government. The junior officers were well aware that they would receive the support of the generals and the oligarchy because they all shared a distrust of Araujo and what they saw as his socialistic policies. 73 Because Martinez was vice president and minister of war in Araujo's government and was thought to have played a role in the planning, the State Department, in the midst of the Manchurian crisis, invoked the 1923 Washington Treaty and denied his government recognition. The other Central American leaders, believing the treaty protected them, joined with the United States. From the outset of the Army Rebellion, Stimson was frustrated with the actions of the new American minister, Charles Curtis. Curtis had failed to inform the leaders of the revolt that the United States would uphold the Hughes Doctrine, as Stimson called it, of not recognizing any revolutionary government. This was a lost chance, Stimson wrote in his diary, because we have often been able to prevent a revolution by notifying the conspirators that even if they were successful, they wouldn't get any recognition. 74 Stimson wired Curtis that he needed to make this policy clear to the leaders of the revolt. 75. Curtis replied with a lengthy dispatch the next day in which he argued that the revolution was in fact constitutional because the army had the right to protect the social order and had appointed the vice president, and that Araujo's great incompetence made him more unpopular than he deserved to be, and was easily overthrown. As for the 1923 treaty, Curtis admitted that this matter was constantly on my mind, but that he regretted to report that did not bring it up to the attention of the revolutionary leaders until the success of the revolution was already certain. The minister defended himself by arguing that it was not clear who was in charge at the outset and that such notification would have had no impact. Curtis took the position that without any definite evidence, Martinez should be assumed innocent of complicity with the revolution. In addition, Martinez pledged to continue loan payments to American bankers and to hold new local elections. 76. These reports infuriated Stimson. He thought the situation in El Salvador was critical and again expressed his belief that had Curtis acted promptly when the revolution was brewing, he could have headed it off with the threat of non-recognition by the United States. Moreover, Stimson expressed surprise at Curtis's cables which indicated his sympathy with the revolution. 77. The Secretary of State informed Curtis that new elections would not change the interpretation of the State Department that the 1923 treaty barred Martinez from being president. Stimson instructed Curtis to ascertain how General Martinez believed a regime which can be recognized can be brought into office. 78. Non-recognition placed the United States in a difficult position. Martinez had the support of both the military and the oligarchy and thus the power to defy American wishes and remain in power. Without the threat of military intervention, clearly out of the question given Stimson and Hoover's position on the Far East and Nicaragua, how could the United States effectively influence events in El Salvador to uphold its policy while still ensuring stability? The problem could be solved only through a change in policy. In his first effort to resolve this problem and arrange for a government in El Salvador that the United States would recognize, Stimson sent Jefferson Caffery to San Salvador on December 19, 1931 as a special representative of the Department of State. Caffery, who was currently the United States Minister to Colombia, was a former minister to El Salvador and enjoyed the confidence of Stimson that Curtis lacked to carry out the Secretary's policy. 79. Despite protests that the United States had no desire to interfere in the internal affairs of El Salvador, the Caffery mission was designed to obtain Martinez's removal and the creation of a new government headed by somebody, civilian or military, who could be recognized by the United States under the terms of the treaty. Caffery immediately sought Martinez's resignation when he arrived. He told the general directly that under no circumstances could recognize him. His initial meetings, however, brought no movement by the president. Caffery informed Stimson that unfortunately the better elements here are now supporting General Martinez because he offers for the moment a stable government. With Martinez refusing to step down, citing that as vice president he automatically became president when Araujo left the country, Caffery realized that any further efforts directed toward getting Martinez to resign would prove futile. The special representative turned his attention to the young officers who organized the December 2 revolt. 80. Caffery sought, in effect, another coup to remove Martinez and replace him with somebody who was not associated with Araujo's government and was, therefore, eligible for U.S. recognition. Caffery was able, so he believed, to convince the officers to force Martinez out and replace him with someone who was qualified under the treaty. 81 He informed the officers that the Department of State would be glad to recognize anyone not debarred by the treaty. Responding to the tactfully expressed concern relating to the well-known charges regarding the United States forcing its will on the smaller Latin American countries, Caffery assured them that the United States had not the slightest desire of doing anything of the kind. We are backing no candidates. 82 United States policy was in no way motivated by a concern to re-establish the democratic process, but rather by maintaining a treaty that was seen as a bulwark against revolutions and help preserve U.S. dominance in the region. Caffery returned to Washington, D.C., on January 8, 1932. Stimson termed his rescue mission a success because it had convinced the people who are in control there to abide by our views of the situation. 83 Caffery, however, had been unable to obtain a commitment from the officers to a specific time or person to replace Martinez, and they made no move to oust the general. More than likely, they had told Caffery what he wanted to hear, not what they intended to do. Accustomed to the United States dominating events in the region, Stimson believed El Salvador would have to yield to U.S. desires. The failure of Caffery's mission did not signal the end of American pressure. Stimson wrote the newest charge, William McCafferty, on January 13 that under no circumstances be recognized and that the department hoped that a government the United States could recognize may be established in Salvador at the earliest possible moment. 84 Lacking a military threat or economic lever because of the Great Depression, Stimson could do little more. Yet a gradual shift in the American position was beginning to appear. Equating all unrest with communism, embassy reports regularly featured the danger of a communistic uprising. This fear led to a re-evaluation of Martinez. Summarizing the concerns of the embassy staff, McCafferty reported on January 20 that for the past 3 years and especially during the Araujo administration, communism has been permitted to spread throughout Salvador. The leaders, particularly the notorious Agustin Marti, had succeeded in inciting the farm laborers to take over control of several large coffee plantations, and only government force had kept control of the situation. Labeling the problem serious, McCafferty was genuinely worried about a revolt. 85. On January 22, 1932, thousands of Salvadorian peasants, armed mainly with machetes, attacked local government and army outposts in the western coffee regions of El Salvador. They were able briefly to hold a few towns, the largest being Sonsonate, a town of 20,000 and a commercial center of the coffee area. While Marti and some other leaders of the insurrection were communists, the vast majority of the peasants were not. Unemployment, lack of land, starvation, and other long-standing political and economic grievances, not communist ideology, motivated the Indians and campesinos who revolted. The PCS tried to organize this discontent, but it did not create it, and its inability to control events became clear when the party's last-minute decision to call off the insurrection failed either to reach the peasants or to stop them. 86. The rebellion was quickly crushed by the government. The insurrection had led to the killing of 100 people. 87 The matanza that followed claimed up to 30,000 lives. Wearing Indian dress, running from the security forces, or being suspected of left-wing beliefs made one a potential victim. Raymond Bonner describes a scene where the roadways and drainage ditches were littered with bodies, gnawed at by buzzards and pigs. Hotels were raided, individuals with blonde hair were dragged out and killed as suspected Russians. Men were tied thumb to thumb, then executed, tumbling into mass graves they had first been forced to dig. 88 unions and all other political organizations were banned in the country. In the United States, a massacre of the same percentage of the population would have claimed 4.4 million lives. The U.S. government, while trying to censor the full extent of the slaughter, argued that such severe repression was necessary because the peasants who revolted were communists. 89 American officials, having defined all unrest in El Salvador as communist incited and having no relationship to the actual conditions of the country, and unwilling to side with or understand indigenous radicalism, accepted Martinez's explanation. The basis for a change in policy had been laid. McCafferty set the tone with a report on January 23 which labeled the rebellion as communist. He ironically urged the State Department to help the government in any way because it might prevent the threatened establishment of a communistic state here, accompanied by much bloodshed. The charge requested that American warships be sent to El Salvador and financial aid be extended to the government. 92 days later, he reported that the large landowners against whom the venom of the communists is naturally directed remain scared. 91. The charge's reports created alarm in Washington. Responding to what Under-Secretary of State William Castle termed the serious situation in Salvador resulting from the communistic outbreak, 3 American warships carrying Marines were dispatched from the Special Service Squadron in Panama to El Salvador. 92 Stimson hoped that the Marines would be unnecessary, for it would make a bad impression in Latin America, but their dispatch was a precaution should the government lose control of the situation. 93 There was as well a search within the State Department for information on communism in El Salvador to support the reports being received from San Salvador. R. M. DeLambert of the Division of Latin American Affairs drew up a 5-page memorandum, The Growth of Communism in El Salvador, on January 26, 1932, for his superiors. Relying heavily on hearsay and fragmentary evidence, much of it supplied by Robert Kelly's Division of Eastern European Affairs, the memorandum linked all recent unrest to communists who had infiltrated El Salvador from Mexico. DeLambert dismissed any suggestion that local conditions had contributed to the unrest, while practically all of the more valuable land of the country is held by a very small percentage of proprietors and wealth is concentrated in a few hands, and the very great majority of the people are extremely poor. Nevertheless, even at this time, there appears to be very little unemployment in the country and, due to the nature of the climate and the fertility of the soil, there is practically no suffering from hunger or cold. 94. The press was informed by the State Department that there had indeed been a genuine communist revolt, not a popular rebellion. Department officials laid the blame on leadership from Mexico. The situation had been serious, but the Martinez government was taking energetic action to suppress the rebellion. 95 In a review of accomplishments at the end of Hoover's presidency, the State Department continued to label the uprising as a communist revolt and argued that they committed many atrocities. The Matanza was ignored. Instead, the report noted only that the government suppressed the uprising with utmost severity in a relatively short time and succeeded in restoring order. This display of efficiency strengthened Martinez's position in the Republic. 96. Martinez's actions not only strengthened his position domestically, he was declared constitutional president by the Assembly on 5 February but also brought about a reversal in American policy. Stimson's changing position was apparent immediately when he noted on January 25 that the communistic revolution in Salvador produces a rather nasty problem, because the man who is president and who is the only pillar against the success of what seems to be a rather nasty proletarian revolution is Martinez, whom we were unable to recognize under the 1923 Rule 97. He wrote the U.S. minister in Guatemala that the question of recognition was now a difficult one because Martinez appears to have strengthened his position, as a result of having put down the recent disorders, and he apparently has a favorable majority in the recently elected Salvadorian Congress. 98. Of course there was no opposition to challenge him. By the beginning of February, McCafferty was reporting that the government was firmly in control and that order would be maintained as long as there were sufficient funds to pay the armed forces. 99. He argued that the department should relax its legalistic opposition toward Martinez. The general was willing to give up the formal position of president while retaining actual control of the government. He would appoint the first designate as president, return to the vice presidency, and, therefore, be able to resume the presidency should the first designate resign in say 6 or 7 months. McCafferty informed Martinez that this plan would be seen as only an attempt to get around the treaty and that he doubted the administration would accept it. Yet he advised the department to agree. McCafferty, who never investigated the extent of the massacre, held to the position that communism still presented a problem in El Salvador and that Martinez was both popular and necessary for continued order. The situation was extremely difficult for the maintenance of U.S. non-recognition, McCafferty concluded, because of the fact that Martinez has been giving a very efficient and honest administration and the people of the country are generally back of him 100. Stimson replied that the United States could not support Martinez's proposal. It is clear that the plan contemplates an evasion of the terms of the treaty and would consist of U.S. recognition of Martinez's government. Yet Stimson wanted it made clear to Martinez that the department's actions were not motivated by any unfriendliness against General Martinez, for whom it has great regard. McCafferty informed Martinez that he believed the only thing he could do was resign outright. 101. At this time, El Salvador announced that it was suspending payments on its 1922 loan from U.S. banks. A government decree on February 27 ordered that all customs duties that formerly were paid to the bank's American representative be paid to the Treasury. American bankers insisted that the State Department act to ensure repayment on the defaulted loan. The State Department, however, declined to become involved. Although the stated reason was that it could not intervene with a government it did not recognize, the department may also have been acting out of its concern for the financial stability of Martinez's government, which it saw, whether recognized or not, as a bulwark against Bolshevism. 102. Further actions by the department support this interpretation. In early March, Stimson was willing to accept a different plan that allowed for recognition of a government in which Martinez maintained power. On March 8, McCafferty telegraphed Stimson that Martinez had decided to resign the presidency outright. He would, instead, become the Minister of War in the new government. With the situation in El Salvador, in McCafferty's estimation, going from bad to worse without recognition, he wanted the department's opinion so that the process could proceed. He noted that it might take several weeks for the transfer to occur. The army and the oligarchy were, however, divided on who should assume the presidency, the first designate, Colonel Fidel Garay, or Colonel José Menéndez. Stimson responded that the State Department had no objection to that arrangement. 103. When McCafferty met with Martinez on April 2 to discuss why the promised change had not occurred and when he could inform the State Department to expect the reorganization, Martinez replied that a change at that time would be a disaster. He argued that communism remained a serious problem, that the army wanted him to remain, and that he had the support of the public. In response to McCafferty's persistent queries as to whether he was going to step down, Martinez again said that he would after he worked matters out with the younger officers. The new target date was June. On June 8, Martinez announced that he was no longer going to try to find an arrangement to satisfy the 1923 treaty and that he would remain in office until the end of his term in 1935. Stability and the desire of the overwhelming majority of the people were his stated reasons for this move. McCafferty reported that non-recognition was not seen as a problem by Martinez and his advisors. 104. Stimson was faced with the decision of withdrawing the charge and closing the legation or leaving McCafferty in San Salvador and thereby extending informal recognition to Martinez. Not removing McCafferty, supporters argued, would destroy the 1923 treaty and undermine U.S. ability to influence events in the region short of military intervention. It was, in effect, a choice between increasing American pressure and forcing Martinez out or accepting him in power. The Secretary of State had, however, already reached the conclusion that Martinez was necessary for stability in El Salvador. Stimson had been trying since February to reach a solution that would technically satisfy the treaty without forcing Martinez to give up power. It is not surprising, therefore, that a decision was reached almost immediately to keep the legation open. Edwin Wilson, chief of the Latin American division of the State Department, acknowledged that closing the legation would prove to be merely a futile gesture that would easily be defied and would commit the United States to a position which it might be awkward to recede from. 105. In addition, such a move could be seen as a signal of disapproval of Martinez and as the beginning of stronger measures to remove him. Both of these points ran counter to the views of the department that Martinez's continuation in power was necessary for the stability and development of El Salvador. In November 1932, Costa Rica and El Salvador announced that as of January 1, 1934, they would no longer recognize the 1923 Washington Treaty. The State Department noted that if the treaty was abrogated, it would resume its freedom of action and judge each case upon its merits. 106 On January 8, 1934, Sumner Welles forwarded a State Department plan to President Roosevelt that would allow the United States to recognize Martinez formally. Nicaragua would recommend to Guatemala and Honduras that they continue to recognize the treaty among themselves but not enforce with respect to relations with El Salvador and Costa Rica. Noting that reports from El Salvador indicate that General Martinez has given his country a relatively efficient government and is strongly supported by public opinion, Welles argued that normalized relations would constitute another and important step in the establishment of normal, friendly relations among all the nations of America. Roosevelt approved of the plan. On January 24, following the initiative of Nicaragua, the three Central American states recognized Martinez's government, and the United States did the same on 26 January. 107. Instead of hurting his standing with the United States, the Matanza bolstered Martinez's position. It did not bring forth condemnation and statements that it was proof that the United States was correct in not backing such a government, but rather a growing approval of the general and proposals for skirting around the legal problem of recognition. Finding no such method, the State Department simply quit in its efforts to retire Martinez, and in June 1932 informally recognized his regime. Without any debate, the Roosevelt administration recognized Martinez as soon as it was able to avoid the treaty restrictions. In the meantime, lack of formal recognition had not prevented the United States from demonstrating its support of Martinez. The dictator was now seen as essential for social peace and the development of El Salvador. His brutal regime, which began a 50-year rule by the military in El Salvador, marks the beginning of modern history in El Salvador. In eliminating his opposition, Martinez began the polarization of El Salvadorian society that erupted in civil war in the 1970s and 1980s. The perceived benefits of stability, trade, and anti-Bolshevism overrode the problems of constitutionality and the desire to help limit arbitrary power in Central America. The Roosevelt administration again accepted the Republican answer to the difficult problem of providing stability without direct American military intervention. Moreover, it was clear that while the United States nominally supported democracy and hoped to promote and protect it internationally, Washington was more concerned with instability and the danger of freedom in what it perceived to be politically immature nations. The key to development anywhere was order, which would minimize distress during difficult periods of transition to modern economic and, eventually, political states. Until then, evidence indicated that strong rule was necessary in many nations to ensure that they did not attempt self-rule until they were free of the dangers from the left. The United States would support authoritarian rulers as long as order was preserved. They did not form alliances with any power that threatened the United States, and investments and trade were protected. The policy pendulum had swung fully to a position of support for right-wing dictators. Good neighbor Batista. During his inauguration speech on March 4, 1933, Roosevelt announced that U.S. relations with the other American republics would be based on the policy of the good neighbor, who resolutely respects himself and, because he does so, respects the rights of others. 108 Sumner Welles, an old friend of Roosevelt's, who would oversee the establishment of this policy, had recommended to the newly elected president that his top priority should be the creation and maintenance of the most cordial and intimate friendship between the United States and other republics of the American continent. 109 Seeking to improve relations with Latin America so as to increase international trade, aid economic recovery at home, and forestall unrest, the administration renounced the use of unilateral American intervention in the affairs of those nations. The announcement of the Good Neighbor policy received a positive reception on both sides of the Rio Grande. The seemingly bold declaration was in reality a continuation of Stimson's policy of ending direct American intervention while still preserving influence and stability. Only the methods, not the desired objectives of influence and stability, had changed. Roosevelt's desire to end military intervention was similar to Stimson's. As early as 1928, he had stated that single-handed intervention by us in the internal affairs of other nations must end. With the cooperation of others we shall have more order in this hemisphere and less dislike 110. The others too often turned out to be dictators. Roosevelt made his concerns clear in December 1933. He announced that the definite policy of the United States from now on is one opposed to armed intervention. The problem of order remained. Roosevelt backed away from Wilson and Hughes when he stated that the maintenance of constitutional government in other nations is not a sacred obligation devolving upon the United States alone. He then slightly shifted the central concern when he noted that the maintenance of law and the orderly processes of government in this hemisphere is the concern of each individual nation. 111. This view left plenty of room for military rule and those who obtained power outside of constitutional means, such as Somoza and Martinez, as long as they followed policies that did not threaten American interests. Roosevelt's own thinking about the region reveals the most important continuities. The president shared his generation's basic views and prejudices concerning the world. Roosevelt traveled to Europe 8 times as a child and continued to travel to Europe, and once to Latin America, as an adult until stricken with polio. Like many, he confused this cosmopolitan behavior with knowledge about the world and its people. His view was in fact a rather limited one that saw the world through a Eurocentric lens. Similar to others who made American policy, Roosevelt assumed that because he and his advisors were reasonable men, all reasonable people in other nations would concur with their understandings of events and issues. When they did not, it was clear that the problem stemmed from either character flaws or racial inferiority. As one biographer has noted, Roosevelt believed in the universality of American values and that peoples the world over would embrace those values if only they had an opportunity to do so. 112. During the Wilson administration, Roosevelt, as Assistant Secretary of the Navy, advocated military intervention in Mexico during the upheavals of its revolution, noting that sooner or later the United States must go down there and clean up the Mexican political mess. He based these comments on his conviction that U.S. intervention was beneficial for civilizing backward people. For example, he remarked that Haitians were a little more than primitive savages before the arrival of American occupation forces. 113. Given his positive view toward intervention, it was no wonder that he claimed during his 1920 vice presidential campaign that I wrote Haiti's constitution myself, and if I do say it, I think it was a pretty good constitution. 114. Once in office, Roosevelt's and other American officials' attitudes remained unchanged. Indeed, the adoption of the good neighbor policy in many ways served to reinforce the ideas of Latin Americans' inferiority and the need for a strong hand to guide them now that the United States would no longer intervene to solve their problems. In discussions with Henry Stimson, Roosevelt asked whether Haiti was now stable and the job of American troops was finished. Stimson replied that he did not believe the stability was permanent and asked Roosevelt if he knew any self-governing Negro community which had stayed put. Roosevelt answered that he did not. Later he informed Stimson that while he agreed with the policy of removing American Marines from Nicaragua, Haiti, and the Dominican Republic so as to remove any legitimate grounds for criticizing United States policy, he believed that Latin Americans would always be jealous of us and therefore critical. 115. In developing his policy, Roosevelt relied on Wells. Wells had experience in the State Department working in Latin America and was active during the 1920s writing about United States policy and developing the good neighbor idea. In a 1924 debate with Samuel Inman in the Atlantic Monthly, Wells rejected the charge that U.S. policy toward Latin America could be characterized as imperialism. That, he believed, was true only for the period 1898 to 1901 when the United States acquired additional territory and colonies. Since then, American policy had been designed to aid the nations where American forces intervened. 116. Unfortunately, these interventions were met with hostility and, therefore, often failed to create the desired stability and financial order. For Wells, some other form of order was necessary to address problems before revolts broke out and eliminate the factors that created revolutions. Stability would allow for economic growth and rising educational levels that would benefit both those nations and the United States itself. The core of the Good Neighbor policy rested on treating the nations of Latin America as sovereign, independent states and preventing the rise of conditions that produced revolutions. Implementation of the new policy would be severely tested in Cuba. Roosevelt and Wells embarked on the Good Neighbor policy at the same time that unrest was growing in Havana. Since 1903, the United States had claimed the right of intervention in Cuba through the Platt Amendment, and American troops had been dispatched there 4 times. Events in Havana in 1933 appeared to invite a 5th military mission. Between August 1933, when the Gerardo Machado regime collapsed, and January 1934, when Fulgencio Batista installed a government the United States supported, Cuba saw 5 different presidents in as many months, including one administration that lasted only 2 days. Having announced the Good Neighbor policy, however, the Roosevelt administration could not afford to do an about-face and intervene directly to restore order, although the option was discussed. Yet the administration feared that the unrest would produce a radical government set on the course of social reform that would threaten established American interests. American investments in Cuba had increased from $50 million at the time of the Spanish-American War to $1.5 billion in 1929. Ultimately, the administration followed the course of its Republican predecessors and came to support a repressive military leader as the best solution for establishing order, protecting American investments, preventing communism, and governing a nation that did not appear to Washington able to manage democracy. The Cuban dictator Gerardo Machado had ruled the island since 1924. In 1928, he subverted the constitution and guaranteed his continued rule, which was both corrupt and brutal. Reports of violence and torture of political enemies were common. The downturn in world prices for sugar caused by the Great Depression created extreme hardship throughout Cuba, leading to the island's economic collapse. Machado continued to rule only through the use of force. By 1933, the combination of brutal repression, economic crisis, and corruption brought forth intense opposition to Machado. In an act that exemplified how Machado ruled his country, the beleaguered dictator at one point had his agents put out a false announcement of his resignation. When 4,000 to 5,000 people were celebrating in the streets of Havana, Machado's personal army, the THIRD, began firing into the crowd, killing 20 and wounding 81. Despite his unconstitutional means of keeping power and his violence, the United States continued to support Machado. When Stimson met with Roosevelt in January 1933 to discuss world affairs and American foreign policy, the departing Secretary of State informed the President-elect that Machado had had unusual success in controlling his position and that he had not been obliged to give Cuba as much anxious thought as I had most other South American countries. The reason was the loyalty of the Army, which had been trained by American officers and had imbibed the American Army officers' doctrine of keeping out of politics and being loyal to their civil chiefs. 118 The period of his rule had been a profitable one for U.S. businesses in Cuba, and the desire for stability and the protection of American businesses had served as a shield against American opposition. When Wells arrived in Cuba as ambassador in May, he set out to solve the building crisis by negotiating a new commercial agreement between the United States and Cuba. The State Department believed that the basic problem in Cuba was economic and that it could be solved through increased and regular trade. Economic recovery would bring political stability and quell the unrest. Continued upheaval might threaten U.S. interests and force the Roosevelt administration to do the one thing it had pledged the United States would no longer do: intervene directly. Hubert Herring aptly described Wells's dilemma at the time. Mr. Wells had the task of intervening without intervention, of mediating without coercion, of playing the friend to Cuba without wielding a club. 119 Underestimating the opposition to Machado and the depths of the problem, Wells set out to establish a new treaty. 120. After a week of negotiations, Wells wrote Secretary of State Cordell Hull of his optimism that an early economic agreement could be reached that would not only revivify Cuba, but will give us practical control of the market we have been steadily losing for the past 10 years. 121 Machado's continuation in power appeared necessary for this to happen. Wells wrote that if the acute bitterness of feeling against the president persists or becomes intensified during the coming year, it would in all probability be highly desirable that the present chief executive be replaced by some impartial citizen in whom all factions have confidence. Wells opposed a change at that time. He argued that President Machado is able to preserve order joined with unquestioned loyalty and discipline of the Cuban army. If some individual replaced him, the loyalty of the army would be questionable. With the opposition unable to agree on anything other than opposition to Machado, Wells feared general chaos might well result and the malcontents would try to force an American intervention through the destruction of American property. 122. Yet to obtain what he wanted, Wells had to pressure Machado to carry out reforms, placing himself on the side of the opposition and undercutting the dictator's rule. After months of negotiations and efforts to include opposition parties in his plans for reform, Wells found it impossible to stem the tide demanding Machado's removal. To be sure, there were moments when Wells's optimism that he could retain Machado in power returned, particularly when the Cuban president allowed political exiles to return and eased the censorship of the press. In July, Wells wrote Roosevelt that political unrest was near an end and that the situation is distinctly encouraging, far more so than I had hoped 6 weeks ago. Yet 2 days later he acknowledged in a letter to Hull that Machado was not carrying out the promised reforms and that he was finding it difficult to alleviate the unrest without aiding Machado's opponents. 123 To preserve his power, Machado began attacking Wells, accusing him of meddling in Cuban affairs and lacking the support of the United States government. The truth was that Wells was fully in control of Cuban policy and had Roosevelt's complete backing. 124 Thus, when Wells decided to abandon Machado in August, Washington followed his lead. On August 4 a general strike spread across Cuba, effectively ending Machado's ability to rule. Wells informed Machado that he was aware of the obligation of the United States under the, but told him that the whole purpose of my mission was to avoid the United States having to consider carrying out such obligations to maintain order. He told Machado that to salvage the situation short of a revolution, he would have to resign. New elections, Wells now believed, would ease the crisis and alleviate the need for American intervention. He wrote Hull that the United States should withdraw its recognition of Machado's regime so as to force these elections. 125 The Cuban army solved part of Wells's problem when it revolted on n August, sending Machado into exile and allowing Carlos Manuel de Cespedes, whom Wells called a most sincere friend of the United States, to assume the presidency. 126 Cespedes's government was doomed to be short-lived even with United States support. Wells hoped it could control the crisis and preserve order, but Cespedes's government lacked any significant support outside the United States Embassy. Wells quickly sought to aid the new president by requesting a loan for the Cuban government and an increase in sugar purchases. These actions brought no relief to the unrest. As Wells noted just 9 days after Machado's flight from the island, the situation was fraught with danger. Government employees are in the greatest distress since salaries have not been paid over a period of many months. All industry is practically at a standstill, and poverty and destitution exist throughout the Republic. He concluded that under such conditions no government can stand, and particularly not a government which has come into power under existing conditions. On August 24 he reported that he was rapidly coming to the conclusion that my original hope that the present government could govern as a constitutional government for the remainder of the term for which General Machado had himself elected must be abandoned. 127 Wells had lost control over events in Cuba. After less than a month in power, Cespedes was overthrown on September 4, 193 by the Sergeant's Revolution. Led by Batista, the army installed Professor Ramon Grau San Martin as president. Grau promised reform and to liquidate the colonial structure that has survived in Cuba since independence. 128 This program included a unilateral abrogation of the Platt Amendment, the suspension of payments on loans, and the seizing of some sugar mills owned by U.S. companies. Under the banner of Cuba for Cubans, Grau refused to be intimidated by Washington. Welles's response to the new government was overwhelmingly negative. He claimed that Cuba had fallen under the power of irresponsible elements, extreme radical students, and people who held frankly communistic ideas. 129 Welles described Grau as an impractical and visionary leader who led a government that was incompetent in every branch. His support amounted to only the students, a few radical agitators, and a small number of insignificant radical groups. 130 Welles believed that the social revolution in Cuba was producing confiscatory measures designed to harm American interests. Grau, Welles emphasized, intended on minimizing any form of American influence in Cuba. 131 Reports of communist activity became a daily feature in embassy reporting and Welles's phone conversations with the State Department. Hull was so concerned that he had Assistant Secretary of State Jefferson Caffery, who would replace Welles in December as ambassador to Cuba, investigate the extent of communist activity and Soviet efforts on the island. 132 Having raised the specter of communism, an exasperated Welles advised Washington not to recognize the Grau government and asked that American troops be sent to restore Cespedes to power and to protect American interests. Welles strained to support his position by arguing that this landing, because it would restore the legitimate government, would be consistent with the good neighbor policy. Support of the new regime, on the other hand, would represent intervention by the United States to maintain a government that came to power by a coup d'état. 133 Roosevelt and Hull agreed to non-recognition but stopped short of sending troops. 12 ships were dispatched to the Cuban coast to assure Americans there, and economic pressure was applied to hurt Grau's standing. Without recognition, the United States would not negotiate a new sugar purchase agreement needed to alleviate the economic problems of the island. Unable to unseat Grau quickly through non-recognition and denied the option of a military intervention, Welles shifted tactics and turned to Batista for a solution to the problem. Batista, who had promoted himself to colonel and taken the post of Army Chief of Staff after placing Grau in power, was the most powerful person in Cuba. Instead of seeing him as responsible for Grau's presidency, the ambassador saw Batista as the best alternative to the current regime. Welles told him in October that he was the only individual in Cuba who represented authority. Grau's supporters should be studying in the university instead of playing politics. The ambassador emphasized that the United States would never recognize such a government and that Batista should save himself and his country by withdrawing his support for the government. He informed Washington that Batista was popular with the respectable commercial and financial interests in Cuba and, therefore, represented the best hope for a return to stability. When the State Department indicated that it was willing to reconsider the question of recognition, Welles protested that it needed to give non-recognition more time to work. He argued that as Batista becomes more influential, the power of the students and Grau San Martin diminishes. Welles's confidence that the policy of non-recognition would oust Grau was increased when Batista informed him that he saw the government as a complete failure and that he planned to open up talks with opposition political leaders. 134. Welles discounted the lack of protest and violence under Grau as the quiet of panic and continued to emphasize the disorder in Cuba and the danger of communism. Recognition of the Grau government would mean economic ruin for Cuba. It was the obligation of the United States not to saddle the Cubans for an indefinite period a government which every responsible element in the country violently opposed. 135 In December, Welles wrote Hull that Grau remained a figurehead for those who are seeking to create a frankly communistic government in Cuba and those who are solely in the government for the profits. 136 When Caffery replaced Welles, his reporting was similar to his predecessors. He too saw Grau's government as supported mainly by the ignorant masses who have been misled by utopian promises and unpopular with the better classes in the country. 137. The economic weapon eventually had the impact Welles sought. Non-recognition eliminated any economic aid from the United States and hope for relief from the crisis of the Depression. Moreover, it harmed Grau because American opposition encouraged his opponents to hold out and avoid any compromise. They believed the United States would eventually bring about Grau's downfall. The one person who benefited from the fracturing of the political order was Batista, who held the power of the military. When Batista asked Caffery on January 13 what the United States desired in return for recognition of a government in Havana, the ambassador told him a new government. 138 Realizing that recognition would never come with Grau in power, Batista moved against the government. On January 15, 1934, he deposed Grau and placed Carlos Havia in the presidency. His government lasted less than 2 days, when Batista pushed him out for the conservative opposition leader Carlos Mendieta. The State Department quickly recognized the new government, even though it had no more constitutional legitimacy than Grau's. Batista was now the real power in Cuba, and he assured the protection of American interests on the island. As the unrest that marked the past 5 months persisted well into 1934, it became a truism in American discussions of Cuba that Batista had saved the country from disorder and anarchy. Reviewing the recent history of Cuba in February, the embassy reported that communism appears to be concentrating its efforts on Cuba at the present time. The fault for this rested, of course, with the Grau administration, which made little effort to control communist agitation and none to suppress it. The report did note that Batista was undertaking more energetic measures to counter the communists, but the problem remained. 139 Thus Batista was seen as invaluable for Cuba. Caffery reported in April that although the danger of unrest and a communist revolt remained, Batista appeared to have the situation under control. He continues in his calm, even way to direct the affairs of the army, and it remains a fact that no government, this or any other, could last a day, if opposed by Batista. 140 The State Department concluded that Batista had saved Cuba from anarchy. 141 The Roosevelt administration supported that position by proposing a new commercial treaty and modification of the Platt Amendment designed to aid the new government. By May, the United States agreed to abandon the Platt Amendment and signed a new treaty with Cuba that increased its sugar quota and extended loans to increase exports. According to Caffery, the Communists sought to undermine the government before the positive aspects of these agreements could take hold. The communistic organization, Caffery told Hull, is energetically engaged in promoting disturbances calculated to weaken the Mendieta government. Their goal was to divide the American-owned estates among Cuban tenants, and they believe that their activities will culminate in the overthrow of Mendieta and Batista. Caffery concluded that the only real force standing between a reasonable respect for property rights and chaos is Batista, and for that reason the elements of disorder are attempting to do everything possible to discredit him. Batista, Caffery approvingly noted, was standing by the government and continuing to maintain order. He realizes that if the Mendieta government is forced out of power by the Grau adherents, that the communistic elements would use Grau only for their own purposes and would continue their efforts at creating chaos in the island. 142. Batista was able to maintain control and in the process continued to gain support from the most powerful groups in Cuba. For example, Caffery informed Wells in September that former opponents realized that if anything happens to Batista, chaos will ensue, and that well know that Batista is exceedingly able man with a great deal of sense, balance, and understanding. 143 Reports of communist activities continued in the fall, but American attention turned more to how Batista could preserve and improve his rule, rather than threats to it. As the Division of Latin American Affairs noted at the end of 1935, it is difficult to believe that Col. Batista can keep himself absolutely free of any political entanglements in the coming elections. It is certainly unlike the Latin nature to pursue such an attitude. Events might force him to take direct control, but the department was pleased that he was trying to be as neutral as he safely can. There is no doubt of his ability to enforce order during the holding of the elections. 144. From the American viewpoint, Cuba had returned to stability and progress, Grau and his radical reforms were defeated, American interests preserved, and a dependable leader found. The official view was echoed in the press. The Literary Digest noted that while turbulence continued in Cuba, the consensus points to the man behind Mendieta as the sole visible hope in the situation. He is Fulgencio Batista, the dictator without portfolio. Batista retained Mendieta as president because he did not want the job and there was no one better available to put in his place. Expressing the prevailing paternalistic racism of the time, it approvingly concluded that in Cuba, elections are impossible. Fortunately, the author found, the army controls Cuba, and will for a long time to come, and Batista controls the army. He will name the next president. 145 Herring reported in Current History that Cuba has turned respectable. After pursuing strange gods for 4 months, she now comes back to the fold of the faithful, talks of stability, the payment of debts, the security of foreign capital. The man responsible was Batista. The simple sergeant proved himself to be something of a politician after all. 146. The most glowing account of Batista's rule appeared in Review of Reviews. The story began, in the sense that Emerson said an institution is usually the lengthened shadow of a single man, the history of Cuba since September 4193 may third be told in the story of Colonel Fulgencio Batista. In tones that suggested a comparison to Mussolini, the author described Batista as having a muscular obesity, for he weighs 180 and is but 5 feet 5 inches tall, which belies his intellectual grasp and dynamic character, and possessing the prescience of genius. The article portrayed Batista as decisive in standing up to the communists on the island and maintaining order by a willingness to use force. In an analysis that could easily have been drawn up in Washington during the days of Theodore Roosevelt, Batista's politics were labeled clearly pro-United States. He says the island is geographically a political accident, dependent on the United States economically, and must do all possible to cultivate its friendship. Batista's only other basic political creed is his anti-communism. Even though promised elections were continually postponed, the article reported that most Cubans were satisfied with Batista's control of the country. The support of the United States brought a new economic pact that has saved Cuba from the almost hopeless dregs of the Depression. It revived island trade like unexpected rain in a protracted drought. It concluded, with these substantial benefits, Cubans, as well as tourists, are inclined to regard the political situation, even with its terrorism, quite tolerantly. Besides, there is Batista. Why worry? 147. Batista owed his power essentially to American support. Until the collapse of the Machado regime, the government controlled the military. The military coup that ousted Machado began the politicalization of the Cuban military. In succession, the military drove Cespedes, Grau, and Javia from power when Batista decided they no longer served his interests. He settled on Mendieta because he was a popular counter to Grau. Mendieta, however, clearly understood that Batista held the real power. The fall of Machado and the rise of Batista also established the idea in Washington that Cuba needed strongman rule or it would be beset by disorder and vulnerable to radical ideas. Benevolent dictators. As long as rulers such as Batista and Somoza supported the United States and its foreign policy, World War II did not upset the fundamental support these dictators received. In 1938, for example, the embassy in Havana continued to report favorably on Batista's control over Cuban affairs. Summarizing the past 5 years, Ambassador J. Butler Wright wrote that out of a widespread popular revolt of the masses has come military dominance more or less benevolent at the time, but nevertheless fairly complete and in a position to be arbitrary. 148 Not surprisingly, as Batista moved to take formal power through elections in 1940, he had American support. Unfortunately, the election was a contested one, with Grau presenting the main challenge to Batista. The new ambassador, George Messersmith, fearing Grau might win, wrote Hull that I am on the whole getting more of the opinion that we must take a stronger and firmer stand here, and that if we fail to do so we will be prejudicing seriously the interests of Cuba and ourselves. 149 The State Department was greatly relieved when Batista won, and he readily cooperated with the United States economically and militarily during World War II. In 1942, Roosevelt hosted Batista at a state dinner in Washington. The president recalled for the audience the unrest in Cuba in 1933 and that his refusal to intervene, even though the United States was compelled by treaty, which was better known as the Platt Amendment, to do so, was the beginning of the good neighbor policy. Engaging in some historical revisionism, he reported that he had told the representatives of all the Latin American republics that I am not going to land a single American soldier or sailor on the soil of Cuba. I think this is an internal matter, which Cuba is fully competent to settle. Turning to Batista, Roosevelt stated that as an army officer, he took part in that revolution of 1933 in a very modest way. Today the Cuban people are very happy that he is holding the office of Chief Magistrate of the Republic of Cuba. The use of force and extra-legal means to gain power simply were not part of this review. 150 From the beginning of a rule that lasted with little interruption until 1959, Batista was seen as indispensable for Cuba. Similarly, Somoza retained his favored status in Washington throughout the 1930s. Somoza was invited to the United States in 1939, a trip that included meetings with Roosevelt and an address to a joint session of Congress. The State Department report on Somoza prepared for Roosevelt was effusive in its praise of the dictator's rule. It skipped over Somoza's subversion of the electoral process on his way to power, merely noting that he became president in 1936 for a term of 4 years. His term was extended early this year, and he was re-inaugurated on March 30 to hold office until May 1, 1947. Somoza's rise to power in Nicaragua may be attributed principally to his political acumen and his pleasing personality rather than any profound abilities. Most important, President Somoza is believed to have a sincere affection for the United States. He has consistently displayed a desire to cooperate fully with this government and to cultivate our friendship. With World War II on the horizon, there was no good reason to question his method of ruling. 151 Dictatorships and military rule served American interests well by preserving order, controlling radical reform movements, and protecting American investments while obviating the need for U.S. intervention. Indeed, strong authoritarian regimes appeared necessary for the good neighbor policy to succeed. 3. From accommodation to appeasement to war. The Roosevelt administration and fascism in Europe. Franklin D. Roosevelt took his oath of office during the depths of the Great Depression. The winter of 1932-33 saw unemployment reach 25%, continued bank failures, and business closings, while bread lines and Hoovervilles dotted the landscape. By necessity, most of Roosevelt's efforts would be devoted to domestic policies and issues. His New Deal program for economic recovery was controversial from the outset, forcing Roosevelt to defend his legislation from attacks by conservatives and the Supreme Court. In 1935, in response to these pressures, he launched the so-called Second New Deal of reforms and then campaigned for re-election in 1936. Even though Roosevelt had an abiding interest in international events and had served under Wilson as Assistant Secretary of the Navy during World War I, his attention and energy were focused on the home front. Still, international questions and developments were of great importance to the president, and he sought to make American influence felt when he could. Roosevelt was involved with the issues of international trade and economic recovery, the emerging territorial disputes in Europe, the problem of China and Japan in the Far East, and the establishment of the good neighbor policy toward Latin America. Connecting many of these events was a quest for stability to allow for economic recovery and the peaceful resolution of issues. This concern was heightened by the growing appeal and power of the left in many nations and the questioning of capitalism that the Great Depression engendered. While experimentation and change were called for at home, it was not a time for new initiatives abroad. Policies were pursued to enhance the status quo, not to challenge it. Moreover, globally the economic crisis created a movement away from parliamentary or democratic government in many nations to more authoritarian rule. There were no assurances that this upheaval was over or that the momentum might not swing to left-wing or radical nationalist movements. Given these circumstances and concerns, Roosevelt accepted and extended the policies and ideas of his Republican predecessors in most areas of the world. The tension between the U.S. desire for democratic governments and its quest for stability and non-radical political change was drawn even tighter during the 1930s. This would mean no fundamental changes in the ideology and policies toward right-wing dictatorships. In Europe, Roosevelt continued the friendly relations with Mussolini's Italy, initially sought an accommodation with Nazi Germany, adopted a policy of neutrality toward Spain which aided Franco's fascist rebels, and supported the emergence of a proto-fascist government in Greece. Only during the latter part of Roosevelt's second term, when the pressure of German expansion snapped the tension and laid bare the central contradiction of United States policy, did the administration begin to reverse its position and come to oppose Germany directly. With the outbreak of World War II, support for right-wing dictators became anathema to most policymakers. Washington either distanced itself from such governments or openly opposed them. The policy-making pendulum swung from support to opposition of authoritarian governments as the first phase of United States relations toward right-wing dictators in this century came to an end. The fascist challenge in Europe. Franklin D. Roosevelt and Adolf Hitler came to power within 2 months of each other. Though no one could have predicted it at the time, their fates, and that of their nations, became inexorably intertwined. Leaning on attitudes and ideas first developed during the 1920s, the Roosevelt administration developed its policies toward Germany and European fascism based on the favorable analysis and understanding gained from relations with fascist Italy. American policymakers and leaders had easily accommodated themselves to Mussolini's fascist regime. That experience provided the initial basis for policy toward the rise of similar regimes in Germany, Spain, and Greece. Employing the paradigm of moderate and extreme fascists, American leaders did not exhibit great concern about the dangers of these new dictatorships and found much to favor in these governments. The advent of the Great Depression magnified earlier concerns for stability and fear of the left and Bolshevism. Strong right-wing dictatorships were seen both as necessary antidotes to unrest and essential bulwarks against communism. However much liberal democracies were preferred in theory, they were seen in many countries as too weak to withstand the global economic crisis. In the cases of Spain and Greece, American officials believed that attempts at self-government failed because the people were not prepared for the demands such governance created. Yet the Nazis went beyond restoring stability. Germany's march to World War II severely tested the benign views and the ideological justifications for supporting right-wing dictatorships. In attempting to construct a policy during the upheavals of the 1930s, American statesmen faced a situation in which 3 different and powerful ideological visions vied for the support of the people of Europe: liberalism, fascism, and communism. As the decade unfolded, the question confronting American statesmen became how could they modify or contain the German challenge without relying on the Soviet Union and augmenting the influence of the European left. It was in this context that the Roosevelt administration moved from accommodation to appeasement. American policymakers already believed they understood the danger of communism and saw it as the foremost threat to Europe. Understanding fascism proved much more difficult and problematic. A fixation on communism and fear that only Russia could benefit from a division among the Western states placed severe limits on American policymakers' ability to understand Hitler's policies or the nature of European fascism. As was true of many aspects of Roosevelt's presidency, his relations with European fascism and Nazi Germany did not always follow a clear and discernible path. There were twists and turns and finally a complete reversal of direction. The Roosevelt administration at first attempted to redress what it perceived as the legitimate grievances of Germany. When accommodation failed to provide a solution, Roosevelt adopted economic appeasement as a means to incorporate Germany into a Western-led liberal international order. After Munich, Roosevelt abandoned appeasement, and the United States moved to confrontation and eventually to war with Germany. In the process, the ideological premises for supporting right-wing dictatorships were questioned for the first time, and new ideas on the issue challenged the previously held positive assumptions concerning authoritarian regimes. The decision to adopt a policy of appeasement was based in part on the American understanding of fascism gained from relations with Italy since 1922 and the Roosevelt administration's fear that another world war would lead to a protracted post-war era of social unrest and revolution. The United States had long held that Germany was the key to European prosperity and peace. This view, combined with the belief that the Treaty of Versailles and the post-war settlements were too harsh on Germany, led American leaders to agree that Germany had legitimate complaints concerning borders, reparations, and trade and to support revisions of the Versailles system. Hence the United States opposed the French occupation of the Ruhr in 1923, promoted German reconstruction, and provided financial support to Berlin through the Dawes Plan in 1924 and the Young Plan in 1929. Roosevelt agreed that European peace and prosperity depended on Germany and believed that revisions to the Versailles Treaty were necessary to return that German sanity of the old type that he remembered from his many visits to Germany in his youth. 1. In addition, by the 1930s most of the members of the State Department in charge of European diplomacy were career Foreign Service officers whose shared outlook on the world centered around the dangers of communism. All studies of the U.S. Foreign Service at this time draw a similar composite portrait of these men. White, Protestant, and middle-class or wealthy men primarily educated in elite schools, they held a patrician's disdain for labor, minorities, and immigrants and a deep-seated fear of radical change. Most came to the Foreign Service around the time of World War I and adopted the prevalent hostility toward the Soviet Union and belief that any political upheavals were communist-inspired. 2 To the founding fathers of the U.S. Foreign Service, communism was anathema. As Christian gentlemen, the diplomats were horrified at the assault upon family, religion, and simple decorum that gained popularity with the Bolshevist Revolution in 1917. 3 This, along with their Eurocentric cultural bias, allowed them to accept anti-democratic, authoritarian regimes while at the same time condemning the Soviet Union as a dictatorship. 4. Robert Kelly's Division of Eastern European Affairs worked hard to keep the communist menace at the forefront of the department's concerns. By the 1930s, the containment of Bolshevism was a constant in American diplomacy, shaped by a conservative set of professionals in the State Department who found it hard to accept the implications of opposing rather than appeasing Hitler and Mussolini. 5 Many, including J. Pierpont Moffat, head of the Division of Western European Affairs, William Phillips, Under-Secretary of State and later Ambassador to Italy, and Breckinridge Long, Ambassador to Italy and Under-Secretary of State during World War II, held strong anti-Semitic beliefs. 6 Moreover, the State Department was consistently suspicious of any diplomatic and peace initiatives that came from Moscow and believed that no matter what its course of action, the Soviet Union could not be trusted. The rising challenge of Nazi Germany was, for most of the decade, seen by these men as a secondary threat to that of communism. The conviction that American and Russian national interests could never be compatible remained unshaken down to the outbreak of war. 7. To help understand the new German government, American officials turned to Italy. Roosevelt inherited excellent relations with Mussolini from the Republicans. Former Secretary of State Stimson recalled that the Italians in 1931 and 1932 were of all the great continental powers the least difficult and that Mussolini was a sound and useful leader. 8 Mussolini and his followers were viewed as nationalists who would provide for the maintenance of social order, a bulwark against Bolshevism, and an antidote for the illness of weak government in Italy. The State Department analyzed the Fascist Party as being divided into two groups, moderates and extremists. The extremists were blamed for the more unsavory aspects of Italian fascism. The moderates, led by Mussolini, could be counted on to keep Italy's policies on a safe course which featured domestic stability, anti-Bolshevism, and cooperation with the United States. This analysis allowed American officials to ignore Mussolini's brutal repression of all opposition groups, destruction of Italy's constitutional government, and rule by violence. In developing American policy, officials in Washington were mainly influenced by Mussolini's establishment of a stable, non-communist government that welcomed American trade and investments. In addition, the State Department believed that Mussolini's chest-beating speeches on foreign policy were made only for Italian domestic consumption and to appease the more extreme elements of the party. The Roosevelt administration added to this view the belief that Mussolini would provide a moderating influence on Hitler. 9. In June 1933, in a letter to the American ambassador to Italy, Breckinridge Long, Roosevelt outlined his opinion of Mussolini. The president saw the Italian dictator as a moderate nationalist whose rule was having a positive effect on Italy. Roosevelt also saw Mussolini as a leader who would strive to maintain peace in Europe. The president wrote that he was deeply impressed by what has accomplished and by his evidenced honest purpose of restoring Italy and seeking to prevent general European trouble. 10 In July, Roosevelt wrote a friend who had sent a letter in praise of Mussolini that I don't mind telling you in confidence that I am keeping in fairly close touch with that admirable Italian gentleman. 11 In the fall, Roosevelt wrote Long that with regard to disarmament and an overall European peace, I feel that can accomplish more than anyone else. 12. While the administration maintained its positive evaluations of Mussolini, it was more cautious in its evaluation of Hitler and his program in Germany. The major concern was an aggressive Nazi foreign policy and Germany's greater military potential. From the very beginning, moreover, Hitler's anti-Jewish policies drew considerable attention to the repressive nature of his regime. Although never praising Hitler in the same manner as it did Mussolini, the State Department did find reasons to be optimistic about Hitler and the American ability to influence Berlin. The same criteria for judging fascist Italy would be used with Nazi Germany. The key factors would be Nazi economic and foreign policies, not the nature of Hitler's regime. It was broadly accepted in the United States that Hitler's rise to power was the result of the harsh treatment of Germany under the Treaty of Versailles. This, combined with the unrest and instability caused by the Great Depression, led American leaders to worry about a threat from the left and to see Nazism as an understandable response by many to the multiple problems that beset Germany. As the American ambassador in Berlin, Frederick Sackett, stated on Hitler's coming to power, from the standpoint of stable political conditions, it is perhaps well that Hitler is now in a position to wield unprecedented power. His Nazi party promised a strong anti-communist force in Central Europe, stability and order. 13 Sackett also feared, as did other Americans who studied the question of Germany, that if the Nazis failed, their collapse would open the door to communism in Germany. 14. The State Department quickly drew favorable comparisons between Italian fascism and German Nazism. The most important aspect of this analysis held that, like the fascists, Nazis were split between moderates and extremists. This division was central to the course of action Germany would follow and could be exploited by the United States to obtain favorable policies from Berlin. As Norman Davis reported from Germany in April 1933, everything depends upon Hitler's ability to withstand the radical leaders of his own party. 15 George Gordon, the American charge d'affaires in Berlin, wrote the State Department that there is no doubt that a very definite struggle is going on between the violent radical wing of the Nazi Party and what may be termed the more moderate section of the party, headed by Hitler himself, which appeal to all civilized and reasonable people. He concluded, at the present moment in my judgment the more reasonable element has the upper hand. 16. Besides Hitler, the other leading moderates were believed to be Hjalmar Horace Greeley Schacht, former president of the Reichsbank, who was appointed to run the German economy, and Hermann Göring. The Berlin embassy reported that Schacht promised that in the field of economics and finance the Nazis will make no attempt at economic adventure and that American business in Germany had nothing to fear. 17 On the foreign policy front, assurances were sent to Washington that Hitler's inflammatory statements regarding foreign policy and Germany's mission to expand in the East were mainly propaganda. The Nazi war talk and posing is simply designed to impress their followers and should be discounted. 18 Early steps by the Third Reich to free itself of Versailles, such as leaving the League of Nations, were met with sympathy by the administration, and later efforts at rearmament and the occupation of the Rhineland were accepted without protest. A 1937 State Department analysis summarized all of these points. The department believed that as a system, fascism was compatible with free trade and liberal governments. Germany could, therefore, be co-opted to reject self-sufficiency and territorial expansion and accept economic development in a liberal international order that emphasized economic cooperation among the leading industrial states. The central dilemma remained what forces to support when the democratic center was weak. The European Division's report explained the problems faced by policymakers in Europe. When there is suffering, the dissatisfied masses, with the example of the Russian Revolution before them, swing to the left. The rich and middle classes, in self-defense, turn to fascism. Defining fascism as a natural movement by the respectable classes to defend the existing order and private property from Bolshevism, the department believed that where fascism was in power, it must succeed, or the masses, this time reinforced by the disillusioned middle classes, will again turn to the left. The one problem was the issue of foreign expansion. As the report noted, if fascism cannot succeed by persuasion, it must succeed by force. The goal of the United States was, therefore, to ensure that Germany could recover economically. As the report concluded, the problem of European peace may be clearly defined. Can a compromise be found, or a price paid, which will satisfy the economic necessities of the German people, without war? If so, there will be no war. If no, war is possible, if not probable. 19. Most of the discussion in the administration focused on economic cures and Eastern Europe. Roosevelt noted that Germany had needed raw materials, and he told Joseph Davies that he would explore the question of whether providing Germany living room would prevent war. 20 Long stated that the problem was that France and its allies have put a military ring around Germany and that German needs had to be addressed, or war is the only cure for the malady with which Europe is affected. Thus it was better to support Germany than to push toward war. The choice was aiding Berlin or Moscow. There are only two governments in Europe capable of being a real victor. One is Germany, and the other is Russia. I shudder to think of a Russian domination of Europe. While a German domination would be hard and cruel, at least in the beginning, it would be an intensification of a culture which is more akin to ours than would that of Russia. Further than that, if Germany should be dominant throughout the greater part of Europe, she would act as a bulwark against the westward progress of Russia. 21 It was believed, therefore, that Hitler would, if given the chance by a proper redressing of Germany's grievances, follow the example of Mussolini and carry out policies that promoted stability and economic recovery while cooperating with the Western powers. Thus policy had to be designed to strengthen the position of the so-called moderates in Germany to reap the benefits of their control and avoid the danger of Germany adopting an adventurous foreign policy. A Germany cooperating with the West would bring about stability and prosperity while serving as a bulwark against Bolshevism. In the first 2 years of the Roosevelt administration, Mussolini's stock continued to rise, and the belief was that Duce had a moderating influence on Hitler. Italy's mobilization of its army on the Brenner Pass frontier with Austria in July 1934 cemented the view of Mussolini as a peacemaker who had a constructive influence over Hitler. Mussolini's action was seen as the decisive step that caused Hitler to abort his attempt to absorb Austria into the German Reich. Under-Secretary of State William Phillips stated the prevailing opinion of policymakers that it was Mussolini's action which made Hitler realize that he could not fool with the Austrian state. 22 The Versailles Treaty needed to be revised by peaceful means. A February 1935 State Department report summarized the prevailing views concerning fascism in Italy. It noted that Mussolini's rule was necessary because of the danger of Bolshevism, the need for stability, and parliamentary government was unsuited to Italian political life since it was imposed from above on a patchwork of peoples who were for the greater part illiterate. Moreover, Italy now held the key position in the European concert because of its relations with Germany and the problems of Central Europe. Italy not infrequently holds and aims to keep the balance of power in Europe. 23 Thus Italy and Germany were linked in American policy to Europe and in the development of American appeasement. The approach of the Italo-Ethiopian War forced President Roosevelt to give more attention to the building international crisis in Europe and Italy's position. In March 1935, he wrote Breckinridge Long, These are without doubt the most hair-trigger times the world has gone through in your lifetime or mine. I do not even exclude June and July, 1914, because at that time there was economic and social stability, with only the loom of war by governments in accordance with preconceived ideas and prognostications. Today there is not one element alone but three or more. 24 Long replied that he agreed and that he too was worried that with social unrest as widespread as it is, and with the certain exaggeration of it as the sequel to another war, he could only shudder to think of our social situation a year after another conflict. 25. Roosevelt did not fully elaborate on the three or more elements in his letter to Long. An examination of his writings on the question in 1935 and 1936, however, yields a general picture of the president worried that with the lack of economic and social stability in Europe resulting from the Great Depression, the aftermath of another World War would prove to be even more revolutionary than that following World War I. On October 2, 1935, Roosevelt spoke in San Diego about the danger of a fierce foreign war that was a present danger at this moment to the future of civilization. Reflecting his concern about the building crisis in Ethiopia, Roosevelt referred to the Great War as the folly of 20 years ago and argued that the current danger in Europe was even greater than the outbreak and disruption of that war. A repeat would drag civilization to a level from which worldwide recovery may be all but impossible. 26. The outbreak of fighting in Africa prompted the president to make a major foreign policy speech on Armistice Day 1935. Roosevelt emphasized that people must come to understand that the elation and prosperity which may come from a new war must lead for those who survive it to economic and social collapse more sweeping than anywhere experienced in the past. 27 The following February Roosevelt wrote Jesse Strauss, ambassador to France, concerning his fears for Europe, one cannot help feeling that the whole European panorama is fundamentally blacker than any time in your lifetime or mine. He compared the current crisis with the revolutions of 1848 and the Great War. In 1848 revolutions in a dozen countries synchronized because of a general European demand for constitutional representative government, but at that time economics, budgets, foreign exchange, and industrialism were not in the picture and the problem was 10 times more simple than it is today. In 1914 the situation was 80% military, and again vastly simpler than today. His conclusion was that these may be the last days of the period of peace before a long chaos. 28 Roosevelt feared another war because it would totally disrupt Europe. Thus began a search for a peace policy. Cordell Hull shared the president's pessimism, and a similar view shaped the State Department's reaction to the approaching Italo-Ethiopian War. Hull recalled in his memoirs that his greatest worry during 1935, while the crisis on the Horn of Africa mounted, was that it might somehow expand into a conflict between Italy and Great Britain. As Hull explained the American attitude to the French ambassador in July 1935, a war between Italy and Ethiopia would be bad enough, but it is entirely within the range of possibility that it would in due time spread back into more than one part of Europe with its unimaginable, devastating effects. 29 It was not the Italian domination of Ethiopia that primarily concerned Hull but the danger of the military conflict spreading. Mussolini's plans for the conquest of Ethiopia were well known to American officials by the time of the December 1934 border clash at Walwal between Italian and Ethiopian forces which marked the beginning of the crisis. Thus President Roosevelt and the State Department had ample time to decide on a policy toward Italy's aggression on the Horn of Africa. The major concern and the center of all discussions was how Mussolini's actions would influence events in Europe. Ethiopia itself was of little concern to American officials. Ambassador Long kept both President Roosevelt and Secretary of State Hull fully informed of Italian plans and the reactions of various European nations. Long's correspondence concentrated on why the United States should not oppose Italy's colonial expansion. Italy's taking of African colonies was no different than British or French actions at an earlier time. Moreover, the important concerns of the United States were in Europe and the problem of Germany. Mussolini's actions in Africa should be tolerated because he held influence over Hitler and should not be alienated over a matter of no immediate interest to the United States. Too harsh a policy would push Mussolini toward Hitler and an alliance of the dictators. 30. Long consistently focused the discussion onto Germany, the key to the building European crisis. Germany would have to be appeased, and Italy's role would be critical. It was unwise, therefore, to oppose Mussolini and push him into a position through sanctions that might lead his policy to fail, which could force him to lash out in frustration against Britain and bring about a larger war. Besides, Long noted, it was clear that the French had given Mussolini a free hand in Ethiopia. 31 The State Department agreed with the ambassador's analysis and adopted a very conciliatory position toward Italy in the time leading up to the war. Before the actual fighting began, officials downplayed the importance of the coming war and sought to avoid any identification of the United States with Ethiopia. The leaders of the department's Western European Division, J. Pierpont Moffat and James Clement Dunn, opposed any actions against Italy out of both sympathy for Italy's economic needs and fear of the fighting spreading to Europe. 32. Moffat also believed that though an Italian victory in Ethiopia would be bad for peace because it might encourage aggression, an Italian defeat might be worse. Defeat would undoubtedly bring in its train not only revolution to Italy, but it would also bring nearer the inevitable day of German aggression. In addition, as Moffat wrote William Castle, an Italian defeat would be a disaster for European peace because a strong Italy would seem to be essential in the eventual solution of the far more serious German problem. 33 Under-Secretary of State Phillips summed up the State Department's view of the Italo-Ethiopian War when he noted that the department saw Mussolini's enterprise as a detail and felt that Germany remained the key to the whole European situation. 34 Italy's influence could not be squandered over Ethiopia. On October 3, 1935, Italy invaded Ethiopia. The president reacted angrily to the news of the attack when it reached him while he was vacationing on board the USS Houston. He immediately instructed Hull to invoke the recently passed Neutrality Act so as to deny Italy access to American arms. 35 He did not wait for an official declaration of war, telling Harry Hopkins that they are dropping bombs on Ethiopia and that is war. Why wait for Mussolini to say so? 36 In addition, Roosevelt warned American citizens against traveling on belligerent ships and told American traders that they conducted business with the belligerents at their own risk. Because Ethiopia had no passenger shipping or access to American trade, both measures were directed against Italy. In October and November, Secretary Hull called for a moral embargo on the shipment of war-related items, including oil, copper, and scrap steel. The administration would not, however, take any further steps, including an oil embargo that would cripple Italy's war machine. Actions were limited so as to not antagonize Mussolini to the point that he would precipitate a war with Britain or break relations. As Ambassador Long noted, an oil embargo would force Italy to an early action and bring on a European war. Thus, in November, when Britain asked the United States if it would join in an oil sanction, Hull informed the Foreign Office that the United States would not participate in or support any such action by League members. Though cooperating independently on other matters, the United States was not willing to take this crucial step. 37 Hull's rebuke was followed by the disastrous Hor-Laval peace plan, a secret plan devised by the British and French for partitioning Ethiopia and granting Italy economic dominance there. Only a strong negative reaction by the British public when word leaked out prevented the deal from being completed. 38 Mussolini's methods, not his objective, led to Roosevelt's anger and the decision to try to isolate Italy. Washington was more concerned with European affairs. Along with their worry that Italy's actions might lead to a larger war, State Department officials feared that active opposition to Mussolini might lead to domestic unrest in Italy that could only benefit the left. American leaders saw the whole adventure as a colonial war and a misguided policy. Hull's meeting on November 22, 1935 with the Italian ambassador provided a clear demonstration of the administration's anger, understanding of the war, and unwillingness to revise its view on Mussolini and fascism. Hull was astonished that the Italian ambassador had come to the State Department to protest that the application of the Neutrality Act discriminated against Italy. The secretary noted that both he and Roosevelt had pleaded with Mussolini to avoid war and obtain Italy's objectives through other means but had been ignored. Now Mussolini expects us to furnish him with war supplies. Hull recalled his peace efforts, stating, "During the last 3 years I had almost worn myself out physically in an effort to aid in world economic rehabilitation so that Italy and other countries would have an adequate amount of international trade to afford contentment to their respective populations, and that the ambassador could not begin to imagine the deep disappointment I feel at the effort to renew the practice which all nations have recently undertaken to abandon, relating to that of military aggression by any and all countries at any and all times." Hull then noted that he could not understand why Italy did not use economic means to accomplish its objectives of domination in Ethiopia, why government had not taken $100 million to Ethiopia and brought back a key to the entire empire instead of expending several $100 million in its military conquest with all the worry and threat of danger to the balance of the world. 39. Roosevelt and Hull would eventually swallow their anger, believing that Mussolini's Ethiopian adventure was a misguided policy rather than naked aggression that exposed the fundamental nature of his regime. No re-evaluation of the favorable analysis of Mussolini as a moderate fascist, sincere in his desire for peace, took place. Instead, the administration began in 1936 to pay much greater attention to developments in Europe and to search for a means to satisfy German demands and avert another disastrous war on the continent. The result was an American appeasement effort based on economic reforms designed to support the moderate elements in Germany. While U.S. policymakers refined their policies toward Germany and Italy, political crises were developing on both ends of the Mediterranean Sea that manifested further American endeavors to accommodate right-wing dictators. Fascism on the European periphery. In July 1936, civil war broke out in Spain, when General Francisco Franco's fascist rebels attacked the Republican Popular Front government in Madrid. The United States joined with Great Britain and France in declaring their neutrality in the contest. Meanwhile, Germany and Italy aided Franco's forces and the Soviet Union provided materials to the Loyalists. Many commentators have argued that American non-intervention stemmed from a fear of the war in Spain spilling over the Pyrenees into a wider European conflagration. In addition, Washington sought to cooperate with London, and to a lesser extent Paris, to maintain unity in approaching the problems of Europe. Yet American policy toward Spain also fit with its overall approach to European events. From its founding in 1931, American officials were skeptical of the Spanish Republic and predicted from the outset that there would be a Bolshevistic turn in Spain. 40 No one mourned the passing of King Alfonso XIII's rule, but there was great worry about what would replace the failed monarchy. From the outset, embassy officials feared that the new government was merely a Kerensky interlude preceding a Bolshevik takeover. The new government was seen as weak and its confiscatory policy toward foreign investments a clear indication that it was moving toward communism. Spain's economic policies and Popular Front governments had caused the relationship between the United States and Spain to break down almost completely before the Civil War, and an anti-republican position dominated the State Department's thinking on Spain and led the United States to adopt a policy of non-intervention in the Spanish Civil War. 41. American officials had long held that the Spanish people were incapable of democratic government. Spain was seen as a backward nation, still governed by medieval institutions of the monarchy and the church, which prevented the political and economic developments that had advanced in the rest of Western Europe and accounted for the decline of Spain's empire, its easy defeat in the Spanish-American War, and the current poverty. Views of Spain were dominated by the Black Legend, which portrayed the Spanish as a treacherous, bigoted, and decadent people, thwarted in their progress. Spain's conquest of the Americas was characterized by an insatiable greed and brutal destruction of the indigenous peoples, especially in comparison with the British. Americans saw Spain as an anti-progressive nation because of its absolutism and influence of the Roman Catholic Church on Spanish government and society. In addition, they portrayed Spaniards as romantic, haughty, sometimes chivalrous, often cruel, fanatical. 42. Ambassador Erwin Laughlin described the Spanish in 1931 as 17th century-minded, People, who, captivated by communistic falsities, suddenly see a promised land that does not exist. 43 Most Spaniards, he contended, were a great inert mass of uneducated and mentally lethargic people because they were controlled by the Catholic Church. The defeat of the proposal for a constitutional monarchy in favor of a republic was caused by the characteristic mentality of all Mediterranean peoples. They regard the ballot box from the point of view of the Greeks who invented it, not as a means of choosing their governors, but of getting rid of them. 44 The main hope against Bolshevism, Laughlin wrote Stimson the month after the establishment of the Republic, was that the Spaniards are one of the Mediterranean races and they all react in pretty much the same way. In Greece in 1924, the Soviets had little luck convincing the peasants to support communism. Although there was every reason to fear a Bolshevistic turn. I am hoping that this will be the case here. 45. Embassy reports remain filled, however, with accounts of communist activities, anarcho-syndicalist revolt, and strikes of a revolutionary and communistic nature, and the persistent fear of a communist takeover continued. 46 The appointment of Claude Bowers by Roosevelt as ambassador to Spain placed a sympathetic voice toward the Republic in Madrid, but little changed in the State Department's understanding of events. From 1932 to 1935 it feared that the Republic's instability, immature political institutions, and economic troubles could still lead to its succumbing to communism. These fears became more urgent in early 1936, when the Popular Front government in Madrid was formed. Modeled on the Soviet Union's call for a united front of progressive forces against fascism, this action seemed to be the final step toward a Bolshevik takeover. American officials were suspect of the notion of a Popular Front from the outset. Under-Secretary of State Phillips represented the department when he noted that Popular Front ideas were a cover-up for Soviet aggression and a different means of encouraging communistic efforts in other countries. 47 Ambassador to the Soviet Union William Bullitt saw the United Front as the tactics of the Trojan horse. 48 Spain's action, therefore, was cause for alarm in Washington and the final step in the rupture of relations with the Republic. Bowers reported in February 1936 that the tremendous swing to the left registered in the present elections is undoubtedly an expression of resentment by the masses against the ineffectual efforts of the former center government to address the economic problems of the nation. The next month he described the leader of the socialists, Largo Caballero, as the evil genius of the Spanish political situation who is largely responsible for the recent disorders in Spain. An avowed Marxist and a communist at heart, Caballero had stated that it was time for the Socialist Party to come out squarely and declare that its goal is a proletarian dictatorship. 49 While Bowers still argued that the current government could prevent revolution, his reporting was encouraging the department to believe that the Kerensky period had arrived. Bowers believed that Prime Minister Manuel Aznar had to take strong measures soon or the situation would get out of control. While he tried to downplay the communist danger as much as possible, Bowers did note in his diary in March that there are communistic elements in Spain that are working toward another French Revolution with its terror. 50 If Aznar fails to maintain the upper hand, Bowers informed Hull, the danger exists that civil war or communism will ensue. 51 Meanwhile, reports began to arrive from Moscow and other capitals of Soviet support for the government. For example, William Bullitt reported from the Soviet Union that the Soviets were prepared to take advantage of any opportunity which appears and noted that 20 young Spaniards trained in Moscow in the technique of the Bolshevik Revolution had recently departed for Spain. 52. A later State Department white paper on American policy toward Spain reflected the attitudes of 1936. 3 eventualities seemed possible. The current government might at last successfully consolidate its position by taking effective measures to control the extremists, more radical leaders of the left assume power, or the right might attempt by a military coup d'état to forestall the assumption of power by the radical left. With these choices and the mounting evidence that the current government, in an atmosphere of general unrest and lack of respect for authority, was earnestly striving to maintain public order but meeting with only limited success, it was almost with relief that the State Department received the news of Franco's revolt. 53 James Dunn of the Western European Division, Hull's closest advisor in the department, wrote just before the outbreak of the Civil War that with the Caballero socialists disposed to support the communists, the situation of the masses getting out of hand. 54 He later told a reporter that the department saw the loyalists as a lot of hoodlums. 55 William Phillips was concerned about the great enthusiasm in Moscow for the loyalists. He reminded Secretary of State Hull that the Popular Front was supported by socialists, communists, and even radicalists. 56 Hull held several long meetings with his chief advisors on August 4 to determine American policy toward the Spanish Civil War. Phillips laid out the problem facing the United States. If the Loyalists could not buy weapons in Europe, they will undoubtedly turn to us, and we shall be in an embarrassing situation since we have no legislation authorizing us to refuse the export of such materials even though they are destined for what amounts to a communistic government. Phillips continued, if the government wins, as now seems likely, communism throughout Europe will be immensely stimulated. 57 Now that the issue was clearly defined as a revolt against a communist government, the solution was to deny the Loyalists arms. Hull and Phillips decided to impose a moral embargo on all weapons sales to the Spanish Republic. They won over a reluctant Roosevelt, and American neutrality became policy. Although non-intervention came under heavy attack from many in the United States, American policy would not shift until it was too late to help the Loyalist cause. Moreover, to many, a rebel victory was seen as an attractive prospect that would bring order to Spain while preventing Bolshevism. Franco and his followers were seen as mainly nationalists rather than fascists. Assistant Chief of Western European Affairs Harold Tittman noted that from the outset of hostilities, high echelon officials were strongly pro-Franco. 58 The embassy in Madrid reported that Franco's primary object was to stop the Soviet revolutionary movement from making Spain a socialist or communist state, while Bowers wrote Hull that Franco, while clearly hostile to democracy, was not a fascist. 59 Even German and Italian aid to Franco was interpreted in the best light possible. Phillips reported from his new post in Rome that Italy has been forced to concern herself with the Spanish situation because of the original actions of Soviet Russia in seeking to communize Spain with the consequent menace to established systems in neighboring countries. Ambassador William Dodd in Berlin, who was known for his anti-Nazi position, wrote that while Germany was indeed aiding Franco, regard should be paid to the antipathy of Hitler and Mussolini toward the establishment of a red government in Spain, which unquestionably is a motivating factor in their Spanish policy. 60 Moffat and Dunn agreed that Italy and Germany considered that Russia had intervened in Spain and that they were merely acting defensively. 61 Roosevelt would later regret that he allowed his Spanish policy to be set by the State Department's appeasers, but at the time he concurred with them. No change was enacted until 1939, when it was too late to reverse the outcome of the war. By then, the president had abandoned appeasement in all of Europe. Spain would serve, however, as one of the rallying points for opposition to the policy of supporting right-wing dictators during World War II and after. In particular, the U.S. decision to recognize the Franco regime would be challenged and used as an example of the short-sightedness of such a policy. The first push to the policy pendulum was delivered, as discussed in the next chapter, during the debates that began over Spain in the late 1930s. The 4th of August regime. The U.S. policy toward General John Metaxas's establishment of a dictatorship in Greece on August 4, 1936 has been largely overlooked by American historians, yet it provides an excellent example of American policy toward right-wing dictatorships and is particularly illuminating given the other events in Europe at that time. U.S. policy toward Greece demonstrated how universal and persistent the well-developed rationales and ideological justifications for supporting right-wing dictatorships had become in the State Department. In the midst of increasing German aggression, the Roosevelt administration welcomed the overthrow of the Greek Republic by an avowed admirer of fascism as beneficial to Western interests in the region. Metaxas defended the suspension of the Constitution, dissolution of Parliament, and declaration of martial law with King George II's approval as necessary to save Greece from a communist revolt. Although Greece was clearly within Great Britain's sphere of influence, and American direct interests and influence there were small. State Department officials nonetheless invoked the fear of Bolshevism, instability, and the inability of the Greeks to govern themselves democratically as justifications for American support of Metaxas's government. American officials believed that the dictatorship was warranted to prevent communism in the region and to bring stability and necessary modernizing reforms to Greece. Moreover, it would serve the interests of the United States by preventing another Spain while providing Britain with a stable ally. 62. The Greek Republic, established in 1924, had never been accepted by a minority of ardent royalists and other conservatives, particularly in the military. For the next decade, politics centered around the rivalry between the followers of the Liberal Party leader Eleftherios Venizelos and the Populist Party, led by Panagiotis Tsaldaris, which during the 1920s and 1930s was generally associated with the monarchy. The onset of the Great Depression served to add further strain and heighten the tension of the national schism, as the division was known, and increased the activity of the rival factions for power. The Depression cut Greek exports, mainly in agricultural goods such as tobacco, olive oil, and currants, in half by 1934 and, along with a drop in immigrant remittances and shipping, increased the Greek debt to a point that 2/3 of the state's expenditures were servicing the debt. 63. Regularly scheduled elections in September 1932 failed to bring an overall majority for the ruling Liberal Party. Venizelos allowed Tsaldaris to form a minority government, which quickly collapsed and forced new elections in March 1933. This time, the populists defeated the liberals and along with other anti-Venizelists and royalist forces put together a majority coalition in parliament. Republican officers in the army, surprised by the election results and the formation of an anti-Venizelist government, attempted a coup under the direction of General Nicholas Plastiras. This was done, he claimed, to protect the republic from its enemies. The coup failed, but it did open up all the old wounds caused by the national schism and was to have a disastrous effect on the stability of the Greek political system. 64. Once again talk arose of a restoration of the monarchy. The lingering suspicions by the Venizelists of the populists and fear of the influence of Metaxas and the royalist forces on the government led to another coup attempt in 1935, the so-called March Revolt, by Republican officers. The revolt, successfully put down by a liberal general, George Kondylis, served to strengthen the power of the royalists as the Tsaldaris government responded with massive purges of liberals and committed Republicans from both military and public office. Leading officers implicated in the revolt were shot by firing squad. Yet Metaxas, who was made a member of Tsaldaris's cabinet after the revolt as a concession to the right, quickly resigned because he felt the government refused to carry out a necessary bloody reprisal. 65. The March Revolt helped to pave the way for the Metaxas dictatorship by seriously weakening Republican forces and unifying the reactionary right. 66. This was the political climate that awaited Lincoln McVeigh when he arrived in Athens on September 4, 1933 as the new American ambassador. McVeigh's initial reports on the political situation emphasized the control Prime Minister Tsaldaris had over political matters and the ambassador's dislike of Venizelos. Weekly reports followed the continual struggle between the government and the Venizelists, with occasional references to the ambitions of the military, particularly Generals Kondylis and Metaxas. 67. The ambassador's overall assessment of Greek politics before the March Revolt was optimistic. Tsaldaris, he believed, had consolidated his control at the expense of both the liberals, whose power he saw eroding, and the royalists. McVeigh claimed that Tsaldaris was keeping a close watch on the royalists. In addition, the Prime Minister was improving the economy and pursuing policies that might well confer a lasting benefit to the country at large. 68. The Prime Minister deftly blocked Venizelos's chances for the presidency in the fall of 1934. The defeat led Venizelos to withdraw from Athens to his native Crete, where he continued to attack the policies of the government. To McVeigh, these were all desperate measures stemming from the breakup of Venizelos's political power and did not represent a real danger of the destruction of the republic. In the face of improved economic and fiscal conditions on which the government is consolidating its strength, the ambassador saw little reason for concern. 69 As for the military and the royalists, Macvig acknowledged that Trsaldarus needed General Condolis, but the general needed the premier as well because he was not strong enough to face the country alone. In any event, Macvig reported that the premier is watching his minister of war very carefully. 70. Given this analysis of Greek politics in early 1935, the ambassador and the State Department were taken off guard by the March revolt and shocked by subsequent events. Initially, Macvig was optimistic in the wake of the March revolt, which he interpreted as an indication of the waning influence of Venizelos and not a matter of constitutional violations. In a lengthy dispatch on March 13, 1935, Macvig noted that the failure of the Republican officers was a shattering blow to the Liberal Party's prestige and power. He believed that a difficult period in the country's history had passed with credit to those in charge. The main result was that there is not likely to be any more trouble with the opposition for some time. The Venizelists are stunned, and the government will have its way. What Macvig failed to see was that the immediate impact was not the decline of the liberals but the rise of the reactionary right. 71. Macvig was quickly forced to take notice of the new threat from the right. On March 17, the ambassador wired the State Department that talk of bringing the king back was everywhere and that the government was forced to bring Metaxas into the cabinet as a concession to the extremists. He reminded the department that Metaxas was one of the most bitter and violent of the opponents of Venizelos. 72 In early April, Macvig noted that if Metaxas were to gain power, it would justify the recent revolt. In the eyes of many Greeks, the country might easily fall a victim to a real civil war. 73 In a clear contrast to Metaxas, Macvig characterized Trsaldarus and his party as the group who stand for wisdom and moderation and credited him with keeping the reprisals to the shooting of only 2 generals. 74 While the execution of these 2 officers is a disquieting indication of the strength of the extreme reactionary faction in the royalist ranks, the ambassador noted that Metaxas had quickly resigned because the cabinet was unwilling to carry out more extensive killings and that it is generally conceded that this victory of moderation and sanity owed much to the responsiveness of the government to British, French, and American pressure. 75. Elections in June delivered an overwhelming victory for Trsaldarus over Metaxas of 287 to 7 seats in the 300-seat parliament, but still failed to resolve matters. First, the liberals had boycotted the election, leaving Trsaldarus and Condolis as the sole defenders of the republic. Second, the prime minister had already promised a plebiscite for the fall as a means for resolving the question of restoring the monarchy, now the central issue in Greek politics. 76 The populist victory, therefore, did little to satisfy the defenders of the republic or the proponents of restoration. On July 3, General Condolis, in a surprise move, publicly declared his support for the monarchy. He claimed that he did not believe the republic could any longer preserve order in Greece and that if the monarchy is able to assure this, it will save Greece. This move forced Trsaldarus to set a definite date, November 10, for the plebiscite. But the royalists, seizing their opportunity, were not willing to wait and take their chances on a popular vote. The military stopped Trsaldarus's car on October 10 and demanded an immediate restoration of the monarchy. When the prime minister refused and reiterated his position to hold a fair plebiscite, the military took over with Condolis as prime minister. 77. These developments caused Ambassador Macvig to reverse his position, and in his analysis of events he sided with the royalists. Numerous conversations with the British minister, Sir Sidney Waterlow, and consideration of Great Britain's position influenced the ambassador. 78 Macvig described Condolis's July announcement as the shock that broke the hardcore legal sentiment of the majority of the country which would have defended the regime on principle. 79 The ambassador began searching for new explanations for what had changed or gone wrong and was now concerned for the stability of Greece. This led him to emphasize the lack of political sophistication of the Greeks, re-evaluate the maturity of their political institutions, and discover a communist threat to Greece that mandated strong action. These worries formed a new analytical base and provided the rationale for supporting first the restoration of the monarchy and second the Metaxas dictatorship. Two new features gained prominence in his analysis: a new supposed communist threat to the country and the inability of the Greek people to govern themselves. In September, Mackvig drew in the specter of Bolshevism for the first time. He wrote to Hull that serious observers are not unaware that large portions of the opposition are moving distinctly to the left in the face of governmental uncertainty and private squabbling. Communism is spreading, and with it alarm for the survival of ordered government itself. Following the royalist coup in October, Mackvig began his first full report by stating that one thing which undoubtedly aided General Kondalis and his henchmen in maintaining order was the apathy and disgust of the majority of the onlookers at this new proof of the ineptitude of self-government in Greece. 81. Mackvig's analysis also now built on views of Greece widely held in the United States. Writing in the establishment journal Foreign Affairs in 1926, Charles P. Howland, in his article Greece and the Greeks, presented the conventional wisdom. He found that the Greeks in their present stage of evolution are not especially suited to an era whose dominating principle is industrial and political organization. They possessed a very sensitive nervous organization, a constitutional restlessness and habit of disputation, and are volatile in their political allegiances. Their effervescent temperament and tendency to oscillate between intense activity and repose make the political future a problematic one. It is an open question whether the Greeks can subordinate their nerves and emotions to the excellent understandings in the fashion required for the successful working of democracy. 82. Writing 10 years later in the same journal, William Miller found that the Greek problem, which lies at the root of the national character, was getting the people to submit to authority and work together. 83. Another writer at the time noted that the Greeks suffered from a disinclination to obey a leader and the concomitant tendency to split up into cliques and groups. These characteristics were hindering the social evolution of modern Greece. 84. The coup had been carried out so that the return of the king would be a certainty. At the end of October, Mackvig wired the State Department to inform it that there would still be a plebiscite in early November only to legalize decisions already taken. 85. As expected, the monarchists won an overwhelming victory, gaining 97% of the vote, with a total of over 400,000 more votes than had ever been cast previously in a Greek election. 86. Though clearly fraudulent, the vote provided a legal blessing to the king's return later in the month. Mackvig accurately reported the British support for the restoration of the King of the Hellenes and said that the British minister was to advise the king personally on instructions from London. 87. Writing President Roosevelt on Thanksgiving Day 1935, Mackvig summarized recent events by explaining that in Greece politics is a game, it is subject to peculiar rules which everybody recognizes. Barely hiding his amusement and displeasure, Mackvig noted that while governments rise or fall by the ballot, whenever the minority feels hopelessly up against it, it is considered all right for it to turn the majority out by a coup d'état, if it can manage to do so. The army, Mackvig explained, was the chief piece on the board. Having simplified Greek politics to a game akin to the way Americans follow the races, baseball, or the stock market, and thereby removing any legitimacy from the battles over the future of the republic, Mackvig virtually ignored the issue of the destruction of Greek democracy that was underway. Returning to recent events, the ambassador explained that the king owed his throne to a minority interest and the British. The minority could have its way because it had the support of the army, and the Liberal Party press was muzzled and the opposition leaders arrested. Yet the people accordingly accepted the revolution as a fait accompli, strengthening Mackvig's belief that the Greeks were inept at self-government. 88. Elections sponsored by the king were held on January 26, 1936 to elect a new assembly under the restored monarchy. The results were indecisive, with the Liberal Party and its allies gaining 141 seats, the Populist Party and its allies, including Metaxas, 143 seats, and the Communist-led Popular Front 15 seats. While the Liberals and Populists discussed forming a coalition government, each side was also engaged in secret talks with the Communists to see if they could form a government without the other powerful bloc. The Communist Party, fearing a fascist takeover, was seeking protection by participating in the government. MacVeagh updated Roosevelt on the political developments in Greece in a lengthy letter on February 29. His discussion centered around his agreement with the king's statement to him that Greece needed more Anglo-Saxon ideas in this country. MacVeagh praised George II and expressed sympathy for his difficulties in trying to reform Greek politics. He has shown himself, MacVeagh wrote, to be a serious-minded and genuine person determined to do his best as monarch of the entire country and not simply one party. The ambassador's overall portrait was that of a nation that lacked true political behavior and was in need of firm leadership. While MacVeagh believed the king was willing to provide that leadership, he badly misread his partisan intentions and in particular his reliance on General Metaxas. 89. In April, the king resolved the political impasse by naming Metaxas premier. The populists provided the context and the rationale for this move by accusing the liberals of plotting with the Communist Party to undermine the state. In the midst of charges and countercharges, the assembly voted to adjourn for 5 months until September 30 and leave power to the new prime minister. The king and Metaxas argued that such drastic, but temporary, measures were necessary to save Greece from the danger of Bolshevism. Ambassador MacVeagh quickly took up the government's arguments that an unstable Greece, with a politically immature population, was threatened by communism and in need of strong measures. He worried only whether the necessary steps would be taken soon enough and with enough strength. MacVeagh's reports from April until the official establishment of the Metaxas dictatorship in August concentrated on the danger of Bolshevism and comparisons of Greece with Spain. Given that example, the State Department welcomed a firm right-wing dictatorship in Greece. With the adjournment of the assembly, the embassy reported that the government has been run as a virtual, if temporary, dictatorship of the king. This was not, however, to be a cause for concern. As MacVeagh argued, given the king's popularity and the weariness of the electorate after a troubled year, it might be qualified as a dictatorship with the consent of the dictates. Demonstrating his approval, the ambassador wrote that in gaining a free hand from the professional politicians, a term he always now used in a pejorative manner, the king had gained a great victory. But to do so he had to use the steamroller. MacVeagh concluded that it would soon be known what progress, if any, the king can make in giving this country more Anglo-Saxon ideas. 90. It is not clear whether MacVeagh intended the irony of this last statement, given the king's reliance on Metaxas and the general's well-known hatred of parliamentary government and his admiration of fascism. Metaxas, however, believed he had a personal mission, as the nation's savior from the vicissitudes of representative government, and from the vulgarity of partisan politics. 91. Unrest increased in early May. Hit hard by the drop in markets for Greek exports, tobacco workers in Salonika led a series of protests. In his full report to the State Department on May 29, MacVeagh laid the blame for events on the communists. He described a situation of escalating unrest prompted by the presence of communist agitators in the crowd. The police, who had responded to the strikes with violence and would be replaced by the army to prevent more bloodshed, were defended as being deliberately goaded into shedding blood. Cries of "Long live Spain" were frequent, the ambassador added, along with the known communist ploy of using the corpses of martyrs in exciting further riot. Having established the source of the problem, MacVeagh lamented that the authorities did not fully recognize the scope of the trouble or move with enough speed to suppress it. Arguing that the troubles in the north constitute the most serious labor disturbance in Greece's history, MacVeagh noted that they afford a couple of lessons which the Greek government would do well to heed. The primary lesson was the extent to which organization has supplemented mere agitation in northern Greece. The strike could only be the product of a centralized directing force, which MacVeagh linked to Moscow. Referring to the old adage that Satan finds work for idle hands to do, MacVeagh wanted the government to recognize the fertility of the fields the communists were tilling in Greece. 92. MacVeagh was particularly worried that communist influence was spreading quickly in the nation. Workers elsewhere were watching, and it was almost inevitable that communistic influence should extend to the miserably low-paid workers of the textile and other industries of Salonika. The government, therefore, needed to suppress the communists and at the same time improve conditions, or Macvig feared that Salonika might be destined to become another Barcelona and spread the infection of economic revolt. Macvig noted that he was doing his best to bring Metaxas and others around to this understanding. The government can still turn the flank on this country's incipient communism, Macvig emphasized, by assuring to the poor a modicum of contentment. If the government failed, both with political repression and economic reform, Macvig feared that the country may well be the next victim of the social revolution. This, I fear, is the real significance of the recent strike. 93. A turning point had been reached. The Department of State was alarmed by Macvig's report and shared the ambassador's concerns and analysis of the events. Wallace Murray summarized the department's opinion when he wrote Macvig that you have convinced us that the Greek government is storing up serious trouble for itself in not taking in hand the labor situation in Macedonia and Western Thrace. At a time when events in Spain were about to erupt into civil war, the department feared a similar occurrence on the other side of the Mediterranean. And again, any government in alliance with the left was unacceptable, while a right-wing dictatorship was not only tolerable but now seemingly necessary. 94. This was Metaxas's position as well, and he was finding important support for it in London and in Washington. British Minister Waterlow welcomed Metaxas's coming to power because he was willing to be the strong man Greece needed. The end of normal parliamentary rule did not bother Waterlow. He believed it would provide a breathing space for the king and Metaxas to bring order to Greece and deal with the danger of communism. The Foreign Office agreed that Metaxas should have a stabilizing effect on Greece. 95. Macvig's esteem for Metaxas grew throughout the summer. The ambassador now described him as charming and sympathetic and noted approvingly that Metaxas shared the king's dislike of politicians because he has a desire to get things done. Macvig believed that the general needed to act with more vigor and introduce a program capable of turning the flank of the communists. The military metaphor represented the approach Macvig hoped to see used. But Macvig feared that the government, honest as it may be in its efforts to make Greece orderly and efficient in spite of self, might not be able to do the job. The ambassador even went so far as to characterize trouble and ineptitude as normalcy in Greece. 96. Unless the government remained on its guard, the king's good intention of bringing more Anglo-Saxon ideas to this country may easily be wrecked on the shoals of the Greek temperament. 97. Macvig was en route to the United States to campaign for Roosevelt's re-election when Metaxas officially dissolved the Constitution, instituted martial law, began the suppression of the opposition press and labor unions, and established his dictatorship on August 4, 1936. Harold Schantz, the charge d'affaires, who had recently come to Athens from Moscow, reported to Washington without question the official explanation for Metaxas's action. It was necessary to forestall general strike called, to protest recently decreed compulsory labor laws, background causes ascribed to rapid spread of communism among laborers and farmers. In addition to the danger of Bolshevism, Schantz also believed that the endless political quarrels leading to inability of the present chamber to form a responsible government was the other primary reason why Metaxas's move was necessary. 98. In a lengthier dispatch prepared 4 days after the establishment of the 4th of August regime, Schantz emphasized that the establishment of the dictatorship was an antidote to political instability in Greece caused by the Greeks' inability to rule themselves and the growth of Bolshevism. This instability had provided an opening for communism in Greece that had to be blocked. In addition to the recognition of the communist danger and placing an end to the instability on which it bred, Schantz found that there was great potential for the Metaxas regime to carry out positive political and economic reforms and allow for a political maturation in Greece. The charge welcomed the coming of the dictatorship by quoting as fact a government report that demonstrated the spread of communism and how, by profiting by the political anarchy which the incurable quarrels of the political parties created, it reached the moment for overthrowing the social regime, and how the 24-hour strike was to be prolonged until it assumed the character of a civil war. Schantz added that with this in mind, and with the tragic accounts of Spain filling the local press, it is not surprising that the Metaxas government, with the king's support, took the steps it did. The lack of popular support for Metaxas or the dictatorship did not bother the embassy. The Greeks, after all, had demonstrated their inability to govern themselves and make wise decisions. Chance, however, neatly turned this problem into a show of support. The apathy with which the dictatorship was greeted seems to indicate that the people in general were heartily sick of squabbling politicians. Chance concluded that the Metaxas government has a great opportunity to effect much-needed reforms. 99 Metaxas moved quickly to consolidate his power, and by August 22, Chance was able to report that Greece was as quiet as a lamb now that Metaxas had suppressed the communist menace. Regarding the needed reforms, he found that much has been done already, and he optimistically predicted that the regime would last for a long time. 100. The State Department adopted the embassy's analysis of events in Greece, and in light of British policy and the civil war in Spain, it supported the coming of the dictatorship. Outlining the State Department's interpretation, Murray wrote to Under-Secretary of State Phillips on August 5 that the establishment of the dictatorship was necessary because of the political chaos in Greece, which had led to no workable basis for the formation of a cabinet, and had created the danger of Bolshevism in the nation. The establishment of an authoritarian regime was needed because of the widespread labor troubles in Greece and the growth of the Communist Party. Metaxas was the most gifted soldier of modern Greece and a strong, capable leader, with an active mind and physically young for his 65 years. 101. Ambassador MacVeagh, upon his return in September 1936, endorsed the analysis of the embassy sent to Washington during his absence. Mr. Metaxas, he wrote, has now turned the eyes of the indigent to himself rather than to Moscow, and in that sense, and to the degree in which he puts adequate welfare measures into force, may be considered as a savior of the country. 102. MacVeagh's own report, however, contained enough information to undercut his and the State Department's analysis and to support an argument that there was no parliamentary paralysis or danger of a Bolshevik revolution. The Liberals had been ready to form a government back in April and again in the fall, when the Assembly's 5-month recess was over. But this would have meant Metaxas and the king accepting a coalition government that included the Communist Party in April or a triumph of a Republican coalition that fall. These conditions were equally unacceptable to Metaxas and to American representatives in Greece. MacVeagh's reports provide little evidence that he saw the political parties as representing competing interests in Greece. Instead, they became, with the rise of the strikes in 1936, intolerable excesses that had to be eliminated. There was, however, no political impasse in April. The Liberals would have formed a government headed by Themistocles Cephalou. Only when negotiations with the Communist Party became public did the agreement collapse out of fear that this scandal would become the excuse for a coup d'état. Moreover, in August there was no communist threat. 103 Yet the communist danger came to dominate embassy reporting. Only the invocation of the specter of Bolshevism could square American policy with the fact that the Greek people consistently voted for parties that supported the Republic. Nonetheless, MacVeagh held to the position that, though the Communists may not have been planning a revolt in August, Metaxas was correct when he claimed that communism would have created such an overturn in the great bourgeois centers, spreading their influence gradually to the smallest centers, that we should have entered a revolutionary atmosphere from which we surely could not have emerged without bloodshed. 104 The specter of Spain haunted the ambassador. MacVeagh concluded that though the new government was not ideal, it did provide stability and it had rescued Greece from communism. 105 The king's continued support was safe, MacVeagh reported, because he believed a dictatorship was necessary for the turbulent Greeks. This, together with his natural fear of renewed parliamentary bickering, sufficiently explains his support of Mr. Metaxas. 106 The king had told the British minister that ideally there is only one real solution, and that is that Greece should be taken over by your civil service and run as a British colony. If only it were possible. Waterlow believed that after 12 years of civilized life in London, the king faced the task in the spirit of one carrying the white man's burden among the tribes of the jungle. 107. Much, however, remained to be done. As MacVeagh reported the next month, Metaxas still had not succeeded in changing undisciplined habits. Greece is still Greece, slowly modernizing out of its backward depths, and inveterately disobedient and individualistic whenever immediate and constant pressure is not applied. Apparently the dictatorship would be needed for a long time to come. Combined with the growing international crisis and German-Italian pressure in Eastern Europe, MacVeagh, in the words of John Iatrides, while fully aware of unpopularity and sinister side, had little difficulty in accepting the dictatorship as a necessary evil. 108 Neither did the State Department. Feuchtkoller summarized the view in 1939 when he wrote that Metaxas should be appreciated for a sincere and reasonably successful attempt to bring the country through a difficult period, when endless and excessive political strife of Republican Greece might have proved disastrous. 109 As MacVeagh wrote Roosevelt in 1938, Mr. Metaxas is quite the ablest man in Greek political life today. He warned that if Mr. Metaxas should die, the position would be difficult in the extreme. 110 The view that Metaxas had foiled a potential communist uprising, brought stability to a Greece that could not digest more Anglo-Saxon ideas, and promised needed reforms before Greeks could take on the task of self-government had become a truism for American leaders. With stability being secured at each end of the Mediterranean, the Roosevelt administration could concentrate its efforts on the development of its German policy. Economic appeasement. In 1937, Roosevelt seriously began to explore the means to achieving a general European peace. At the core would have to be a settlement of the German question. The policy the Roosevelt administration settled on was one of economic appeasement. In essence, the United States would attempt to meet Germany's economic demands while opposing territorial expansion. By appeasement, American policymakers meant an accommodation with Hitler that would maintain peace in Europe while providing Germany redress from the burdens of the Versailles system. Economic arrangements were believed to be the best method to secure greater international trade, settle the demands of Germany, achieve peace, and prevent the two feared alternatives that threatened Europe should these efforts fail: a world of closed economic systems or wars of aggression that would lead to instability and revolution. The key officials in developing this policy were the new Under-Secretary of State, Sumner Welles, William Phillips, now stationed in Rome, Norman Davis, who served as an ambassador at large for the President, and Assistant Secretary of State Adolph A. Burley. All of these men were personal friends of the President and advocates of appeasement and the continued isolation of the Soviet Union from European affairs. 111. The American pursuit of appeasement was a well-developed policy that appeared to preserve U.S. interests while offering the prospect of a genuine peace. It was neither a short-sighted policy in the sense that officials did not realize that by the late 1930s Germany presented a grave threat, nor an attempt to drive Germany to the east to fight the Soviet Union. The United States did not want to see any wars in Europe, including one between Germany and the Soviet Union, because it feared that fighting would inevitably spread to the whole continent, further destabilize existing institutions, and provide a spark for revolutions. Economic appeasement is best understood as an attempt at an overall economic and political settlement to bring about stability, trade, and the restoration of Europe's economy while insulating the United States from direct political commitments in Europe. A crucial component to the thinking of Roosevelt and his leading advisers was their disillusionment over World War I. By 1936, American leaders were unsure whether any benefits had resulted from that war, and they were fearful that another conflict in Europe would have disastrous effects. The most tangible results of the war seemed to be communism in Russia, the Great Depression, and Hitler's rise to power in Germany. Roosevelt and the State Department were convinced, therefore, that another war in Europe would necessitate American involvement, bring about another period of post-war disorder, and foster revolutions. Appeasement, a term that had yet to gain its post-war opprobrium, appeared to be worth the effort, particularly given the belief that fascist regimes were not in and of themselves necessarily incompatible with Western liberalism and trade. This view was based on the State Department's belief that the current tensions in Europe were rooted in Germany's economic problems. Germany threatened aggression because it needed markets and raw materials, not from the dictates of fascism as an ideology. Germany, the department's Western European division concluded in a lengthy February 1937 analysis, is at the center of the problem of peace and war. If there is to be war, it will probably take the form of a drive by Germany for sources of raw materials. The report continued by stating that it is widely appreciated among far-seeing statesmen that Germany should have access to raw materials. Berlin's demands, therefore, were not wholly unreasonable, and a means to help underwrite German recovery had to be found. The German adoption of economic autarky was viewed as a misguided policy by the Nazis that they could be persuaded, in their own interests, to abandon. A program designed to ease the crisis appeared capable of persuading the German moderates to redirect Germany away from economic self-sufficiency to international cooperation. The immediate objective, then, of an intervention on the part of the United States would be to precipitate the movement for a general political and economic settlement which would obviate the necessity for Germany to strike out to obtain the resources of raw materials in markets deemed by the German leaders necessary to maintain the standard of living of the German people. 112. This strategy fit well with the administration's global efforts to increase trade through the Reciprocal Trade Agreement program. Secretary of State Cordell Hull firmly believed that economic rivalry was the cause of war and that greater international trade and interdependence among nations would serve to avoid conflicts. 113 It would also mean a more stable world order. To ensure stability and economic recovery while seeking to prevent war and concomitant revolutions, economic appeasement was adopted as a comprehensive policy for solving the growing problems of Europe. The administration was confident that its plan could work. Roosevelt wrote Hull in February 1936, "I get it from a number of sources in England and Europe that your policy and mine, working toward the long-view program of general increased trade, is beginning to get under their skins and that they are getting heartily sick of mere bilateral agreements." 114 As one State Department memorandum summarized the strategy in 1938, the development of our trade program will automatically put economic pressure on Germany as more nations engaged in freer international exchange. And in this we have a ready-forged weapon in hand to induce Germany to meet world trade and political sentiment. 115 Once its trade began to improve, Germany would see that its interests were better served through cooperation with the Western democracies than in combating them. This in turn would end Germany's need to expand and would prevent a disastrous war in Europe. From 1936 to 1938, therefore, Roosevelt pursued appeasement in an effort to induce Germany to turn away from aggression toward economic cooperation as the best means to achieve its goals. The State Department had concluded that economic appeasement should prove to be the surest route to world peace. 116. Good relations with Italy and Mussolini's influence on Hitler were considered to be important components of this overall plan. Philips's appointment as ambassador was a signal to Rome that although the United States opposed Italy's aggression in Africa and would not recognize Italian control, European affairs were of much greater importance and that Washington sought to restore its former close relations with Italy. Phillips wrote a series of favorable reports and letters to Roosevelt and the State Department concerning Mussolini and fascism. These communications demonstrated that Mussolini's image as a peacemaker and a moderate fascist remained intact. In January 1937, Phillips wrote Roosevelt that though fascism as a form of government is anything but desirable from our point of view, I am greatly impressed by the efforts of Mussolini to improve the conditions of the masses. Phillips concluded that the fascists honestly believe that they represent a true democracy in as much as the welfare of the people is their principal objective. Certainly they have much evidence in their favor. 117. Turning to foreign policy, Phillips wrote in April that while Mussolini continued to use strident language when making public speeches, his bellicose language and the rattling of the sword, is in opinion necessary to keep alive new spirit of the Italian people, which had emerged under fascism. 118 Ambassador Phillips was reviving the old pre-Ethiopia argument that Mussolini's words were merely for domestic consumption and that they had little correlation to how he would act. That is, though Mussolini might engage in small colonial wars to rally the Italian people to the fascist state, Phillips believed that he did not intend to bring Italy into a war with any European nation. The ambassador had little but praise for Mussolini and his programs. He believed that fascism had brought the Italian people out of a slough of despond and had created a new, proud spirit in Italy. Through his dynamic personality and great human qualities, Phillips wrote Roosevelt, Mussolini has created a new and vigorous race throughout Italy. He is essentially interested in bettering conditions of the masses, and his accomplishments in this direction are astounding and are a source of constant amazement to me. Phillips concluded that Mussolini had no further aggressive intentions. Fascist aid to Franco's rebellion in Spain was not to be understood as part of a policy of aggression. Mussolini's only intention in Spain, the ambassador argued, was to prevent the establishment of a communist state in the Mediterranean. Phillips concluded that Mussolini, desiring to concentrate on domestic matters, was already tired of the war in Spain. 119. The State Department concurred with the new ambassador's analysis. Hugh R. Wilson openly admired Italy's achievements in Ethiopia, writing that the Italian effort was magnificent, the road construction was superlative, the health of the army something that had never been seen when Westerners were fighting in tropic conditions. 120. James Dunn noted that Mussolini's intention to remove his forces from Spain indicated that he was sincerely on the side of peace. 121. In a June 1937 report, the State Department reiterated the analysis of fascism which had guided its policy since 1922. Fascism has brought order out of chaos, discipline out of license, and solvency out of bankruptcy. Italy's importance in influencing Germany and in maintaining the peace of Europe should not, therefore, be undercut by an unfriendly policy. 122. Now that relations with Rome were back on track, the administration turned its attention to Germany. In a July 1937 speech at the University of Virginia, Wells made it clear that the United States would welcome a general settlement to Europe's problems through a revision of the Versailles Treaty. The treaty, he declared, had left Germany with intolerable moral and material burdens. 123. In a national radio speech that same month, Wells stated that the causes of the ills from which the world suffers today revolve primarily about the fundamental fact that the injustices and maladjustments resulting from the Great War have never yet been rectified. 124. In short, German revisionist demands had some legitimacy and a way had to be found to satisfy them. Roosevelt outlined his own thinking at the same time in a letter he sent to Mussolini. The keys to peace were international trade and disarmament, the two things must go hand in hand. It seems clear to me that if the nations can agree on armament reduction, even if it be in the form of a progressive reduction over a period of years, they can far more effectively discuss practical instruments for reduction of trade barriers, thus building up employment in industry to take the place of employment in armament. The President even hinted at concessions for Italy when he added, I recognize that as a part of the discussion of increasing trade, every consideration should be given to a more ready access to raw materials markets for those nations which in themselves do not produce the raw materials necessary to industry. 125. The barrier of the Italo-Ethiopian War was removed, and the main components of Roosevelt and Wells's appeasement policy of late 1937 and 1938 had been formed. In October, after much searching and questioning, Roosevelt adopted Wells's idea for peace. Roosevelt knew that there was no easy answer and that whatever direction he turned had its difficulties and shortcomings. He set out his dilemma in a pair of letters to Phillips. Roosevelt began to doubt one piece of the appeaser's position, that communism, not Nazi Germany, was the greatest danger to Europe. Every week changes the picture, the President mused, and the basis for it all lies, I think, not in communism or the fear of communism but in Germany and the fear of what the present German leaders are meeting for or being drawn toward. 126. In May, Roosevelt stated that the more I study the situation, the more I am convinced that an economic approach to peace is a pretty weak reed for Europe to lean on. It may postpone war, but how can it avert war in the long run if the armament process continues at its present pace or even for that matter at a slower pace? Yet he wondered what else was available. Collective security meant some agreement with the Soviet Union, and disarmament was tied to economic recovery. How do we make progress if England and France say we cannot help Germany and Italy to achieve economic security if they continue to arm and threaten, while simultaneously Germany and Italy say we must continue to arm and threaten because they will not give us economic security? The president's thinking kept returning to economic solutions and an appeasement of Germany as the only way out of the problem. 127 Unable to advocate or accept collective security, which would have to include the Soviet Union and might lead to war, Roosevelt saw no other way to approach the German problem. The prevailing interpretation of fascism gave him hope that a solution was possible. The plan Wells developed consisted of the United States calling a world conference along the lines Roosevelt had described to Mussolini in July. In a lengthy memorandum for the president, Wells outlined his objectives and reasons for the conference. Nations must reach an agreement on how they may obtain the right to have access upon equal and effective terms to raw materials and other elements necessary for their economic life. Achieving this goal would necessitate a revision of the Versailles Treaty. As Wells pointed out, before the foundations of a lasting peace can be secured, international adjustments of various kinds may be found in order to remove those inequities which exist by reason of the nature of certain settlements reached at the termination of the Great War. 128. The Undersecretary received support from many in the State Department. Moffat joined Wells because he feared that a war against the fascist nations would augment the influence of communism in Europe. 129 The ambassador to Poland, John Cudahy, echoed these ideas when he wrote Roosevelt, "It was wrong that the proud, capable, ambitious, and warlike Germans were prevented by the post-World War I arrangements from obtaining prosperity while the crude and uncouth Russians, who were 3 centuries behind civilization, had an empire." 130 Norman Davis hoped to see Wells's plan adopted because he feared too much emphasis was being placed on a moral condemnation of the dictators that would only serve to drive them into a closer alliance. A formula needed to be found which would enable them to come back to a cooperative movement. Adolf Burley supported Davis, noting that the State Department is divided. About half of it is following a Wilsonian moral line which in my judgment would lead eventually to our entry into a war on the British side. The other half, headed by Sumner and myself, is still endeavoring to steer matters into an ultimate conference. 131. As Wells later recalled, the general aim was an understanding between this country and the leading powers of Europe to achieve economic cooperation. The conference would help create an ultimate international economy based upon reduced armaments, a greater common use of world resources, and the improvement and simplification of economic relations among nations. 132 The first attempt to implement Wells's plan was blocked by Secretary Hull, who did not want Roosevelt taking the initiative in European affairs. 133 But Wells revived the idea in January and secured the Secretary of State's agreement so long as Roosevelt first advised the British of Wells's plan. Again, central to the idea was an economic reordering of world trade. "It is my belief," Wells wrote Roosevelt, "that the proposal in itself will lend support and impetus to the effort of Great Britain, supported by France, to reach the basis for a practical understanding with Germany both on colonies and upon security, as well as upon European adjustments." On January 11, Wells advised the British ambassador, Sir Ronald Lindsay, of his plan. Despite the endorsement of the British Foreign Office, Prime Minister Neville Chamberlain rejected the proposal because, he argued, it would interfere with his own appeasement efforts currently being negotiated with Italy and Germany. 134. Roosevelt and Wells were upset by Chamberlain's rejection and his apparent decision to exclude the United States from participating in a settlement. American leaders believed that a general settlement of Europe's problems had to be reached, while Chamberlain pursued a bilateral and piecemeal approach of political and territorial adjustments with Germany and Italy. As the Prime Minister informed Roosevelt when he turned down the President's offer to call for a world conference, it would delay consideration of specific points which must be settled if appeasement is to be achieved. 135. In particular, American officials worried about negotiations Britain was conducting with Italy. Roosevelt and Wells feared that the British would give away the lever of recognition of Ethiopia without settling other problems. As Roosevelt noted in his reply to Chamberlain, One concern was over the harmful effect de jure recognition of Italy's empire would have on the course of Japan in China. Moreover, Roosevelt believed that although U.S. recognition of Italy's conquest was inevitable, recognition should be granted only as part of securing Mussolini's assistance in reaching a general European settlement. The recognition of the conquest of Ethiopia, Roosevelt wrote, which at some appropriate time may have to be regarded as an accomplished fact, would seem to me to be a matter which affects all nations which are committed to the principles of non-recognition and which should be dealt with as an integral part of measures for world appeasement. 136. Wells informed Ambassador Lindsay that the recognition of Italy's empire was an unpleasant pill which we should both swallow to obtain Mussolini's aid in a settlement, but that Roosevelt wished that we should both swallow it together. 137. Chamberlain, finally persuaded by Foreign Minister Anthony Eden, decided to delay his talks with Italy and reopen discussions with the United States. Rapidly changing events on the continent, however, culminating in Hitler's annexation of Austria on March 12, 1938, brought an end to any discussions of peace based on Welles's plan. In the wake of the Anschluss, Chamberlain reopened negotiations with Mussolini. By the end of March, Britain had reached an agreement with Italy which traded de jure recognition of Italy's control of Ethiopia for the removal of Italian forces from Spain. The Prime Minister believed this was a major achievement in weakening the relationship between Rome and Berlin. The British Foreign Office pressed the United States for approval of its actions. Wells, supported by Phillips, urged Roosevelt to issue a public statement in support of the British in order to aid in their effort at keeping Mussolini out of Hitler's orbit. Phillips believed that because the Anschluss was so unpopular in Italy and Germany so distrusted by the Italians, it was possible to divide Mussolini permanently from Hitler. 138. Wells, his faith in Mussolini and the use of Italy as the road to peace unbroken, saw any move that would weaken the Axis as one that the United States had to support. On April 19, the President released a statement that the United States had urged the promotion of peace through the finding of means for economic appeasement and that it viewed the Anglo-Italian agreement with sympathetic interest because it is proof of the value of peaceful negotiations. 139. By September 1938, while the Czechoslovakian crisis grew daily, Roosevelt was more pessimistic than ever. Writing to Phillips, the President indicated that he now saw war as inevitable. Chamberlain's visit to Hitler today may bring things to a head or may result in a temporary postponement of what looks to me like an inevitable conflict within the next few years. Voicing his depression over events in Europe and sense of powerlessness to stop the oncoming crash, Roosevelt continued, "Perhaps when it comes the United States will be in a position to pick up the pieces of European civilization and help them save what remains of the wreck." Not a cheerful prospect. 140. The President's mood, however, swung to optimism the next week. Czechoslovakia, yielding to British and French pressure, announced it would surrender the Sudetenland to Germany. Roosevelt and other officials began to believe, for the last time, that war might still be averted and a means to appeasement obtained. Roosevelt contacted the British, French, Germans, and Czechs, urging them to continue negotiations. At this juncture, the President again turned to Mussolini. On September 27, 1938, Roosevelt wrote the Italian dictator that "I feel sure that you will agree with me as to the destructive and tragic effects of a war in Europe." Roosevelt asked Mussolini to extend help in the continuation of the efforts to arrive at an agreement of the questions at issue by negotiation. 141. Burley noted that the reconstruction of the Austrian Empire unit under Germany was probably necessary and, not alarming. 142. He advised Roosevelt that with Germany about to absorb some, if not all of Czechoslovakia, the United States should not let emotion obscure its judgment. If it were anyone but Hitler, the action would be viewed as undoing the unsound work of Versailles. Despite growing hostility toward Nazism, a successful Great Germany will not forever be the hideous picture it is today. 143. When Hitler agreed to a meeting in Munich, American officials believed, as Ambassador Phillips stated, that there was no doubt that the Duce played a strong hand at this critical moment in bringing about the conference and avoiding war. 144. Chamberlain's announcement that he would meet Hitler and Mussolini in Munich prompted Roosevelt to express his opinion in a two-word cable: Goodman 145. The State Department's leading advocates of appeasement believed that the Munich meeting could lead to an overall settlement of the problems of Europe. Moffat stated that the department agreed that the work for peace should not be reduced but redoubled. The opportunity for real appeasement resting on sound economic foundations was at hand. 146. Sumner Welles declared in a radio speech on October 3 that because of Munich, today, more than at any time during the past 2 decades, there is presented the opportunity for the establishment by the nations of the world of a new world order based upon justice and upon law. 147. The optimism over Munich quickly vanished, however, in the face of Germany's intransigence on negotiations and the renewed repression of German Jews. It was now irrevocably clear to Roosevelt that appeasement had failed. Time was running out, as Roosevelt told Secretary of the Treasury Henry Morgenthau, "These trade treaties are just too goddamn slow, the world is marching too fast. They're just too slow." 148. On November 15, Roosevelt called the American ambassador to Berlin, Hugh Wilson, home for consultation. He never returned. The State Department began what Burley called its death watch on Europe. Roosevelt concluded that Hitler was a fanatic, a pure unadulterated devil, who would have to be stopped by force. The pendulum moves. American views on right-wing dictators had been thrown into flux. Germany's aggression provided room for questioning the whole basis for previous ideas and whether American interests were actually served by supporting such regimes. Roosevelt's thoughts on Mussolini in 1939 demonstrate the difficulties, contradictions, and continuity of old ideas concerning dictators. In January 1939, Roosevelt wrote his secretary Stephen Early a candid memorandum outlining his understanding of Mussolini and dictatorships. His main thesis was that Hitler had changed the central aspects of fascism and was the cause of all the present difficulties. In effect, Hitler had corrupted a viable system. Previously, Roosevelt recalled, there were many, including myself, who hoped that having restored order and morale in Italy, would, of his own accord, work toward a restoration of democratic processes. Therefore, the question needed to be asked as to whether, if Hitler and Nazism had not risen in 1933 and gone to such extreme lengths, Mussolini could have survived alone, could have put through a greater absolutism, or whether he would have been compelled to re-establish some form of popular representation. Remarkably, Roosevelt concluded that the development of fascism in Italy was of great importance to the world, but it was still in the experimental stage before Hitler. 149. Phillips concurred with the president. The ambassador to Italy recalled that Mussolini had done great things for Italy, but his craving for greatness and the influence of Germany had led him astray. 150. Roosevelt and Welles's meeting with the new Italian ambassador to the United States, Prince Ascanio Colonna, on March 22, 1939, reflected these views and demonstrated both the persistence of the favorable analysis of Mussolini's dictatorship and the view that Mussolini held, in Roosevelt's words, the key to peace. 151. The president began his meeting with the Italian ambassador by impressing upon him, first, that American resources and materials would be available to those who opposed Germany. And, second, that American opposition to Germany did not stem from an ideological opposition to fascism or dictatorship per se but to aggression. It was not, Roosevelt said, a question of an insistence by the people on the form of government which European peoples should have, but on the contrary a deep-rooted opposition to the carrying out on the part of any nation a policy of military domination that threatened world peace and the interests of peaceful nations. It is difficult to imagine an American president or policymaker expressing similar views about a communist government. 152. These statements suggest that at this late date, Roosevelt and others still believed that authoritarian governments were necessary transition stages for some nations and that there was no fundamental conflict between support for them and American interests. The main problem had been an alliance with a powerful nation that was now an enemy of the United States, not the nature of the regimes in and of themselves. The policy pendulum, however, had begun to move. The fascist threat in Europe loosened its moorings, and 4 long years of fighting would open up the debate on relations with right-wing dictators to a broad range of opinion. Because of the demands for wartime supplies, the Roosevelt administration did not want to upset the flow of goods by challenging any government that sided with the Allied cause. This necessitarian approach led as well to military arrangements with Admiral Jean Darlot and the Vichy France forces in North Africa and to the recognition of the Badoglio government in Italy. It is also true that the original views developed during the 1920s were never fully discarded during the war, and that the origins of American involvement in World War II lay in German aggression, and not the type of ideological opposition that would motivate so much of American post-war policy and hostility toward the Soviet Union and communism during the Cold War. One could still argue that in many other nations the need for authoritarian rule to provide stability, combat Bolshevism, and protect economic opportunities remained as long as those states did not align with Germany. Nonetheless, the push that proclamations such as the Atlantic Charter and the Four Freedoms gave to the pendulum set in motion a change of American policy. The members of the State Department who held to what Burley termed a Wilsonian moral line gained ascendancy. In the process, they attacked Argentina throughout the war for its refusal to break relations with Germany and prepared to use the power and influence of the United States to force dictators to adopt constitutional methods or give up power once the war was over. In 1946, the Truman administration would adopt an official policy of opposition to all right-wing dictatorships. This change would prove, however, to be short-lived. With the emergence of the Cold War, the administration would reverse course and return, albeit with some important modifications, to the policy of the interwar years. 4 disreputable governments or allies. The Truman administration and right-wing dictatorships. The Allied victory in World War II appeared to mark more than the defeat of Germany, Italy, and Japan. It was to be, for many, the beginning of a new epoch. Central to that vision was the defeat of fascism and the triumph of democratic ideals and values over dictatorship and authoritarian rule. The world's nations had not only joined together in an anti-fascist coalition on the battlefield. They also produced documents such as the Atlantic Charter and the Charter of the United Nations that extolled human rights, self-determination, and freedom. At home, Roosevelt spoke the lofty language of the Four Freedoms, criticized tyranny and colonialism, and talked of the expansion of American institutions to other parts of the world. For Americans, the post-war period promised a vindication of their nation's values and institutions, which they were sure others would want to emulate and adopt. It was an article of faith that the world's peoples desired the things that the United States represented and that the values of America were universal. To make sure that these words and doctrines were not merely empty phrases and symbolic gestures, Americans believed that this time they had to take command of the world and accept the obligations of world leadership that they had rejected in 1919. From this realization emerged the remarkable achievements in post-war West Germany, Italy, and Japan of establishing democratic governments and the rebuilding of Western Europe's and Japan's economies. In other areas of the world, events looked equally promising. In Africa and Asia, independence movements were on the march that would end the discredited vestiges of European imperialism. Dictatorships appeared to be on the wane and destined to become a thing of the past, particularly in Latin America, where U.S. influence was the greatest. 2 long-term dictators, Martinez in El Salvador and Jorge Ubico in Guatemala, fell in 1944, and in 1945 Argentina, under intense pressure from the United States, became the last nation to break relations with Germany and join the Allied coalition. Other dictators, such as Somoza in Nicaragua and Rafael Trujillo in the Dominican Republic, had been forced to express support for basic freedoms, even if they were still no more than platitudes on their part. The fledgling United Nations refused to admit Spain, and most nations agreed with its request that they withdraw their ambassadors from Madrid in protest over Franco's rule. Outside of the Soviet Union and the areas the Red Army controlled, it seemed that democracy was the force of the future and that the spread of democratic ideals, governments, and institutions was one and the same with the interests of the United States. The spread of democracy would lessen, if not completely eliminate, the threat of another war and foster an international environment of free trade and cooperation led by the United States. In 1946, opposition to dictators was adopted as official policy by the State Department. Even the post-war disputes with Moscow and the emerging Cold War with the Soviet Union, at first, seemed to demand, in the name of Allied unity and consistency with American criticisms of the governments being established in Eastern Europe, that Washington oppose dictatorships and support the establishment of free governments. Yet as the Cold War deepened, older attitudes toward dictatorships re-emerged. Committed globally to opposing communism, the Truman administration sought stability and cooperation with U.S. foreign policy from the nations of the newly named Third World. While it would be best to allow free institutions and governments to struggle and take hold, there did not appear to be time. Communist forces would take advantage of unstable conditions and people who lacked a history of self-rule. Moreover, administration officials doubted the capacity of the newly emerging nations and those in Latin America to establish free governments and stable societies. To overcome the apparent contradiction between their condemnation of Soviet-supported governments and the dictators the United States supported as members of the free world, officials began to make a clear distinction between what were termed traditional authoritarian dictatorships and communist or fascist regimes. By 1950, the outlook on right-wing dictators and relations with them was reversed from the opposition and intolerance at the end of World War II to at first a grudging acceptance and then an open embrace. The Truman administration witnessed the most extensive discussion to date of the issue of how the United States should respond to right-wing dictators. The debates concentrated mostly on Latin America, but the ideas were broadly applicable. By the time of the Korean War, the administration had added a new component to the already existing arguments about stability, anti-communism, and the inability of certain peoples to govern themselves. Support of right-wing dictatorships was not only a recognition of existing realities, a necessity for order, and a protection of U.S. economic interests, it was now viewed as vital to the defense of the free world and the development of liberal institutions. Right-wing dictatorships could bring order and control and provide direction for a nation to establish democracy. Authoritarian rulers were, therefore, often a necessary stage for the emergence of democracy, while a communist government was seen to preclude freedom forever. Outside of Latin America, this same view led, most notably in Southeast Asia, to cooperation with the re-establishment of colonial rule to block communism until the people were ready for independence. Thus the United States found itself in the position of supporting some of the world's most brutal regimes in the name of promoting freedom, democracy and dictatorship in Latin America. Then Ambassador to Cuba Spruce Braden sparked the initial discussions in the Truman administration concerning right-wing dictators when he submitted a statement titled Policy Re-Dictatorships and Disreputable Governments in January 1945. At the request of Assistant Secretary of State Nelson Rockefeller, Braden expanded his thoughts into a longer memorandum on the topic in April. The State Department subsequently sent his document out to each embassy in Latin America for comments. From October to January 1946, the Division of American Republics prepared summaries and policy statements based on Braden's proposal, the responses, and internal discussions. This discussion set out the full parameters of American policymakers' thoughts and concerns surrounding the question of American policy toward dictatorships in the Western Hemisphere, the promotion of democracy, and what best served the interests of the United States. With the new president's and his chief advisors' attention focused on the end of the war, post-war settlements in Europe, the occupation of Japan, and the reconversion of the economy to peacetime conditions, the State Department officials in charge of Latin America had great leeway in the discussion and development of policy. Braden's opening of the discussion represented the confidence of those who wished to see the United States take a more active position against dictatorships. The war demonstrated to them the correctness of the liberal position in the State Department that supporting dictators worked against the best interests of the United States. The fundamental premise of Braden's argument was that the interests of the United States require like-minded, friendly, sympathetic neighbors. And since democracy must prevail in the Latin American countries before such conditions can be assured, It should be the policy of the United States government to encourage democracy by demonstrating a warm friendship for the democratic and reputable governments, and to discourage dictatorships and disreputable governments by treating them as something less than friends and equals, i.e., by maintaining with them a relationship courteous and proper, but at the same time aloof and formal. 1. This position, he and those who supported him believed, was the logical extension of the good neighbor policy and wartime diplomacy. Braden argued that if being a good neighbor meant, in Roosevelt's words, one who resolutely respects himself, and because he does so, respects the rights of others, this stance could not be attained if the United States maintained friendly and cooperative relations with dictatorships. In support of his argument, Braden cited the Department's Secret Instruction No. 4616 of November 1, 1944, informing American representatives that military dictatorships and unconstitutional governments are to be deplored. While the Department will continue to maintain cordial relations with all established and recognized governments, it is not incompatible with those policies to state unequivocally the self-evident truth that the government of the United States cannot help but feel a greater affinity and a warmer friendship for those governments which rest upon the freely expressed consent of the governed. Braden, therefore, proposed that the United States should recognize all governments that held power, but it should treat these petty tyrants with aloof formality, respecting the sovereignty of their nation but avoiding any identification with them. We should refuse to be inveigled into collaborations, which disregard the discrepancy between the despots' announced international objectives and their internal abuses. He offered several means for implementing his ideas. Most important, the United States should refrain from extending to dictators any loans, economic assistance, invitations to Washington, or honors. Public statements of praise, even if to note a constructive endeavor, should be prohibited because they could be misunderstood. Silence was the best course of action. In particular, military cooperation had to be avoided. The time had passed when assistance to any dictators was necessary to the defense of the hemisphere, meaning that the military equipment supplied to a dictator may too frequently be utilized to maintain himself in power or to forge new chains wherewith to shackle his fellow citizens. To help foster democracy, American representatives in nations ruled by dictators needed to develop a wide base of contacts with all classes of people and encourage honesty in government operations, because it will prevent many of the excesses and may even, given the underlying urge for democracy which pervades this hemisphere, develop in the direction of human liberties, whereas dishonest administrations will inevitably move in the opposite direction. In conclusion, Braden thought that with democratic and constitutionally elected regimes we can and should be tolerant, patient, and generous, but with the dictators we should be exacting and demand the scrupulous fulfillment of their agreements with and commitments to our government. A careless tolerance of evil institutions may endanger our future self-preservation by leaving receptive media open for infection and employments by the Nazis, who are now going underground, and by others opposed to democracy. Ambassador Braden recognized some problems and possible limitations with this policy, notably the question of non-intervention in the internal affairs of other nations. While that should be respected, the United States was not obligated to accept all nations as equals and friends. Furthermore, it was dangerous for the United States not to take up an active position against dictators. If we fail to sustain and augment the enthusiasm for the practice of democratic ideals that World War II had brought forth, the void will be filled by pernicious isms imperiling our way of life. On the other hand, even implicitly to evidence an apparent approval of the dictators may not only entrench them, but may serve to spread the system elsewhere. All the ambassadors who responded to the department's request for comments agreed in principle with Braden's aims, and the majority thought that his ideas should be implemented as policy. The most enthusiastic endorsement, not surprisingly given his tenure in Spain during the late 1930s, came from Claude Bowers in Chile. Bowers believed that the continuation of dictatorships in Latin America was being challenged by democratic forces awakened by the war. The United States should fully aid these groups. It was, he wrote, utterly untenable an attempt to discriminate between a government avowedly fascist or Nazi and a dictatorship resting on force, since under a military dictatorship the liberty of speech, the freedom of the press, the right to assemble to petition for the redress of grievances are no more tolerated than under the systems of Hitler, Mussolini, and Franco. Some of the supporters argued for greater flexibility than Braden's points allowed for and worried about how to define a dictatorship, but overall the department found little in the responses to strengthen the case presented by Ambassador Braden. The department did find, however, that the arguments arrayed against the proposed policy are formidable. The opposing views can be grouped into two categories: general opposition to the policy and reasons to oppose it because of conditions in Latin America. The most important points in the first group were that the adoption of Braden's proposal as policy would violate American pledges of non-intervention, provide for non-cooperation from the dictators on matters important to the United States which might lead them to decide to align with other nations, and, therefore, prove unworkable in practice. The arguments that were specific to Latin America recycled familiar claims from the pre-war era. Those opposed emphasized that the adoption of such a policy would be unfair to such backward nations and would potentially open the door to communism in the region. The department summarized these ideas by using Haiti and Honduras as examples. The application of this policy in those nations, with their low standard of living, little education, and almost no political knowledge and understanding, might result in the penalizing not only of a very good friend of the United States but also of the most progressive government which the country has any prospect of having. The choice at this time was not necessarily between dictatorship and democracy but between dictatorship and chaos. Moreover, denying cooperation and assistance to nations ruled by dictators in areas such as public health, education, agriculture, exchanges of students, and visits of professional men, including military men, technical assistance in government, the work of the Office of Inter-American Affairs and of the Export-Import Bank, etc., would deny these nations access to activities that raise the standard of living and create the conditions favorable to democracy. Yet providing such assistance to nations was vital in combating the potential threat of communism in the region. The Division of American Republics report sided with the opposition on most points. It too endorsed the general principles laid out by Braden but found that the proposal's force is diminished by the fact that it does not contain any recognition of the differences existing among the various countries. The emerging view within the department was that as a policy, Braden's ideas were in some aspects impractical and failed to consider fully the local conditions in Latin America that made implementation of the policy in the manner outlined by the ambassador problematic. Central to these concerns was the lack of consideration of the sensitivity of Latin Americans to anything approaching intervention and a failure to provide due consideration to the low standard of living and political immaturity existing in some of these countries. The promotion of democracy required a sound foundation in the socio-economic condition of the people, a quality the division found sorely lacking in most nations to the south. The report concluded that in spite of the desirable objective of the proposed policy and the admitted need for a new policy, the arguments presented so far have not demonstrated an urgency great enough to warrant the adoption of the proposal in its present form. If adopted, it needed to be modified with due consideration for the low standard of living, the lack of education, and the political immaturity prevailing in a number of the other American republics. As the discussion moved up higher in the State Department, more qualifications were added. The department set out to establish a policy that held to the general principle of supporting democracy and opposing dictators, but it modified the specifics to take into account the objections already raised. Central to these concerns were the impracticality and unfairness of applying the policy to a backward country. Moreover, it re-emphasized that in these nations the choice might not be between dictatorship and democracy, but between dictatorship and chaos, and that a dictator may offer the most nearly progressive government that a country has the prospect of enjoying. In support of this argument, the Division of American Republics claimed it was historic fact, that many dictators have wittingly or unwittingly prepared the way for more nearly democratic or popular self-government. No examples, however, were provided. In the end, a slower but more hopeful approach to the problem was advocated. In its final form, the recommended policies toward dictatorships and disreputable governments, adopted in February 1946, endorsed, albeit in modified form, Braden's proposal as official policy. The United States should maintain proper and courteous relations with dictatorships. U.S. diplomats should avoid all acts which might be interpreted as indicating approval of the nature of their governments. Whenever it is possible to do so without giving serious offense to the people upon whom this government depends for the eventual establishment of democracy in those countries. On the most important aspects of relations, it specified that the United States should avoid the granting of favors to dictators. Economic assistance should be given only where it is clear that it will benefit the people of a country generally and will help in the development of democracy and honest government, and no military equipment or assistance should be given except where such a policy is agreed upon by international action, or where it is clearly necessary for reasons of security to the United States too. The new policy would first be implemented against Argentina. At the beginning of 1945, relations with Argentina had been strained for 4 years because it failed to break relations with Germany and join the Allied wartime coalition. Conflicts over the two nations' differing visions of hemispheric unity, and a clash between the anti-fascist position of the United States and the makeup of the Argentine government. Relations reached their nadir in late 1944. In response to Edelmiro Farrell and Juan Perón's taking power in early 1944, the Roosevelt administration withheld recognition of the government, and in June it recalled Ambassador Norman Armour. 3 The basis for this position was summarized by Assistant Secretary of State Edward Stettintinius in a memorandum for Roosevelt. The difficulty with the regime in Buenos Aires was that it was controlled by a military fascist combine. This group is pro-Nazi, anti-United Nations and is determined to stimulate the formation of the same type of government in other South American republics. As long as Farrell and Perón remained in power, the United States would continue to oppose the government. Unless there is a real turnover in Buenos Aires, Stettintinius wrote, the department will do everything possible to maintain the quarantine to the full extent in political relations, and to the maximum extent consistent with the war effort in economic relations. 4. The impasse was finally broken on March 27, 1945, when Argentina declared war on the Axis. This action brought a brief period of improved relations. Led by those who placed primary emphasis on economic concerns, hemispheric solidarity, and the establishment of an inter-American collective security arrangement, the State Department quickly moved to restore relations. Rockefeller announced that the United States would extend recognition on April 9. The Farrell-Perón government had joined the rest of the hemisphere in its defense, leaving no reason to continue to isolate the government in Buenos Aires. Further, Argentina agreed to the provisions of the Treaty of Chapultepec, based on the premise that peace in the Americas was indivisible, that an attack on any nation was an attack on all, and once the war was over the American nations would meet to establish a formal defense agreement. In turn, the United States sponsored Argentina's membership in the United Nations, over Soviet objections, to maintain regional solidarity. In defense of his actions, Rockefeller noted that the totalitarian nature of the Argentine government was not a matter of concern to Washington, and U.S. policy was to avoid intervention in the internal affairs of Latin American nations. A policy of intervention may be necessary in wartime Europe, Rockefeller declared, but in the Western Hemisphere we have developed other methods of encouraging democracy. You can't superimpose democracy from the outside. Roosevelt approved the action and appointed Braden as the new ambassador. 5. Relations were no sooner seemingly repaired and Argentina successfully included as an original member of the United Nations when new problems arose. The declaration of war and inclusion in the UN did not change anything for opponents of cooperation with dictatorships. Argentina's leaders had collaborated with Nazi Germany, held pro-fascist sympathies, and maintained a government that was undemocratic. Braden's appointment as ambassador in April 1945 ensured that the wartime opposition to the Farrell-Perón government and the conflict with Argentina would continue. Braden, who was once described by Dean Acheson as the only bull who carried with him his own china shop, immediately began to attack the Argentine government, and Juan Perón in particular. Upon his arrival in Buenos Aires. 6 He saw this as an opportunity to place into action and demonstrate the value of the policy against dictators while the department was still considering it. Braden refused to forget Argentina's long neutrality during the war and was determined to force Farrell and Perón out of power through American opposition and to foster democratic rule in Argentina. In particular, the ambassador attacked the continued crackdown by Perón on his political opposition and demanded a return to constitutional government. Good relations with Argentina, he insisted, depended on U.S. ability to win the respect, confidence, and friendship of the Argentine people and not the government. The department, he wrote at the end of May, must recognize that a leopard does not change its spots and that Perón and associates are fundamentally unfriendly to us, totally unreliable, self-seeking, and would double-cross us instantly if they deemed it advantageous to do so. In support of his approach, Braden claimed that the present government has no popular support. The United States must stand on principle and refuse any cooperation with the government. 7 With the war in Europe over, there was no need to accommodate the rulers of Argentina. At first glance, Braden's efforts appeared to yield the desired results when Farrell announced that elections would be held in early 1946. Yet the ambassador kept up the attack and his criticisms of the government, its ties to the Axis, commitment to fascism, and danger to the hemisphere, and he sought to rally public opinion in the United States. The Roosevelt administration's endorsement of Argentina for membership in the UN was unpopular at home. Liberals in particular condemned cooperation with a government that continued to protect Nazis, while some conservatives worried about Argentina's restrictive trade policies. Time magazine published a cover story on Braden and Argentina in November 1945 that endorsed the ambassador's actions. Swastika symbols were used to denote Argentina's position on the accompanying map of Latin America. Braden's attacks on Argentina, documentation of the imprisonment of political enemies of the government, and the blocking of free speech and press were well received by a public that had spent 4 years fighting to eradicate fascism. 8 In an apparent endorsement of his actions, the newly appointed Secretary of State, James Burns, brought Braden back to Washington in the fall to replace Rockefeller as Assistant Secretary of State for Inter-American Affairs. Critics of Braden's approach placed a higher value on hemispheric cooperation. The opposition of conservative senators, particularly Arthur Vandenberg and Tom Connolly, was most significant. They had agreed to accept Argentina's membership in the United Nations to foster hemispheric unity and secure a regional collective security organization. Their focus was already more on the Soviet threat to the Americas than on the lack of democracy in Argentina. But because Burns and Truman were focusing attention on Europe and Asia, Braden was able to dominate the making of Latin American policy and continue his battle against fascism in Argentina. Braden's reports from Argentina were replete with attacks on Perón and warnings against any cooperation with the regime in Buenos Aires. In what must be one of the earliest uses of the Munich analogy, Braden wrote on September 4, 1945 that if the United States were to appease now and allow the situation to drift, we will either be faced for a long time to come with a fascist anti-U.S.A. government under German tutelage and or eventually revolution in Argentina, in which case supply of foodstuffs from this country might cease. Referring to 1938 directly, Braden continued, if we could not then turn our back on a European threat to our security, still less can we do so now we have won the war for democracy in respect to a danger from within the American hemisphere. Opposing Perón and nipping his maneuver for pseudo-elections in the bud, we probably will not only defeat it but likewise would avail ourselves of our best chance to destroy the Nazi dictatorial militaristic system in this country and the danger of its spread elsewhere in the hemisphere. 3 days later, Braden wrote Burns that the fundamental point to remember is that Perón is fascist-minded dictator who will not change his spots even though he may shift tactics. 9. That fall, now working as assistant secretary, Braden announced that because of the totalitarian nature of the Argentine government, the United States could not enter into any military assistance agreement that included that nation. The United States, therefore, cancelled the foreign ministers' meeting set for October to finalize the collective security arrangements called for at Chapultepec. At the same time, he launched a department study, the so-called Blue Book, to document the fascist nature of the Argentine government and to discredit Perón, who was the leading candidate for president in the upcoming election, and secured Secretary Burns's endorsement of the Lerida Doctrine. Uruguayan Foreign Minister Eduardo Rodríguez Larreta had proposed that American nations take multilateral action against any country that violated human rights. Braden contended that no violation of non-intervention pledges would occur because the action was not designed to injure the government affected, but rather it must be recognized as being taken for the benefit of all, including the country which has been suffering under such a harsh regime. To Braden, this was exactly what was necessary to combat fascism in Argentina. The Blue Book, which consisted of almost 150 pages of documents and analysis, proved that Argentina's government had collaborated with Germany during the war, received direct support from Nazi Germany, supported fascist efforts at recruitment in other Latin American nations, and protected German economic interests in Argentina. Further, the report concluded that Argentina continued to seek to undermine the inter-American system and is vested in a partnership of Nazi stay-behind leaders and capital with a coalition of Argentine totalitarian elements, both military and civilian. Actions such as the declaration of war after the failure of Germany's last offensive and professions of a desire to cooperate were a defensive strategy of camouflage. All other conciliatory actions and repeated avowals of pro-democratic intentions proceeded from this strategy of deception. Why these promises remain unfulfilled was clear to the department. Behind the record of broken promises and repeated pledges of cooperation we have proof positive of complicity with the enemy. The only corrective was a new government. 11. Immediately after the State Department adopted Braden's policy as expressed in Dictatorships and Disreputable Government, it sent the Blue Book to the respective ambassadors of Latin American nations in Washington and publicly released it on February 1946. In response, Perón launched a sustained attack against Braden and American imperialism. The ambassadors' criticisms represented, he claimed, a direct and unprovoked intervention in Argentina's domestic affairs designed to weaken the nation and open it for the exploitation of American business. Adopting the slogan Braden or Perón, Colonel Perón swept to a landslide victory on February 24. The State Department's action undoubtedly exploded in its face and contributed to the size of Perón's victory. Braden's failure to oust Perón provided an opening for those who advocated a different approach. Argentinians were not alone in Latin America in seeing the Blue Book as a case of North American intervention. It was, along with the Lerida Doctrine, widely criticized throughout the hemisphere. After all, many other repressive governments in the region had reason to fear such criticisms and possible intervention against their rule. 12 Critics in the United States who wished to have the Rio de Janeiro Conference on Military Assistance meet, and who believed that the primary objective of United States policy had to be meeting the Soviet challenge, began to mount a campaign to change policy. Their most important act was obtaining the appointment of George Messersmith as the new ambassador to Argentina in April 1946. Messersmith immediately set out to repair relations. Although it is an overstatement to claim, as one historian has, that Messersmith fell under Perón's spell almost as soon as he had landed in Buenos Aires, the ambassador did take a much more sympathetic stance on Argentina's actions and slow compliance with its international agreements. 13 In the first of numerous lengthy reports back to the department, Messersmith noted on June 15 that he was optimistic that the problems between the two nations could be worked out and encouraged by the developments in the situation so far. He characterized past policies as errors that have been made in good faith, but mistakes nonetheless. His objective, as he understood it, was the consolidation of the closest collaboration in the political, economic, social, and defense field among all of the American republics. Such cooperation was impossible without the wholehearted collaboration of the Argentine. Perón would be in power for at least 6 years, so the United States had to deal presently with a government which is largely controlled by the will of a single individual. 14. Argentina, the ambassador believed, was willing and eager to cooperate with the United States. Perón had made it clear to him that he desires to arrive at a new and proper situation and that he planned to safeguard the rights of property of foreign interests. Perón even concurred that Argentina had been historically too focused on Europe and that it must look to the Americas more in the future. The problem, therefore, was that some of the agencies of our government are still proceeding in actual practice as though the war were still on and are endeavoring to apply wartime considerations and measures. This not only prolonged the problem, it misplaced the focus of policy. The collaboration among the American states, Messersmith wrote, is essential to our peace and security in this hemisphere. It is the first line of defense for us and can be one of the bulwarks in the world structure for security and peace. Messersmith noted that he was aware, even if most people were not, that the situation in Europe was an armed truce. Thus the United States had to have security in the Western Hemisphere to meet this challenge. Continued attacks against Perón were, from this perspective, not only ineffective but self-defeating. Perón was president, and it was useless and more than useless to discuss the methods by which he was elected. There is no doubt that he had the complete support of the military and also labor. In complete contrast to Braden's views and current department policy, Messersmith argued that we have to forget the past as much as we can and take him at his word and his expressions of good faith and desire for our friendship and collaboration at their face value, for if we do not we will lose the one opportunity we have. The Argentine military desired to sign the Defense Pact, and the government was ready to meet the requirements of the proposed treaty. 15 The basis for a change in policy had been outlined. The policy of opposition to dictators, however, still held sway for most of 1946. In July, Braden completed a review of American-Argentine relations and sent it to President Harry Truman, who affirmed the continuation of the policy that there must be deeds and not merely promises before the United States would enter into a military arrangement with Argentina. 16 Therefore, the proposed Rio Conference would continue to be delayed. This decision led to a barrage of letters and communications from Messersmith, often deliberately going around Braden and leaking information to the press, in an effort to change the policy and discredit the Assistant Secretary. In one representative 15-page letter on August 15, Messersmith provided Burns with a detailed critique of Braden's views and analysis. He stated that from his meetings with the Secretary and the President it was his understanding of these conversations that it was our desire, in view of the world's situation, and in view of developments in the Argentine situation, to endeavor to bring about a normalization of our relations with the Argentine. Messersmith believed evidence existed that Argentina had made concessions and was well on its way to the compliance necessary for the normalization of relations. In a detailed examination of the July document, he charged that Braden did not wish to recognize these realities and sought to continue his personal war against Perón. The United States, Messersmith concluded, had to give faith and confidence to the acts of the present government. Policy should shift from the present condemnation and opposition and antagonism to one of understanding what is happening in the country. Continuation of current efforts would destroy the basis of the whole American system and the confidence in us of every one of the other American republics. 17. Relations between Braden and Messersmith were strained as each vied to determine the direction of American policy. The next day, Messersmith wrote Truman, Atchison, and Burns again, directly criticizing Braden. He charged that Braden's position was hampering the work of the department and that he was interested only in protecting his personal policy. Both Atchison and Truman responded that they did not find the situation as bad as Messersmith described it and that the differences were over approaches and not policy. 18 Failing to gain satisfaction from the administration, Messersmith took his anti-Braden campaign to the press, writing Arthur Sulzberger of the New York Times a detailed letter of his complaints and view that relations with Argentina had to be improved. He stressed that Perón was not a dictator, that Argentina had made significant progress toward compliance with the terms of the Chapultepec agreements, and that Argentina was a strong bulwark against communism. Time magazine picked up the story, and this time placed Messerschmitt on the cover and outlined the divisions within the department over policy. Point 19. Although the State Department ordered Messerschmitt to stop writing to the press, policy was beginning to swing to his position. In 1946 the department took an increasingly hard line toward the Soviet Union that submerged regional issues to the broader mandates of the emerging Cold War. From Washington, events in Europe since the end of the war began to take on an ominous cast. Soviet actions in Eastern Europe and the Middle East came to be seen as aggressive measures that threatened American interests and plans for post-war peace and prosperity. American officials were determined that the United States would seize its second chance to shape the post-war world. It was an article of faith to American internationalists that the United States should accept responsibility for post-war leadership and see to it that the world adopted American ideals of self-determination, free trade, arms limitation, and collective security. These aims were not only good for the United States but beneficial to all nations. To ensure that the American understanding of self-determination and the open door were able to flourish, it was necessary to combat closed spheres of influence. No one nation or group of powers could be allowed to establish a system that competed with the American one. It was also axiomatic to Truman and his advisers that political and economic freedoms were interrelated and that American prosperity was dependent on world economic recovery along liberal economic lines. Any restrictions of trade would lead, it was feared, to a repeat of the 1930s. Truman clearly outlined these views in early 1947. He declared in a speech at Baylor University that peace, freedom, and world trade are inseparable. The grave lessons of the past have proved it. There was, Truman believed, one thing that Americans value even more than peace. It is freedom. Freedom of worship, freedom of speech, freedom of enterprise. They, too, could not be separated. Americans' devotion to freedom of enterprise was contingent on the other two freedoms. It has deeper roots than a desire to protect the profits of ownership. It is part and parcel of what we call American. A free trade system, rather than a state trading system, was essential. If trends continued, however, the government would shortly find itself in the business of allocating foreign goods among importers and foreign markets among exporters and telling every trader what he could buy or sell, and how much, and when, and where. This is precisely what we have been trying to get away from as rapidly as possible, ever since the war. It is not the American way. It is not the way to peace. 20. Limiting a Soviet sphere was, therefore, mandatory. Truman was convinced by the end of 1945 that it was time to stop babying the Soviets. Unless Russia is faced with an iron fist and strong language, another war is in the making. 21. The arrival of George Kennan's long telegram from Moscow in February 1946 served to provide coherence to the developing hard line against the Soviets. Kennan argued that the Soviet Union was motivated by a combination of traditional Russian desires to expand and by Marxist ideology that taught there could be no cooperation with capitalist states. There was, therefore, no room for compromise or negotiation. The Soviets would take advantage of all sincere efforts at peace and honor agreements only when doing so was expedient to their goals. The obvious conclusion for Kennan, and the one drawn by the Truman administration, was that the Soviets had no legitimate grievances. A policy of opposition and the containment of Soviet power was the only wise course to follow. 22. The next month, former British Prime Minister Winston Churchill delivered his Iron Curtain speech, sounding the call for an Anglo-American alliance against the Soviet Union. Problems seemed to be multiplying around the world, and from the White House it appeared that more often than not the source of the difficulties was Moscow. In Asia, revolutionary nationalist movements, often headed by communists, were fighting against the restoration of Europe's colonial empires, while civil war between the American-supported Kuomintang and the communists resumed in China. In Europe, economic recovery from the war was slow, food and other essential goods in short supply, and communist parties, particularly in France and Italy, gaining ground. Soviet-installed governments in Eastern Europe were seemingly becoming entrenched, and a civil war raged in Greece between the British-backed royalist forces and the communist-led rebels. To many officials, it appeared that Western Europe could collapse and communism sweep the region. Time for action was apparently running short. 23. The emerging hardline position was supported by the development of the idea of red fascism. A popular analogy that merged Nazi Germany and Soviet Russia together as totalitarian states, red fascism served to support the demonization of the Soviet Union and provided a historical lesson no more Munichs to apply to current problems. There could be no appeasement of the Soviet Union as there had been of Nazi Germany. 24 The notion that dangers to the United States were to be found only in communist states that were now the definition of totalitarian regimes was also revived. No matter what the crimes of other nations, as long as they were anti-communist they would never fall under this rubric and demand the same opposition. On August 15, 1946, Truman endorsed a policy memorandum drawn up by his senior advisors stating that the time has come when we must decide that we shall resist with all means at our disposal any Soviet aggression. In particular, Turkey and the Turkish Straits were identified as vital to American interests, and military action might be necessary to keep them out of Russia's control. 25 Truman also asked Clark Clifford to prepare a summary of all the agreements the Soviets had violated. The final report, prepared by George Elsey, went beyond the initial request and presented the President with an outline designed to provide a coherent outlook on relations with the Soviet Union. Drawing heavily on Kennan, Elsey's document set out the problem of relations with Russia as an ideological challenge that had to be met. Soviet foreign policy was expansive, and the United States had to be prepared to meet it with military force. 26. The British announcement in February 1947 that they were pulling out of Greece spurred the Truman administration into action. London could no longer afford the war, and it asked the United States to take it over. Rather than viewing the conflict as a long-standing division in Greek society over the nature of its government and institutions, American policymakers now interpreted it as part of a Soviet effort to expand. Dean Acheson told congressional leaders that the Soviet Union was playing one of the greatest gambles in history at minimal cost. In an early version of the domino theory, he compared the situation in Greece to a barrel of apples infected by one rotten one. The corruption of Greece would infect Iran and all to the east. It would also carry infection to Africa through Asia Minor and Egypt, and to Europe through Italy and France. The United States alone was in a position to break up the play. 27. In March, the President announced the Truman Doctrine. The central theme of his speech was that there was a global contest between two competing and incompatible ways of life, democracy and totalitarian communism. Democracy represented government based upon the will of the majority expressed through free institutions, representative government, free elections, guarantees of individual liberty, freedom of speech and religion, and freedom from political oppression. Communism meant the will of a minority forcibly imposed upon the majority. It relies on terror and oppression, a controlled press and radio, fixed elections, and the suppression of personal freedoms. The course of action was clear. I believe, Truman declared, that it must be the policy of the United States to support free peoples who are resisting attempted subjugation by armed minorities or by outside pressures. American foreign policy was now based on a bipolar worldview of inherent conflict between the United States and the USSR and the containment of communism. 28. The adoption of containment as the global policy of the United States had a dramatic effect on the conflicts in the State Department over policy toward non-communist dictatorships. It did not matter that the Greek government, controlled by the discredited forces of the oligarchy that supported the pre-war fascist government, more nearly resembled Truman's description of communism than democracy. Other factors became more important than the particular composition of a government and whether or not it was democratic. World War II was no longer the dominant paradigm for forming policy toward right-wing dictators. If it was a contest between only two ways of life, governments had to fit into one side of the divide or the other. There was no room for any other distinctions. Right-wing regimes were part of the free world no matter what the composition of their governments. It would be ideal if they were democratic, but they must be anti-communist. Communism was the danger and the Cold War the new paradigm that ushered back in the positive evaluations of authoritarian governments in the worldwide struggle with the Soviet Union. The wartime view of fascism as the enemy had yielded to the danger of Soviet expansion. In this new understanding of the world, there was little room for moral arguments against right-wing dictators. They would be wedged into the free world, no matter what their record of abuses, as nations capable of being set on the course to democracy. No such hope existed for communist nations. The Truman administration's ideological division of the world led to the ascendancy within the government of those who believed unity in the non-communist world was the single most important policy objective. Relations with Latin America, Asia, and Africa and the question of relations with right-wing dictatorships were now subsumed to the policy of containment. The most important consideration was where a nation stood in relation to the Cold War and how readily it supported American policies and actions. This policy guaranteed a lack of attention, knowledge, and concern about local conditions and that the nations on the periphery of the Cold War would receive high-level attention only in times of crisis. Older ideas re-emerged to provide justifications for moving away from the policy of opposing dictatorships to embracing them as part of the free world. With the appointment of General George Marshall as Secretary of State at the outset of 1947, policy toward Latin America and its dictators began to gain the same clarity as policy toward the Soviet Union. Continued acrimony over Argentina and the rift between Braden and Messerschmitt could no longer be tolerated. Relations needed to reflect the politics of the Cold War. In this context, the original arguments against Braden's policy were revived and used to reverse course. Marshall favored normalizing relations with Buenos Aires and the conclusion of a mutual defense pact within the Americas. Braden's policy had failed to oust Perón from power, was blocking efforts at implementing the mutual assistance pact called for by the Treaty of Chapultepec, and was, therefore, hampering the U.S. ability to resist Soviet expansion. It had to be abandoned. In April 1947, a joint committee of the State, War, and Navy departments recommended that the United States make American weapons available to Latin American nations to prevent those countries from turning to the Soviet Union and providing Moscow with political leverage potentially dangerous to U.S. security interests. 29 Argentina was the most likely first candidate to break ranks. As Messerschmitt wrote Marshall, continued hostility toward Argentina was serving the interests of only one country, and that is the Soviet Union. 30. The final change in policy occurred when Truman invited Argentina's ambassador, Oscar Ivanisevic, to meet with him on March 31. With Acheson and Senators Vandenberg and Connolly in attendance, Truman informed Ivanisevic that the only obstacle remaining to good relations was that some 20 to 30 Nazi agents were still in Argentina. 31 On June 3, Truman announced, after meeting again with the Argentine ambassador, that because Argentina had taken steps to fulfill its obligations to inter-American unity, no obstacles remained to the normalization of relations and the completion of the Mutual Assistance Treaty. 32. That same month, both Braden and Messerschmitt were asked to resign. In the fall, the Rio Pact was completed and closer cooperation with the various military forces in Latin America begun. Secretary of War Robert Patterson believed that the United States would reap great benefits from permanent U.S. military missions and the continued flow of Latin American officers through our service schools. Thus will our ideals and way of life be nurtured in Latin America to the eventual exclusion of totalitarianism and other foreign ideologies. 33 As the new ambassador, James Bruce, reported to Truman in November, relations with Perón could not be better, and the United States could count definitely on the Argentines as friends and allies. 34 In October 1953, Truman recalled Braden as that crazy guy who got mixed up in the elections of Argentina and was responsible for Perón's getting elected. Messerschmitt did a very good job of healing things up, although some ill feeling caused by Braden's actions continued. In an indication of the low priority placed by his administration on Latin American affairs, the former president did not know how the situation is developing now. 35. In February 1950, Assistant Secretary of State for Inter-American Affairs Edward Miller traveled to Buenos Aires to meet with Perón. Relations had again become difficult, although it now had nothing to do with the nature of Argentina's government. The disagreements stemmed from Perón's continued independence within the American system and desire to play a leading role in South America. The embassy reported to Ackerson that the value of Mr. Miller's visit was very great in improving relations. Miller's presence and discussions with Perón provided the dictator with a suitable medium for toning down his anti-United States rhetoric and moving toward greater cooperation. 36 Commenting on his visit, Miller noted that some would prefer that the United States refuse to conduct relations with Argentina in light of the Perón regime's disregard of civil liberties. But no Western Hemisphere country observes civil liberties in the same way as the U.S. Such a standard would be impractical and would play into the hands of the Russians. The United States had vital interests in Latin America and placed a high priority on hemispheric unity. It could not gear its actions to the repeated governmental shifts in particular countries without negating the whole purpose of the inter-American system. 37. Messrs. X and Y. Non-intervention was to mean again that the United States would cooperate with any right-wing dictatorship in Latin America as long as it was anti-communist and aligned with the United States. When the promotion of democracy and efforts to contain communism came into conflict, containment won out under the banner of allowing self-determination. The change of views was dramatically outlined in a comprehensive area policy statement by Lewis Halley for the division of American republics in 1948. The United States, he noted, has confronted a dilemma that arises, in part, out of its own moral scruples and high expectations in Latin America. The problem stemmed from dictatorships that denied their citizens the freedoms that all the American republics have pledged themselves to respect. While we are firmly pledged not to intervene unilaterally for the purpose of reforming or replacing such governments, the degree to which we may cooperate with them is a matter on which we have considerable freedom of decision. Those who advocated a continuation of the 1946 policy to refrain from cordial relations with dictatorships based their position on 3 points. Cooperation impedes the progress toward liberal democracy, compromises our moral position in Latin America and the world as the chief advocate of liberal democracy, and prevents true unity within the hemisphere since inter-American solidarity is based on a common devotion to freedom. Opponents in the State Department argued that this position should be rejected because the prime need is to assure for ourselves the cooperation of all the other American republics, whatever the nature of their particular governments, in the defense of the hemisphere. Moreover, dictatorial government is, where typical, a consequence of social conditions rather than of the motives and machinations of men. It was, in other words, endemic to the area because of the poverty and ignorance of the masses rather than, the wickedness of individual dictators who profit thereby. Finally, the United States should not act as a judge since we would not tolerate such judgments by others upon ourselves. Halley agreed and was glad to note that the critics' views now constituted American policy. During the war, the United States maintained cordial relations with all governments as long as they supported the war effort. It was only after the war that we embarked upon a new policy of non-cordiality with dictatorial governments in Latin America. This position proved unwise, and with our growing awareness of Soviet Russia's aggressive policy, we have now swung back toward a policy of general cooperation that gives only secondary importance to the degree of democracy manifested by the respective governments to the South. 38. The change in policy had an immediate effect on relations with other nations. In 1948, the military forces in Peru and Venezuela overthrew democratically elected governments and established dictatorships. Several meetings and discussions were held to consider what the United States' response should be. The State Department issued a statement that reiterated American commitments to encourage democratic and constitutional procedures, expressed its growing concern with respect to the overthrow of popularly elected governments by military forces, and noted that the use of force as an instrument of political change is not only deplorable, but is usually inconsistent with the acknowledged ideals of the American republics. 39. These words were, however, mere platitudes. The United States quickly recognized the new dictatorships and concluded that it would be unproductive and possibly damaging to inter-American relations to call a meeting of foreign ministers to discuss this issue. 40 The policy planning staff believed that no useful purpose would be served by a protracted withholding of recognition and that there appeared in Venezuela to be greater likelihood of an orderly political procedure, eventually involving popular elections and peaceful regularization of government, if the new regime is encouraged to carry out its present promises. The army was greatly concerned that the supply of oil from Venezuela remain uninterrupted and thought that the new government of Marcos Pérez Jiménez may be expected to provide more adequate security measures for the oil production area than a reinstated Gallegos government, which would depend for a part of its support on unions sympathetic to communistic aims. Further, the military government would permit the continuance of the U.S. Army mission in Venezuela, and the subsequent influencing of a generally pro-United States element. 41. The Central Intelligence Agency found that both coups stemmed from the fear within the officer corps of declining influence of the military in liberal or left-wing governments. These changes would have no adverse effect on U.S. interests. Similar actions in other nations could be expected because in the absence of a broad, stable basis for civilian political power, a condition which depends upon the long-term solution of social and economic problems, the armed forces of most Latin American states will constitute the social group most eager and most able to exercise authority. Supporting these governments was merely a frank acknowledgement that present difficulties can be most easily controlled by semi-military methods. 42. A Council on Foreign Relations study group that included Assistant Secretary of State for Inter-American Affairs Edward Miller reached the same conclusion. Its report stated that it should be recognized that the attainment of a stable constitutional democracy in each member nation cannot be achieved overnight. It required a long period of education and political development, particularly in the case of those nations that are less advanced. Consequently, it should be expected that progress toward democratic government would be interrupted in the form of revolutions, coups d'état, and local dictatorships. The best course of action for the United States was to exercise patience and tolerance toward these regrettable but inevitable manifestations as long as they do not involve Western Hemisphere security, or totalitarian infiltration. 43. By totalitarian, the group meant communist. A new distinction was beginning to appear in official conversations and reports. The two military takeovers did not, the State Department concluded, pose any threat to United States interests in the region or indicate a trend toward fascism in Latin America, as many in the press were claiming. In fact, the department argued that the takeovers were positive indicators for a democratic future, rather than constituting a trend towards fascism in this hemisphere. It is our belief that all of this is the result of the impact of a new social consciousness on a society which until recently had been comparatively static for centuries. The key influence was the United States and its values, which created an excessively rapid trend towards the adjustment of social rights which could not but result in a greater degree of political instability. In nations such as Venezuela, this instability meant, before the coup, the danger of left-wing parties coming to power. The military moves were necessary to provide order during this time and to ensure that the left did not take advantage of the period of flux. The department concluded in 1950 that no clearer proof of the correctness of its decision to recognize the Jiménez regime can be adduced than the recent step towards return to constitutional government in Venezuela. 44. Dictatorship, apparently, was the best route to democracy. The department continued to focus on the question of relations with Latin American dictatorships over the next 2 years. A 1949 State Department problem paper designed to enumerate the principles which should govern the formulation of U.S. policies concerned with inter-American relations spelled out in greater detail the reasons behind the reversal of policy. The report began with a background review of Latin American history that was to provide the necessary context for understanding and supporting current dictators. The United States had to realize that its colonial experience of representative partial self-government inherited from Great Britain was in sharp contrast with the background of revolution and the founding of new institutions in Latin America. Spain and Portugal had no democratic institutions. Democratic self-government was not only alien to the mother countries, but incipient tendencies toward it in the colonies were deliberately suppressed. The church and crown dominated all aspects of society. The new Latin American nations were forced to assume a developed stage without first having had the preliminaries. Progress had been made, but it was extremely slow, and with each new crisis the basic instabilities reassert themselves in political upheavals throughout the area. The result was that most Latin American countries have not been able to establish stable and democratic political systems. Independence did not bring about a clean break with the authoritarian political tradition of the colonial regime. The church, the landed gentry, and the military successfully defended their economic and political prerogatives. These problems were further complicated in some instances by the efforts to assimilate millions of Indians who are heirs to a different type of civilization. In an analysis that became central to justifications for supporting right-wing dictators throughout the Cold War, the report emphasized that in determining policy toward these nations it is important to determine if a dictatorial regime is of the traditional Latin American military or authoritarian type, or if it is of communist, Nahdist, or other police state type. This distinction was crucial. The former was acceptable, but the latter was grounds for legitimate concern. Further, it was necessary to distinguish between dictatorial governments whose influence is effective beyond their own borders and those whose actions are far less likely to be a threat to international peace and security. Communist states fell into the first category but authoritarian regimes did not. The conclusion was clear. Right-wing dictatorships were historically part of Latin America and its heritage and, for the foreseeable future, unavoidable in the region. 45 Nor were they by definition negative. An Army intelligence report made the same point more bluntly: where dictatorships have been abolished, the resulting governments have been weak and unstable. 46 Dictatorships would be supported in the name of non-intervention and anti-communism. Public statements of our support of democratic institutions and practices are desirable, the report noted, but there should be no effort to impose our own particular form of government and institutions upon other peoples. 47. The change in policy was undergirded by the persistence of the paternalistic racism and lack of knowledge about Latin America that had always characterized American policy. President Truman, as his most recent biographer, Alonzo Hamby, has shown, might have remained a racist only in the narrowest sense of the word and was considerably less so than the vast majority of white Americans in the years after World War II. Still, he used words such as nigger in private to describe blacks and held to the racial categories and stereotypes of his youth. 48 He found Latin Americans to be, like Jews and the Irish, very emotional and difficult to handle. 49 Dean Acheson admitted upon becoming Secretary of State in 1949 that he wanted to know more about the situation in South America because he was rather vague on this particular point. Was it richer or poorer, going communist, fascist or what? 50 He believed that the problems in Latin America stemmed from the Hispano-Indian culture or lack of it. The combination of an explosive population, stagnant economy, archaic society, primitive politics, massive ignorance, illiteracy, and poverty all had contributed generously to the creation of many local crises tending to merge into a continental one. 51 State Department records are riddled with comments such as how Guatemalan leaders were known for their mental deviousness and difficulty thinking in a straight line, or that trying to reason with Latin Americans was rather like consulting with babies as to whether or not we should take candy away from them. Descriptions of Latin Americans as children were common. Sprue Braden opined that our Latino friends were playing at economics, just as a child will pretend in his games to be something he isn't and has no immediate possibility of becoming. 52. The full development of the favorable policy toward right-wing dictators was completed in 1950. At the meeting of the United States Chiefs of Mission in Rio de Janeiro in March 1950, the question of American relations with dictators was again raised. The chief participants were George Kennan, in his only trip to Latin America, and Lewis Halley. Kennan focused his attention on the communist threat to the region. In particular, he worried that while the United States worked with local governments, business interests, and advanced circles, the communists are influencing schools and labor groups. What they are doing, he warned the assembled ambassadors and diplomatic staff, is more important and deeper than are our efforts. He also expressed concern that the problem with American policy was that too often it seemed too wishy-washy, thereby giving the impression of weakness. Foreign governments had to be impressed by our importance and our ability to be tough if necessary. The communists would exploit any signs that we were not willing to stand up to them and support governments that were anti-communist. The final answer might be an unpleasant one, but the United States should not hesitate before police repression by the local government. This is not shameful since the communists are essentially traitors. One could not ignore the effectiveness of police action, and the cases of Turkey and Portugal are examples of nations which have been successful in repressing communism. It is better to have a strong regime in power than a liberal government if it is indulgent and relaxed and penetrated by communists. 53. On the direct question of the form of government in Latin America, Kennan noted that while we have our own system in which we believe, it is still experimental. When considering other countries with different histories and political conditions, we may like one government and dislike another, but our likes and dislikes should have nothing to do with our relations. Those feelings needed to be put aside and a criterion established based on whether or not the governments are maintaining satisfactory relations with us. Too rigid a policy left open the question of what to do about a benevolent authoritarian rule. Certainly the best assurance against communism was a working democratic system, but this cannot always exist. In that case, authoritarian rule was necessary and even desirable. In general, Halley concurred with Kennan. The starting point for American policy in Latin America was the solidarity of all the nations as the foundation of our security. He agreed that though it was not in the best interest of the United States to indulge in denunciation of other governments, or pass judgment on domestic affairs, it was necessary to keep alive and speak of certain ideals. All nations in Latin America shared these broad ideals and, with the possible exception of Argentina, were moving in the direction of democracy, even where they had undemocratic government. Dictators, he argued, fostered democracy, as in the case of Guatemala, where he claimed that Ubico was a dictator who kept alive the ideal of democracy and actually steered the country in that direction. In an effort to discern the difference between non-communist and communist dictatorships, Halley remarked that a clear-cut distinction might be made between the concept that the state exists to serve the individual and the concept that the individual exists to serve the state. 54. Both Kennan and Halley further developed their ideas that year in two documents, one hidden away in the records of the State Department, the other submitted for publication, which demonstrated the policies and attitudes that guided American policy. Their reports were produced at the same time as NSC 68, with its dire portrait of the world's situation in the wake of the communist victory in China and the Soviet detonation of an atomic weapon the previous fall. 55 Following his return from Latin America, Kennan composed a memorandum for Secretary of State Ackerson outlining his views on Latin America as a problem for United States foreign policy. 56 The overarching theme was how best to integrate Latin America into a non-communist international system and check communist influence in the region. The military significance to us of the Latin American countries, Kennan wrote, lies today, in the extent to which we may be dependent upon them for materials essential to the prosecution of a war, and more importantly in the extent to which the attitudes of the Latin American peoples may influence the general political trend in the international community. The aim of the Soviet Union in the region was the destruction of American influence and the conversion of the Latin American peoples into a hotbed of hostility and trouble for the United States. 57. Latin America, according to Kennan, provided fertile soil for communist efforts because of its poverty and formidable body of anti-American feeling already present. In addition, Kennan held the peoples to the South in very low esteem. It seems to me, he told Ackerson, unlikely that there could be any other region of the earth in which nature and human behavior could have combined to produce a more unhappy and hopeless background for the conduct of human life than in Latin America. Poor climate combined with Spanish colonial rule superimposed a series of events unfortunate and tragic almost beyond anything ever known in human history. The Spanish brought little but religious fanaticism, a burning, frustrated energy, and an addiction to the most merciless cruelty. Intermarriage with Native Americans and blacks originally brought over as slaves produced other unfortunate results which seem to have weighed scarcely less heavily on the chances of human progress. Given the conditions in these confused and unhappy societies, the necessity of the region to American defense, and the danger posed by communism, Kennan believed the United States had to create incentives which will impel governments and societies of the Latin American countries to resist communist pressures, and to assist them and spur them on in their efforts, where the incentives are already present. Echoing his statements earlier in the month in Rio, Kennan declared that in achieving its goals the United States could not be too dogmatic about the methods by which local communists can be dealt with. The best solution was undoubtedly a strong democratic state. But where they do not exist, and where the concepts and traditions of popular government are too weak to absorb successfully the intensity of the communist attack, then we must concede that harsh governmental measures of repression may be the only answer, that these measures may have to proceed from regimes whose origins and methods would not stand the test of American concepts of democratic procedure, and that such regimes and such methods may be preferable alternatives, and indeed the only alternatives, to further communist successes. 58. To justify his claims, Kennan invoked the history of American non-intervention and exceptionalism. Those who historically opposed intervention have allowed for the possibility that our own political institutions might be the product of a peculiar national experience, irrelevant to the development of other peoples. Quoting John Quincy Adams, Kennan argued that in Latin America arbitrary power, military and ecclesiastical, is stamped upon their education, upon their habits, and upon all their institutions. He said that he took particular occasion during his stay in Latin America to investigate this question. Experience, therefore, demonstrated that democratic institutions are not universally native to Latin America and should not be anticipated in the near future. Nothing the United States could do in the way of direct interference could alter that situation. Moreover, it should be recognized that the difference between democratic and authoritarian forms of government is everywhere a relative, rather than an absolute, one, and that the distinctions between the two concepts are peculiarly vague and elusive against the background of Latin American psychology and tradition. To base policy on moral discrimination addressed to the internal political personality of Latin American regimes would mean taking responsibility for their domestic affairs. Kennan stressed that the only basis for deciding policy was a nation's conduct in their relations with us and as members of the international community. 59. The second document, Lewis Halley's article on a certain impatience with Latin America, was published anonymously as Y in the journal Foreign Affairs in July. The parallels to Kennan's 1947 X article, Sources of Soviet Conduct, published in the same forum 3 years earlier, are obvious. Both pieces were intended as public statements of policy and designed to influence popular attitudes. Acheson had asked for the preparation of an article on American policy similar to the X article. A public rationale for the change in policy from the end of the war opposition to right-wing dictators to support was necessary. When he sent the finished paper to Acheson, Assistant Secretary of State Miller termed it an excellent restatement of our Latin American policy. 60. Unlike Kennan's report, Halley's statement of the issues was considered a more acceptable public explanation of the harsh realities. Halley's title indicated his appeal to the prevailing paternalistic perceptions held about Latin America to explain American policy, while his epigraph by Edith Hamilton on 5th century Athens, that democracy even under a tyranny continued to advance, placed the support of dictators in the context of advancing liberalism. Public opinion, Halley began, has shown a sporadic impatience at the failure of many Latin American republics to achieve a greater degree of political democracy. The continuation of dictatorships in our midst throughout a war fought for democracy was a moral embarrassment. The establishment of new dictatorships after victory seemed to some like a rejection of what we fought to achieve. The public would have to realize that Latin Americans were basically like children and less mature than citizens of the United States. Thus a policy of noblesse oblige was called for on behalf of Washington to guide these nations forward in the same manner a stern father would his own children. In an interesting historical analysis, Halley set out the argument that the United States had gained its independence because we had come of age and were ready for it. The other Americans gained theirs because the mother country was struck down. The nations to the south were quite unready to assume the responsibility of self-government. The result was a sordid chaos out of which Latin America has still not finally emerged. Democracy had to be achieved by evolution rather than revolution. Those whose animus is against dictatorships have propagated a common delusion that democracy is the absence of dictators. This idea was naive, Halley thought, because many other worse conditions, such as anarchy or communism, existed. Democracy, rather, was political maturity. Without that, the overthrow of dictators, as we have so often seen, may result only in the chaos that leads to renewed dictatorship. Maturity, however, is not guaranteed by lapse of time. It is denied to many nations by poverty and the sordid necessities of their circumstances, lack of education, leadership, and tradition. The tradition in Latin America, Halley found, was one of political behavior marked by intemperance, intransigence, flamboyance, and the worship of strong men. Latin American politics resembled the conduct of schoolboy gangs rather than that of mature men and women. Worship of the man on horseback is another manifestation of immaturity. It is characteristic of adolescence. 61. Halley proceeded to follow the line of argument used in April by Assistant Secretary of State Miller. Miller favorably reviewed American interventions in Latin America under Presidents Theodore Roosevelt, Wilson, and Coolidge. He termed these actions necessary evils and opined that if the circumstances that led to protective interventions by the United States should arise again today, the organized community of American states would be faced with the responsibility that the United States had once to assume alone. Specifically, the non-intervention clause of the Organization of American States Charter was not an absolute. If communism threatened any state in the region, the group would have to act in the interests of all members. 62 As Halley framed the issue, the question of whether the backward countries of Latin America were to be regarded as responsible adults or as irresponsible children was first answered by us in the early years of the 20th century. With the construction of the Panama Canal we felt that we could no longer tolerate disorder and the lack of responsible government. Through the Roosevelt corollary, the United States would in effect be responsible for keeping order among the children in our own yard. Consequently, when chaos threatened our interests and those of other mature nations, we did not scruple to land armed forces and establish military governments of our own in the Dominican Republic, Haiti, and Nicaragua. The situation, unfortunately, remained much the same. In conclusion, Halley requested continued patience from his readers. The other American republics are younger and less mature than the United States. Their historic drive is in the direction of the orderly practice of political democracy. They have made progress since the days when Bolivar said that America was ungovernable. The United States had to expect growing pains and continued problems. While they govern themselves today more or less badly, more or less well, they were, most important, still free of iron curtains. The United States had to make sure that situation continued. Tolerance of dictators and the necessary role they had to play in preventing communism was called for. Latin America, similar to Athens, could advance toward democracy while under tyranny. 63. The full extent of the reversal of policy and its meaning can be seen through an examination of policy toward two of the longest-standing dictators in Latin America, Somoza in Nicaragua and Trujillo in the Dominican Republic. Both Somoza and Trujillo were under pressure at the end of World War II to implement reforms. The American adoption of the policy of opposition toward dictatorships had given rise to domestic opposition, a loosening of control, and a fear by both dictators of the loss of United States support. Somoza and Trujillo each moved to lessen criticism by granting more freedom and going so far as to call for presidential elections in 1947. American policy, it appeared, was having a positive effect. A State Department summary prepared for Secretary of State Marshall in January 1947 expressed the negative view of dictators that was then official policy. Somoza held power through repression and trickery. He has constantly tried to convince the Nicaraguan people that we support his regime and, in doing so, he has tended to turn many of the better element against us. The report further noted that the dictator runs the country for his own financial benefit and was attempting to rig the upcoming vote in favor of his hand-chosen candidate, Leonardo Arguello. Because the opposition's complaint that the election would not be fair was accurate and Arguello would be Somoza's puppet, the United States should avoid any step which could be misinterpreted as approval for continuation of the dictatorship. 64 This statement repeated points from a March 1946 memorandum drawn up in response to Somoza's efforts to visit Washington as he had done in 1939. The department saw this as a bid to convince the Nicaraguan people that the United States supported his continuation in office. His suppression of freedom of speech, press, and assembly and evasion of constitutional provisions against re-election made it important to our relations with the entire hemisphere that we not give even the appearance of lending our support to him. 65 The department went so far as to withdraw recognition of the government from June 1947 to May 1948 after Somoza overthrew his own presidential candidate because he proved too independent. Similar views were expressed with regard to Trujillo's continued control of the Dominican Republic and the elections he planned for May 1947. He was portrayed in the report as a ruthless and unprincipled dictator. The State Department was taking every precaution in conformity with its attitude toward dictatorships and disreputable governments and its stated policy of warmer friendship for and a greater desire to cooperate with those regimes which rest on the periodically and freely expressed consent of the governed to avoid any acts that could be construed as supporting Trujillo or the continuation of his rule. 66 Again, this represented policy that was adopted at the end of World War II. Burns wrote Truman in late 1945 that because of the generally disreputable nature of the present Dominican regime, a minimum of cordiality should be shown to its ambassador when he visited the president. In March 1946, Burns described Trujillo as the most ruthless, unprincipled, and efficient dictator in this hemisphere. He holds the country in an iron grasp, rules by fear. He is well aware of this government's disapproval of his methods and practices in imposing his tyranny on the Dominican people, yet he claims he enjoys United States support. His regime is completely unsavory and we should scrupulously avoid even the appearance of lending him any support. 67. Yet by 1952, both dictators had returned to a favored position in Washington, and each visited President Truman. Both came for the same reason. Somoza and Trujillo stressed their anti-communist credentials at a time when Cold War fears were peaking and their ability to maintain order in regions where upheaval seemed to be the norm. 68 With concern about the course of reforms in Guatemala growing, Somoza promised support against what American diplomats saw as a communist outpost in the Americas. By 1949, the State Department feared that should Somoza fall, it would expect years of political turmoil bringing with it the usual economic chaos. Such an eventuality would return Nicaragua to the 1920s and the end of José Santos Zelaya's dictatorship. When Zelaya fell, political and financial chaos ensued until Somoza took over as dictator. 69 Ambassador Capus Waynick observed in 1950 that Somoza had his foot firmly on the spark of communism here. The dictator's main attributes were that he does preserve order, that he was insistently Americanista, and that the United States can get from him as president or strong man of the country any wanted cooperation or concession. 70 Assistant Secretary Miller found in 1951 that the Nicaraguan people were strongly pro-American and that Somoza was a most convivial and delightful character. 71. A Council on Foreign Relations study group on inter-American affairs examined the question of communism in Latin America and stated that the State Department needed to prevent the establishment of totalitarian regimes in this hemisphere. One question went to the heart of the matter. Would this mean opposition to Nicaragua and Somoza? Francis Adams Truslow, a New York lawyer and chairman of the group, responded that the policy did not apply to Nicaragua because Somoza's dictatorship only involves autocratic rule. Totalitarianism was autocratic rule, plus total, absolute control of economic life, as for example, communism. Truslow continued, totalitarianism we refuse to cooperate with, but with dictatorships we will. 72 This analysis helped push the pendulum back to support of right-wing dictators. The complete reversal of attitudes toward Somoza since the end of the war was most evident in the memorandum Acheson sent President Truman in preparation for his meeting with the Nicaraguan dictator. Prepared by the Latin American Division, it emphasized that Somoza is an able man with an engaging personality. He is informal, genial, energetic, persuasive, and politically astute. The memorandum also noted that he was impulsive, vain, and egocentric. Nonetheless, though his methods had often been criticized, he had restored order to Nicaragua and in recent years has been less repressive. The key to the return of this favorable view was that Nicaragua has consistently supported United States foreign policy. The government and the people give every evidence of friendship to the United States, and our prior occupation of Nicaragua has left no residue of ill feeling. Somoza, himself, is a great admirer of this country, and he considers his official visit in 1939 as guest of President Roosevelt a highlight of his career. Somoza was currently interested in economic development, particularly road construction, and his administration has greatly improved Nicaragua's financial and economic position. 73. The views of the members of another Council on Foreign Relations study group on political unrest in Latin America summarized the attitude that now prevailed in the United States. They found that Somoza's continued rule was beneficial for Nicaragua. The discussion emphasized that he had maintained stability, and none other than Spruey Braden observed that it was to Somoza's credit that he had been consistently anti-communist through the years. The group concurred with one member's conclusion that if every Latin American country had a Somoza, there would be no need for a discussion of political unrest in these countries. It must be remembered that few Latin American countries are ready for democracy. 74. A friendly, stable, and independent Spain. The reversal of American policy toward Spain was even more dramatic than that toward the dictators of Latin America. Franco had been helped into power by Nazi Germany and Fascist Italy, and his Phalange party was modeled after the other fascist movements of Europe. In the closing months of the Spanish Civil War, the United States had come to oppose Franco, and the widespread opposition to him in the United States from the Civil War years continued into World War II. As a signatory of the Anti-Comintern Pact of 1939 with Germany, Italy, and Imperial Japan, Spain was seen as a part of the Axis. Wartime efforts to keep Spain neutral and the limited cooperation with Franco's regime up to 1945 did not change the fundamental American position that his government was one of the three fascist regimes that had brought war to Europe. At the end of the fighting in May, the only difference between Franco's regime and those of Hitler and Mussolini was that his fascist dictatorship had yet to be destroyed. Yet by the 1950s the United States had established good relations with Franco and entered into a military alliance with Madrid. In a span of less than 7 years, Franco and Spain had moved from fascist dictator and pariah nation to trusted friend and ally. Other enemy states had, of course, become friends, but in Germany, Italy, and Japan, the old regimes were destroyed and new political systems installed. In Spain, there were no fundamental changes, they all came from the American side and were the result of the Cold War. There was no doubt in the United States that at the outset of World War II Spain actively supported Germany. Spain provided a variety of aids to the Axis cause, from propaganda to war materials, and came close to entering the war in 1940. Spain was kept out of the war only by Germany's refusal to satisfy Franco's imperial ambition for territory in North Africa. Still, Franco was sure of a German victory and wanted to maintain his close ties with Hitler. As an indication of Spain's commitment, Franco dispatched his Blue Legion of 14,000 soldiers to join the Germans on the Russian front in September 1941 and changed Spain's official status from neutral to non-belligerency to indicate a more active support of the Axis. When Germany's fortunes began to fade in the cold of the Russian winter and it became clear that Great Britain and the United States would continue to control the Western Mediterranean, Franco moved back to neutrality and began a limited cooperation with the Western Allies. Franco's shift was welcomed by Roosevelt for pragmatic reasons. In a move similar to the Darla deal and the support of the Badoglio government in Italy, Roosevelt was willing to cooperate with avowed fascist forces and withstand the criticism that came with these decisions, as long as that effort aided the war against Germany. Military decisions were a higher priority than political considerations. Seeking to keep Spain from striking at Gibraltar and using its large army in Morocco against the Allied forces planning to land in North Africa, Roosevelt, at the suggestion of Ambassador Carleton Hayes, wrote directly to Franco to express American friendship and provide him assurances against attack. On November 2, 1 week before the Allied landings in North Africa, Roosevelt pledged that the United States would take no action of any sort which would in any way violate Spanish territory. Roosevelt reiterated these points in a second letter on November 8, the day military action began in French North Africa. He expressed a hope for continued Spanish-American friendship and provided Franco his full assurance that these moves are in no shape, manner, or form directed against the government or people of Spain or Spanish Morocco or Spanish territories metropolitan or overseas. Spain has nothing to fear from the United Nations. 75. Hayes worked over the next 2 years with great success to maintain Spanish neutrality. By 1944, he was reporting that Spain was actually working to enhance the interests of the Allies, and the fact that we do not like its ideology should not stand in the way of our realistically obtaining advantages from it in the war against Germany. That fall, when he submitted his resignation, Hayes wrote Roosevelt that the mission has now been discharged. Spain not only did not enter the war on the side of the Axis or jeopardize Allied military operations in North Africa in 1942, in Italy in 1943, or in France in 1944, but has actually accorded us, during the past 2 years and a half, an increasing number of facilities helpful to our war effort. 76. Although Franco certainly preserved his regime by staying out of the war, he also hoped that his wartime actions would gain him recognition and aid from the victorious Allies. In the United States, Ambassador Hayes made just such an argument on behalf of friendly post-war relations with Spain. Upon his return home in February 1945, Hayes prepared a 17-page report for the President and the State Department on past and future relations with Spain. General Franco, Hayes argued, should not be underestimated. He is a cautious and clever politician who would remain in power for the foreseeable future. Hayes recounted the actions Franco had taken to support the Allies, a policy he termed benevolent neutrality, and believed that they formed the basis for a lasting relationship. Turning to the central problem, Hayes wrote that he fully recognized the obstacles at present in the way of the adoption by the United States government of that especially friendly attitude towards Spain which the Spanish government and the Spanish people desire. He noted that public opinion was predominantly hostile to the existing regime in Spain, expectant of its speedy collapse, and opposed to any measure or indication of a collaboration with it which might conceivably serve to strengthen or prolong it. He hoped the U.S. government would counter this view with a more realistic appraisal and pursue a friendly policy. 77. We may not like the existing regime in Spain, Hayes argued, but we are seriously misinformed and unrealistic when we assume that its collapse is imminent unless, of course, we are ready to employ Allied armed forces to collapse it. The United States had to stop allowing the losing side in the Civil War to determine its policy. After all, General Franco represents that part of the Spanish nation which finally won a 3-year civil war, and it would indeed be quite a novelty in human history if the victors in such a war should say to the vanquished only 5 or 6 years afterwards, "We are sorry, we shouldn't have won, we will restore you to power." Using the American Civil War as a comparison, Hayes asked the reader to imagine General Grant saying anything like that to the leaders of the Southern Confederacy in the midst of our own post-Civil War reconstruction. Hayes contended that though all nations would like to have every other nation adopt their institutions and values, The United States should be under no illusions about the present ability of the mass of Spaniards to create and maintain a democratic republic. Unless the United States intended to occupy and police the country and ensure free and honest elections over a long period of time, we shall discover sooner or later to our grief that a restored republic in Spain will be the harbinger of a new cycle of disorder, chaos, civil war, and great popular suffering and distress. Spain should be left alone to handle its internal affairs. Franco would oversee a slow liberalizing the institutions, laws, and practices of the country, which outside opposition would only impede. Meanwhile, good relations with Madrid would be very serviceable to American interests at the present and in the future. 78. Roosevelt appreciated Hayes's solid diplomatic achievements won largely by your own efforts during the war in Spain and noted in his March 14 reply that his recommendations would receive the closest attention and respect. He wrote, however, that whatever this policy may eventually become, I believe you will agree that at the present time it must inevitably take account of the fact that the present regime in Spain is one which is repugnant to American ideas of democracy and good government. Cooperation with Franco had been a matter of wartime expediency. With the war coming to a close in Europe, no need existed to continue to act in a friendly manner toward Spain. It was to be treated as an enemy state. Roosevelt was even more direct 4 days earlier when he wrote to the new ambassador to Spain, Norman Armour. He was writing, the President told Armour, because he wanted him to have a frank statement of my views regarding Franco and Spain. Having been helped to power by Fascist Italy and Nazi Germany, Roosevelt stated, and having patterned itself along totalitarian lines, the present regime in Spain is naturally the subject of distrust by a great many American citizens who find it difficult to see the justification for this country to continue to maintain relations with such a regime. Its past support of the Axis and the actions and utterances of the Phalange cannot be wiped out by actions more favorable to us now that we are about to achieve our goal of complete victory over those enemies of ours with whom the present Spanish regime identified itself in the past spiritually and by its public expressions and acts. 79. Formal diplomatic relations and wartime actions should not be interpreted by anyone to imply approval of that regime and its sole party, the Phalange, which has been openly hostile to the United States. In an indication that the removal of Franco from power would be one of his post-war objectives, Roosevelt declared that our victory over Germany will carry with it the extermination of Nazi and similar ideologies. Although it was not the policy of the United States to interfere in the internal affairs of other nations, Roosevelt stated that he would be lacking in candor if I did not tell you that I can see no place in the community of nations for governments founded on fascist principles. Roosevelt had clearly expressed the liberal position toward Spain, which saw Franco, from the days of the Civil War, as a pawn of Hitler. His actions during the war did nothing to change that view, and victory would relieve the United States of the need for any tolerance and free it to move against the government. Consistent with U.S. opposition to dictatorships immediately after the war, this view was quickly implemented into policy. In June 1945, at the General Conference in San Francisco that adopted the United Nations Charter, the United States supported the exclusion of Spain from membership. At Potsdam in July, Truman responded positively to Joseph Stalin's desire to overthrow Franco. In a line similar to Roosevelt's, Stalin made it clear that it was not to the fact that the Franco regime was a dictatorship to which he objected but the fact that it owed its origin to fascist intervention. 81. The Potsdam Declaration stated that the Big Three feel bound, to make it clear that they for their part would not favor any application for membership put forward by the present Spanish government, which, having been founded with support of the Axis powers, does not, in view of its origins, its nature, its record, and its close association with the aggressor states, possess the qualifications necessary to justify such membership. 82. In September, the State Department, with President Truman's approval, published a copy of Roosevelt's March letter to Armour in the New York Times to demonstrate the consistency of American policy at San Francisco and Potsdam with the former president's views. Moreover, as Acheson noted, it would operate as a further indication to the present government of Spain, and especially to the people of Spain, of our position, and to this extent may help on the evolution which we hope will take place there. 83 The letter's publication served to counter critics who believed that the policy was influenced mainly by Great Britain's Labour government and undercut the Spanish position that the current policy was not in keeping with Roosevelt's views. Franco's appeals for support were rebuffed mainly because of his association with Hitler and Mussolini, not simply because he was a dictator. The ostracism of Spain continued until 1947. On March 4, 1946, the United States issued a joint statement with the United Kingdom and France that restated the position that so long as General Franco continues in control of Spain, the Spanish people cannot anticipate full and cordial association with those nations of the world which have, by common effort, brought defeat to German Nazism and Italian fascism, which aided the present Spanish regime in its rise to power and after which the regime was patterned. The nations disavowed any intention of interfering in Spain's internal affairs, noting that the Spanish people themselves must in the long run work out their own destiny and that there was no desire to see the Spanish people again be subjected to the horrors of civil war and bitterness of civil strife. The statement then contradicted its non-intervention stance when it declared, on the contrary, it is hoped that leading patriotic and liberal-minded Spaniards may soon find means to bring about a peaceful withdrawal of Franco, the abolition of the Phalange, and the establishment of an interim government under which the Spanish people may have an opportunity freely to determine the type of government they wish to have and to choose their leaders. The new government would have to welcome back all political refugees and extend political amnesty to all members of the opposition. The incentive was that the Allies would grant full diplomatic relations and the taking of such practical measures to assist in the solution of Spain's economic problems to such a government. 84. In a striking parallel to its policy toward Argentina and the publishing of the Blue Book in February 1946, the State Department issued, in conjunction with its joint declaration, a white paper on Spain. Composed of captured German documents, it demonstrated the extent of Franco's support of the Axis and collaboration with Hitler during World War II. 85 In December 1946, the United States supported a UN resolution that continued to exclude Spain from the organization and recommended that it be debarred from membership in international agencies established by or brought into relationship with the United Nations. Claiming that the Franco government did not truly represent the people of Spain because it was imposed by force upon the Spanish people with the aid of the Axis powers, the General Assembly called on all member nations to immediately recall from Madrid their ambassadors and ministers. 86 The United States complied by not filling the then empty ambassadorship. Franco responded to the Western pressure with a series of moves designed to make him appear less dictatorial. In July 1945, a new constitution was proclaimed that contained a Bill of Rights for the Spanish people. At the same time, Franco replaced several of his ministers who were members of the Phalange party with people associated with other parties. The next year he hinted that the monarchy might be restored and finally announced in March 1947 that Spain was again a monarchical nation, albeit without a king or queen. All the while, Franco made numerous overtures to the United States and Great Britain declaring his anti-communist position and seeking support for his country. Even if most of the changes were cosmetic, Western pressure was producing some relaxation of Franco's rule. 87 None of these moves, however, produced any responses from the United States. The treatment accorded to the other dictator on the Iberian Peninsula, Antonio Oliveira Salazar in Portugal, was in marked contrast. Because Portugal possessed the Azores, it had been considered a strategically important nation since the outbreak of World War II. If an enemy gained control of the islands, the National Security Council explained, it would hold a position directly astride our lines of communication to our most probable war area. 88 Salazar came to power in 1928 after a long period of instability which saw 16 revolutions between 1910 and 1926. The United States believed that his coming to power through the army was welcomed by the public, in the expectation that the military dictatorship would end the governmental chaos. His rule was described by the CIA in 1949 as a comparatively benevolent dictatorship. During the war, Portugal was neutral, but its actions generally benefited the West. It had never joined in any agreements with Germany or Italy, and it allowed American military access to the Azores both during and after the war. Salazar's support for Franco was understandable because his policies have allayed Portuguese fears of communist penetration of the Iberian Peninsula, as well as because of the moral strength Salazar derives from the existence of a similar authoritarian government in the adjoining country. Another reason for supporting Salazar was that his government was seen as an authoritarian, not totalitarian, regime, as Franco's was at the time. In its origins, the CIA reported to the National Security Council, unlike the dictatorship of Generalissimo Franco in Spain, which was imposed through the assistance of foreign powers and the active intervention of their military forces. Salazar's dictatorship developed as a completely native movement, backed by the Portuguese army. It has had, therefore, much wider popular support and has evoked less international antagonism than the present Spanish regime. Indeed, there was no opposition to Portugal's entry into the United Nations or as an original member of the North Atlantic Treaty Organization. 89. Dean Acheson, in particular, was impressed by Salazar. He found that the dictator was popular and that there was a remarkable lack of tension in Portugal. It did not have any of the emotional indicia of a dictatorship. Rather, he believed the people were content. The government differed very much from the regimes of personal power which we were used to in Italy and Germany and Russia. Although Salazar's views were certainly not democratic or libertarian in any way, his actions were not coercive in the sense of exercising violence on people. 90. In his memoirs, Acheson described Salazar as one of the few people he was immediately drawn to upon first meeting. He had come to power to run a country that for 20 years had been sinking into economic chaos and political anarchy. Acheson recalled that he saw Salazar not as a dictator in his own right as Stalin was, but a dictator-manager employed and maintained by the power of the army, to run the country in the interest of the middle class. Democracy and political liberty did not exist, but they would probably be incompatible with the economic stability and growth that Salazar had created. A convinced libertarian, particularly a foreign one, could understandably disapprove of Salazar. But, Acheson wrote, I doubt that Plato would have done so. 91. Acheson was concerned about the question of succession and who would rule after Salazar. If a suitable replacement was not found, Portugal will go back into the confusion out of which he brought it. 92. That, however, was a problem better faced at a later time. For now, the benefits of Salazar's rule were, from the State Department's view, all too obvious. In 1947, which saw shifts in policy toward the rest of Europe through the Truman Doctrine and the Marshall Plan, a reversal of course in Japan, and the abandonment of opposition toward dictators in Latin America, policy toward Spain also changed. As Hayes's 1945 memorandum indicates, the currents were always present, but the hardening of the Cold War was the catalyst for the United States, in the words of Under-Secretary of State Robert Lovett, to quit kidding ourselves as to our interest in Spain and to reorient our policy in relation thereto. In December 1947, in Report on U.S. Policy toward Spain, the National Security Council set out the case for change. It noted that the current policy was unsatisfactory not only from the political point of view, because it had failed to oust Franco from power, but from the viewpoint of our military planners. The reality was that General Franco remains firmly in power and that his regime has actually been strengthened by demonstrations of international hostility. All agreed it would be highly desirable to bring about the replacement of Franco by a regime fully representative of the Spanish people, if it were possible to do so without violent internal or external repercussions. That was not the case. There was no evidence of effective opposition to Franco, which could bring an orderly change in government. Any effort was open to serious doubt as to the results to be expected from such a course. Any weakening of the regime would bring an ensuing political struggle leading only to internal chaos and resultant advantage to the communists with all its ominous implications. Therefore, it is believed that, in the national interest, the time had come for a modification of our policy toward Spain to normalize relations. No public announcement of this change should be made, but relations needed to be restored to a normal basis, irrespective of wartime ideological considerations or the character of the regime in power. Restrictive economic policies should be quietly dropped, so that normal trade may be resumed between the two countries. This would be followed by private trade and the possibility of economic assistance for Spain. The United States would provide Spain with the opportunity to develop its resources and play a normal part in the revival of world commerce and industry. The final outcome was to be a friendly relationship with Spain in the event of international conflict. The proposals were approved by Marshall and Truman in January 1948.93. The CIA recommended a similar course of action because Spain would provide an excellent site for air and naval bases for controlling the Western Mediterranean. Improved relations were necessary because the United States requires a friendly, stable, and independent Spain. Franco provided all of this. 94. The public was finally made aware of the new policy in January 1950. Secretary of State Dean Acheson sent a statement to Senator Connolly that characterized the past policy as a failure and a mistake. He blamed organized propaganda and pressures for keeping the old controversy alive here and abroad. It had served to stimulate more emotional feeling than rational thinking. The principal problem had been how to force change without intervention. Franco gave no indication that he was willing to step down, and it was hard to imagine the Spanish opposition being able to lead a revolt under his police state rule. Continued pressure would only unite Spain against democratic ideas or renew the civil war. Acheson noted that since 1947 the United States had opposed the actions of the United Nations with regard to Spain because the Franco regime posed no danger to world peace, and he called for a repeal of the ban on sending ambassadors. More to the point, the regime was stable and willing to cooperate. Given the heightened fears of the time, this was more than enough justification for seeking an alliance with Franco. The only consequence of past actions was to isolate Spain from normal relations with Western Europe, which hindered both economic recovery and the defense of the West. The United States would rectify the situation through normalized relations, trade, and negotiations. 95. Although President Truman was never fully comfortable about dealing with Franco and the British and the French strongly objected, the State Department and the military, particularly Generals Marshall and Omar Bradley, were adamant about obtaining air and naval bases in Spain. High-level negotiations on economic assistance to Spain were conducted throughout 1950 to prepare the way for the military agreements. Two leading American banks extended loans to Franco's government while Standard Oil invested in Spanish refineries, and Truman's friend Stanton Griffiths was named as the new ambassador to Madrid in December. Truman approved making available credits from the Export-Import Bank of up to $25 million for Spain. 96. The adoption of NSC 68, which defined the Soviet challenge as global, and the outbreak of the Korean War in June 1950 provided the final impetus toward a military agreement. In February 1951, Truman endorsed National Security Council Report 72/4, United States Policy toward Spain. The immediate objectives were to develop the military potentialities of Spain's strategic geographic position for the common defense of the West, not just Spain alone, acquire such facilities as bases for long-range bomber and fighter operations and behind-the-lines staging areas along with naval bases, provide military assistance for Spain's forces, and improve Spain's relations with the other members of NATO in order ultimately to obtain early Spanish participation and membership in the alliance. 97. The changing conditions resulting from Soviet-inspired aggression and the consequent increasing danger of global war made these steps imperative. Spain's value grew steadily in direct proportion to the deterioration of the international situation. Spain, having been spurned for several years by the West, could opt for neutrality in the event of a Soviet attack on Western Europe. The National Security Council feared that the longer we delay before seeking Spanish cooperation, the more we encourage this neutrality sentiment. 98. Cooperation with Franco was necessary, accompanied, as the planners knew, by support for his dictatorship. Once the bases were established, Franco's ability to maintain stability and order would become part of the defense of the free world. Negotiations progressed rapidly. After consultations with the British and French governments, Griffiths was instructed on March 7 to open direct talks with Franco. The Generalissimo readily agreed to the establishment of U.S. bases as long as the United States furnished adequate military assistance. He acknowledged that at this time Spain's admission into NATO was impossible, but assured Griffiths that Spain would comply with all the commitments of the North Atlantic Treaty and the common defense of Western Europe in case of a Soviet attack. Griffiths reported that any location in Spain or its possessions was at the immediate disposal of the United States for air, military or naval bases. In a June progress review of NSC 72/4, the National Security Council recommended more economic assistance for Spain to facilitate the negotiations. In July, Admiral Forrest Sherman, Chief of Naval Operations, went to Spain to begin discussions on which airfields and ports were to be modernized and how to improve Spain's transportation system to enhance military movements. The next month a military survey team arrived to examine the sites, and an economic mission came to evaluate the costs and Spain's financial needs. 99. The next year, Lincoln McVeigh was brought to Spain to conduct the final negotiations. McVeigh's long experience included a second term as ambassador to Greece, negotiation of the base arrangement with Iceland, and most recently Portugal's entry into NATO and the securing of the base in the Azores. Negotiations slowed down because of the continued objections of the British and French, the Korean negotiations, the 1952 presidential campaign, and Truman's frustration over Franco's delays in carrying out promises to allow greater religious freedom in Spain. It took the State Department 4 months to construct a suitable reply to Franco's March 17 letter to Truman. Franco indicated that Truman was unjustifiably concerned about a lack of religious freedom in Spain and implied that it was probably the work of people who sought to block good relations between the two countries. 100 Truman, however, took this issue very seriously. He worried about reports of persecutions of Protestants and Masons and had told Acheson in August 1951 that he had never been happy about sending an ambassador to Spain, and unless Franco changes his treatment of citizens who do not agree with him religiously, I'll be sorely tempted to break off all communication with him in spite of the defense of Europe. 101. Such outbursts were common for Truman, but his threat was empty. The logic of strategy and the Cold War had long since overwhelmed this question of principle. In the end, Truman's reply noted fundamental differences between the views you have expressed and the attitude of the United States on this subject, but concluded that he shared Franco's hopes that the current negotiations would have a successful outcome and lead to closer friendship and understanding between the two nations. It was to the mutual benefit of both countries to develop these ties and to find means for working together to help strengthen the defense of the Western nations against the danger that confronts us all. 102. The final agreement was reached in September 1953 with the signing of the Pact of Madrid. This treaty created a formal alliance between the United States and Spain and, through the United States, linked Spain to the defense of Western Europe. The United States would build 3 Air Force facilities, a large naval base that could serve as a submarine repair center, storage facilities, radar installations, and other smaller supply stations throughout Spain in the next decade at a cost of $226 million. The agreement also called for extensive American financial assistance to Madrid. Over the next 10 years the United States provided $400 million in military appropriations to Spain and almost $1 billion in non-military aid in an effort to ensure stability and Franco's rule. 103 Truman fully realized that Franco was a son of a bitch, but he was firmly on the side of the United States. Anti-colonialism to anti-communism in Vietnam. The same convergence of events and ideas that led to the return to the policy of supporting right-wing dictators after 1947 resulted in the United States supporting France's efforts to reclaim its colonies in Southeast Asia. Roosevelt had originally intended to place the region under a UN trusteeship after the war. This, he believed, was necessary to allow for a proper transition and time to prepare the people for independence. A combination of European pressure, the unfavorable course of events in China and elsewhere in East Asia, and the onset of the Cold War brought about an abandonment of this effort. Instead, the Truman administration provided support for France and by 1950 recognized the French puppet regime of Baudin and began paying most of the cost of the French war. Containment, anti-communism, and the desire for stability had placed the United States in direct opposition to Ho Chi Minh's revolutionary nationalist movement, the Viet Minh, and placed the United States in the position of supporting the first of a series of unpopular and non-democratic governments in Vietnam. As Roosevelt explained his policy to Hull in 1944, it was perfectly true that I had, for over a year, expressed the opinion that Indochina should not go back to France but that it should be administered by an international trusteeship. France has had the country 30 million inhabitants for nearly 100 years, and the people are worse off than they were at the beginning. Thus the case for taking the region away from France was perfectly clear. The people of Indochina are entitled to something better than that. 104 This position was consistent with Roosevelt's other wartime pronouncements, his view that the war in the Pacific was in large part the result of European imperialism, and belief that colonialism in Asia was a dying system. 105 It also fit with his view that the Vietnamese, along with many other Asians, were not yet prepared for self-government. With the Indochinese, Roosevelt noted, there is a feeling they ought to be independent but are not ready for it. They needed to be educated in the same manner that the Filipinos were. In that case, it took 50 years for us to do it. He agreed with Queen Wilhelmina of Holland that because of Dutch rule the Javanese are not quite ready for self-government, but very nearly, and would soon gain independence. In contrast was the case of New Guinea, where the people were described as the lowest form of human life in the world, their skulls have least developed. They were probably 200 years behind the rest of the world. 106. Such paternalistic views ensured that Roosevelt and his immediate successors would rule out independence for Vietnam and helps explain why the president began to back away from his position that France had to be kept out of Indochina in 1945. The larger aim remained the same, the American goal must be to help achieve independence. But when asked in March if he had changed his ideas on French Indochina, Roosevelt first answered no, then hesitated and added, if we can get the proper pledge from France to assume for herself the obligations of a trustee, then I would agree to France retaining these colonies with the proviso that independence was the ultimate goal. 107. When Roosevelt died in April 1945, Truman inherited a policy in a state of flux. In the rush of events surrounding the end of the war in Europe, relations with the Soviet Union, the Potsdam Conference, the decision to drop the atomic bombs, and the end of the war in Japan, French colonial policy and Vietnam did not command much of Truman's attention and energy during his first months in office. It was not surprising, therefore, that he took a cautious, and what must have appeared to him safe, course in deciding his policy. In May, after a review of policy by both the European and Far Eastern divisions of the State Department, Truman approved the decision that the United States would allow a French return to Indochina and instructed the State Department to inform France that the United States did not question its sovereignty there. 108 France was expected to ensure that the region would be open to all for trade and to work toward the establishment of a democratic national or federal government to be run for and increasingly by the Indochinese themselves, so that within the foreseeable future Indochina may be fully self-governing and autonomous. 109 These were details to be worked out in the future. The immediate concern was stability. The door was opened for a French return with American support. Before the French could secure their position, Ho Chi Minh declared Vietnam's independence on September 2, 1945. Sporadic fighting between the Viet Minh and the returning French soon broke out, and after failed efforts at negotiations, the conflict escalated into full-scale war in late 1946. The American response was mixed. On the one hand, the United States sought to aid its French ally and secure access to Indochina's raw materials and markets for France's economic recovery. Unity in Europe was a high priority, and there were few advocates of support for Ho. As Acheson tersely noted in December 1946, officials had to keep in mind Ho's clear record as agent international communism. Indeed, as Archimedes Patti observed, now all official references to Ho were prefixed Communist 110. On the other hand, the Truman administration did not want to tie the U.S. reputation directly to European imperialism and refused to grant France the direct aid it requested. Washington still hoped that France would grant more autonomy to the Vietnamese to undercut the nationalist appeal of the Viet Minh. But neither would it condemn France's actions or prevent it from diverting aid sent to Paris to the war effort in Southeast Asia. In 1947, after the announcement of the Truman Doctrine, American policy became clearer. Secretary Marshall informed American diplomats in France and Vietnam that the key our position is our awareness that in respect developments affecting position Western democratic powers in Southern Asia, we essentially in same boat as France. As the region moved toward independence, a relaxation of European controls could plunge new nations into violent discord, anti-Western pan-Asiatic tendencies could become dominant force, or communists could capture control. We consider as best safeguard against these eventualities a continued close association between newly autonomous peoples and powers which have long been responsible for their welfare. Regarding the fighting in Vietnam, the United States believed that the Vietnamese will for indefinite period require French material and technical assistance and enlightened political guidance which can only be provided by nations steeped like France in democratic tradition and confirmed in respect for human liberties and worth of the individual. 111 Marshall wanted to be sure that we do not lose sight fact that Ho Chi Minh has direct communist connections, and it should be obvious that we are not interested in seeing colonial administration supplanted by philosophy and political organization emanating from and controlled by the Kremlin. 112. The question was raised as to whether the United States should support Ho rather than sticking with the French. Those who advocated abandoning the French and supporting the Viet Minh argued that United States, support France, will cost us our standing and prestige in all of Southeast Asia. Moreover, whether the French like it or not, independence is coming to Indochina. Why, therefore, do we tie ourselves to the tail of their battered kite? Several answers were provided. There was no reason to think that the French effort was fundamentally doomed, and just because the odds were against them was no reason not to back their effort given the alternative. The United States should not place itself in the position of eliminating the opportunity for a non-communist Vietnam. The last point was, of course, at the center of the issue. With France's agreement in 1949 to establish 3 associated states in Indochina within the French Union, placing Bao Dai at the head of the state of Vietnam, it was acknowledged that Bao Dai's chances were not brilliant, but the United States had to help provide him a chance to succeed. 113. The United States, therefore, welcomed this move by the French and changed its policy to open support. Acheson bluntly eliminated any alternative position in May 1949. The question whether Ho as much nationalist as Kami is irrelevant. All Stalinists in colonial areas are nationalists. With achievement Nat Lames their objective necessarily becomes subordination state to Kami purposes and ruthless extermination not only opposition groups but all elements suspected even slightest deviation. 114 In 1950, the State Department outlined the options. They were to support either Bao Dai or Ho Chi Minh, there is no other alternative. That meant supporting the French or face the extension of communism over the remainder of the continental area of Southeast Asia and, possibly, farther westward. It would be a case of penny wise, pound foolish to deny support to the French in Indochina. 115. On May 8, 1950, the United States formally recognized the government of Bao Dai as an independent state within the French Union and announced that it would send aid to his government, thereby joining the war in Vietnam. Acheson argued that this move was necessary because it would provide encouragement to national aspirations under non-communist leadership for peoples of colonial areas in Southeast Asia, the establishment of stable non-communist governments in areas adjacent to communist China, and support to an important European ally. 116 American prestige and interests were now best served by a direct association with the French in Vietnam. As far as the State Department could predict, French forces appear to be the sole effective guarantee that communist forces will be resisted. 117 The first order of business was to defeat communism. All other questions concerning full independence and the type of government in Vietnam would have to wait until the Viet Minh were defeated and Vietnam was stable. In defense of the free world. The problem that confronted the Truman administration in Vietnam over supporting the French was fundamentally the same as that concerning policy toward right-wing dictators. The United States would have preferred in Vietnam a stable, independent, pro-Western government, just as it wished to see stable democracies established in Latin America. But leaving these matters in local hands was fraught with danger. In the case of Vietnam, it was clear that the transition to independence, if decided only by the Vietnamese, would allow Ho Chi Minh to come to power and establish a communist government. In Latin America, the problem was that truly democratic governments would likely be unstable for a period of time or pursue dramatic economic reforms, providing opportunities for communist forces to exploit. In both cases, order and stability needed to be established and strong governments in place to prevent negative outcomes. This meant supporting the French in Vietnam and dictators in Latin America. A 1952 State Department summary of policy toward Vietnam illustrated that the United States had to accept non-democratic solutions to prevent communist gains. We believe that, as a practical matter, U.S. objectives in Indochina can be achieved only through the French. Given the inability of the native governments to assure the territorial integrity of the area for the foreseeable future without outside help and the unlikelihood that other friendly nations than France are able or willing to participate in the defense of the area, individually or collectively, we are obliged to support the only practicable means available to us, which in this case is the French. 118. The same logic guided the State Department's final regional appraisal of policy toward Latin America, which was forwarded to President Truman on December 11, 1952. It provides a useful summary of American policy toward right-wing dictators on the eve of the transition to the Eisenhower Dulles years. The importance of Latin America to the United States for security and economic reasons was to provide American access to vital raw materials in case of war. Fully 35% of all U.S. imports now came from South America, at a value of $2.9 billion. Almost half of these goods consisted of strategic materials such as quartz crystals, oil, copper, and tin. Furthermore, Venezuela, Brazil and Chile are becoming increasingly important suppliers of two of the basic ingredients of our steel industry, namely iron ore and manganese. Any disruption in the import of the more than $1 billion worth of materials, not listed as strategic, such as coffee, sugar, and bananas, would have extremely serious consequences throughout the United States. Likewise, Latin America was a major purchaser of American goods, of which about $2.7 billion were exported there in 1950 and over $6 billion in direct private U.S. investments. Thus, notwithstanding the imperfections which mar the actual practice of democracy, the area is to be regarded as an effective part of the free world. 119. The stability of the area was threatened by three interrelated problems: a popular demand for immediate reform which produces instability, the great disparity of wealth and power between the United States and Latin America which generates nationalism and anti-American sentiments, and communism, which exploits both of these conditions. The question was, did the lack of democratic governments exacerbate the problems or provide a solution? The lack of a middle class was identified as the key feature missing in the development of Latin America, which meant that political developments have not kept pace with the times. Venality on the part of public officials is common. Suffrage is ineffectual and, where it exists, the people are often unprepared to assume full responsibilities of citizenship. Thus power was left in the hands of an alliance between the military and property owners with forms of government varying from pure military dictatorship, illustrated by the Trujillo regime in the Dominican Republic, to governments, such as the one in Chile, which do not have the strength and discipline essential to an effective administration of the affairs of state. 120. This appraisal came as no surprise to the department, given that these societies derived their independence from Spain and Portugal, leaving the political, social, and economic patterns largely frozen in the same status in which they had developed in Spain and Portugal during medieval times. The result was unrest throughout the area, a weakening of respect for property rights, and revolutionary nationalist movements that were often controlled by immature and impractical idealists, who are not only unprepared to conduct government business efficiently but lack the disposition to combat extremists within their ranks, including communists. Latin America was in flux, and the area was passing through a period of inevitable and very far-reaching adjustments as between classes. Leaders from a variety of nations had gained power by promising change. One of the consequences of these internal adjustments is political instability, which is itself enfeebling. It was exactly these situations which communists sought to turn to their advantage. Communism was a force which exploits and makes articulate nationalistic aspirations and which supplies organizational and directive guidance to all anti-American elements. All of this made supporting reform in the area a dangerous business and demanded a rethinking of some positions. 121. The report recognized that while dictatorships can sometimes set in motion violent forces and invite instability, in the present state of world affairs revolutionary governments were much more dangerous. Revolutionary nationalists observe the form of democracy in order to destroy the substance of democratic processes. Further, they open themselves up to communist influences, which not only makes it difficult for us to obtain the cooperation we need but precipitates economic crises which in turn produce more unrest and instability. Only the enemies of the United States could benefit from such a situation. 122. Right-wing dictators, to be sure, often created resentment and opposition, but until the danger of communism was removed, stability had to be assured. Dictators provided a necessary and useful protection. Most notably, the doctrine of non-intervention had to be clarified. It did not mean that the United States must sit by with crossed hands if a clearly communist regime should establish itself in the hemisphere. Our agreements on this subject are with sovereign American states, and their protection would not extend to the satellite of a foreign imperialistic power. 123. The implications of these points were far-reaching. The logic set out was based on the premise that communists could not be nationalists. They exploited nationalist movements and legitimate grievances only for their own aims, which were directed by Moscow in the service of the Soviet Union. The United States should, of course, use its influence to promote an orderly evolution towards democracy and American principles through the example which we set. This was not, however, always possible given the historic instability of certain areas and the danger of communist infiltration. The only road available, therefore, was the economic development of the Latin American countries so as to produce the missing middle class on which stability seemed to depend. That meant, of course, that it was essential to protect the legitimate rights of United States investments in the area, defending them against abuses and discrimination which are the product of extreme nationalism. 124. Again, dictators were necessary to provide the stability for what would later be termed economic takeoff. The problem for the Truman administration in producing the desired middle class was that there were not enough funds to extend to Latin America. Europe and Asia were the places where the Cold War was the hottest, and they received the lion's share of American foreign aid. Truman's Point 4 program provided only limited funds, and Latin America ranked last of all regions of the globe, receiving only 2.4% of foreign aid. 125. As Atchison and others continually emphasized, the money for development had to come from private sources. 126. Investors, however, were hesitant to send capital to nations that appeared unstable. One solution was American military spending. In this area, certain nations in Latin America were seen as a priority. U.S. security, the State Department reported, was synonymous with hemisphere security. Because of the prevalence of economic instability in Latin America, the United States needed to extend greater military support for its southern neighbors to meet the added responsibilities that have emerged since the Korean crisis. 127. In response, Congress passed a military assistance program of over $38 million for Latin America that the administration had long sought. It was designed to strengthen local armies under U.S. supervision. Latin American forces were not to be used outside the region, and the money was intended mainly to provide for internal security. With 13 military dictatorships in the 20 Latin American republics, the United States was now directly arming the dictators. 128. The Truman administration's decision to extend military aid to Latin America was seen as necessary for the nations of the hemisphere to maintain internal order. Acheson described the danger of unrest to the South as a very acute one. He explained to the Senate Foreign Relations Committee that Soviet agents were actively fomenting trouble and presented a very considerable sabotage menace to the oil fields, shipping facilities, trade routes, airfields and all that sort of thing. Acheson did acknowledge there was a danger. How do you tell in Guatemala or Nicaragua or some other place what is a communist front organization and what is not? He was concerned that Latin Americans did not have as much experience with that sort of thing as some of us. They could miss the real communists or use the resources to put their political opponents in jail. 129. Senator Theodore Green of Rhode Island struck at the heart of this issue when he asked if the U.S. program was not actually encouraging the establishment of dictatorships. Acheson agreed it was a possibility. As he began to elaborate, Green cut in and wondered if this was a dangerous question to bring up. Again, Acheson agreed that the program created potential for dictatorships, but to refuse to aid Latin American militaries was an even greater risk. To leave the threat of communist subversion unchecked was the gravest danger. The proper way to view the issue, Acheson argued, was to realize the United States was combating the danger to the internal security of a country growing out of the international subversive movement. Green was satisfied with this distinction, and the rest of the discussion centered on how best to describe the program's objectives. 130. The United States had, in effect, intervened to support dictators not just in the name of stability but to protect freedom. With peace indivisible, these actions were justified in the national defense. Support for right-wing dictators was seen as a legitimate activity in holding together the free world. Autocratic rulers provided stability and order, welcomed and protected investments, and were bulwarks against communism. Moreover, they were now seen, along with the military, as able to provide the conditions that would lead to an evolution toward democracy. From this perspective, they were forces of modernization that would protect the nations during the most difficult transitions to modern institutions and ideas. Until that time arrived, the United States had to support right-wing dictators lest revolutionary forces take over, bringing communists to power and closing the door to any possible movement toward liberalism and freedom. The groundwork was set for American interventions of the 1950s and 1960s in Iran, Guatemala, the Dominican Republic, and Vietnam. 5. Thank God they're on our side. Eisenhower, Dulles, and dictators. When Eisenhower became president, he found little to be optimistic about concerning international affairs and American foreign policy. With the exception of Truman's successes in Europe with containment, the Marshall Plan, and the creation of NATO, all of which Eisenhower supported, the new president found reason to criticize all other areas of his predecessor's foreign policy. The most obvious problem was the stalemate in Korea. Not wanting to damage the war effort or the ongoing negotiations, Eisenhower kept his comments during the 1952 presidential campaign to a minimum and promised only that he would go to Korea. That pledge was enough, however, to indicate his displeasure with the Democrats' handling of the war and policy in Asia. Eisenhower saw the outbreak of the Korean War and its continuation as a consequence of Truman's broader failures to confront the Soviet challenge outside of Europe. Eisenhower never went as far as the McCarthyite wing of his party, which accused the administration of allowing communists to conduct its Asian policy, or his vice president, Richard Nixon, who recklessly spoke of Dean Acheson's cowardly College of Communist Containment, but he did believe that Truman mishandled the Civil War in China and failed fully to appreciate the communist challenge throughout Asia. With domestic anti-communism at its peak, the Republicans battered the Democrats with the charge that they had lost China for the free world and feared that Southeast Asia would be next. Similarly, Eisenhower and his Secretary of State, John Foster Dulles, were greatly concerned with the problems they found in the Middle East and Latin America and the progress of communism they saw in both regions. The decline of British and French control in the Middle East and Western support for the State of Israel opened the way for radical nationalists from Iran to Algeria to attack Western influence and imperialism. The United States sought to distance itself from aspects of European policy and searched for an effective counterforce to the angry nationalists who threatened to exclude all Western, including American, companies from the oil-rich region. The most pressing danger was in Iran, where Prime Minister Mohammad Mossadegh's move to nationalize Iranian oil had driven the British from their predominant position and appeared to open the door to communist penetration throughout the region. Eisenhower believed that the Truman administration had alienated most of the Latin American nations through a policy of neglect. Here, too, the rise of nationalism presented the first stage of the problem that could be exploited by communists to create confusion, hostility toward the United States, and eventually communist rule. This was the administration's understanding of events in Guatemala, where the reform government of Jacobo Arbenz was seen by 1954 as on the brink of becoming a communist state that would serve as a base for the spread of Soviet influence throughout the region. In his memoirs, Eisenhower recalled that the problems challenging the new administration were complex and urgent. Two wars, with the United States deeply engaged in one, and vitally concerned in the other, were raging in Eastern Asia. Iran seemed to be almost ready to fall into communist hands. Red China seemed increasingly bent on using force to advance its boundaries. Moreover, European economies were not yet recovered from the effects of World War II, eroding their control over their colonies, and communism was striving to establish its first beachhead in the Americas by gaining control of Guatemala I. Eisenhower, however, had no bold new proposals, such as a Marshall Plan for Latin America, to combat these problems. Instead, he sought to stabilize the direct conflict with the Soviet Union in Europe to allow the administration to concentrate on the nationalist and communist challenge in the Third World. Here, the Eisenhower administration did initiate a new approach, covert action through the Central Intelligence Agency. The Cold War would be waged on two separate levels. The United States would recognize the existing Soviet sphere of influence in Eastern Europe and pursue improved bilateral relations with Moscow but seek to prevent any further extension of communism in Asia, Africa, and Latin America. In this context, right-wing dictators came to play an expanded role in American efforts to combat communism and create stability. Whatever criticisms the Republicans had concerning Truman's foreign policy, they readily accepted the necessity of supporting authoritarian regimes. This continuity in policy was not, as some charged at the time, caused by simple neglect of the Third World, a lack of concern for democracy, or ignorance of the consequences of aiding such regimes. Rather, it stemmed from Eisenhower's clear sense that the Soviet challenge, or what the administration and commentators generally called international communism, had shifted from Europe to the Third World, and it was part of his administration's efforts to ensure stability and implement containment across the Great Crescent from the Middle East to Japan and in Latin America. In doing so, Eisenhower and Dulles accepted the reasoning of administrations from Harding to Truman that, at least in the short run, supporting right-wing dictators provided the necessary stability and anti-communist bulwarks in nations too weak or politically immature to have viable democratic governments. This does not mean that the Eisenhower administration gave no thought to the issue. On the contrary, it periodically discussed the problem and dilemmas inherent in this approach, but each time it reached the same conclusion that American interests would be served by continuing to aid right-wing dictators. Some officials acknowledged that supporting dictators could lead to a backlash of opposition, anti-American sentiment, and damage to American prestige in the ideological battles with the Soviet Union for support of other nations. Eisenhower's advisers, however, saw these as necessary risks because the alternatives always appeared to be worse. In its efforts to moderate the risks, the administration turned to private development and nation building, most notably in Vietnam, to help create modern institutions and stability that could withstand the difficult transition to democracy. During Eisenhower's second term in office, his administration would confront the shortcomings and consequences of American support for repressive right-wing dictators. The attacks on Vice President Nixon during his 1958 tour of Latin America, a series of military takeovers in Asia and Africa in 1958 and 1959, and the Cuban Revolution shocked the administration and served to reopen the debate on policy toward authoritarian regimes. The overthrow of Batista's dictatorship by Fidel Castro's 26th of July movement brought about the exact scenario critics had predicted would result from supporting authoritarian governments, an anti-American sentiment that fostered a revolutionary, and ultimately communist, movement that looked to the Soviet Union for support. Right-wing dictators eliminated the center of politics and any other alternative route to change. In response, the administration adopted a two-track policy. It spoke more forcefully about the need for democracy and publicly distanced itself from certain dictators. Yet the administration sought reforms that came from above rather than through the sharing of power with opposition groups or revolution from below. Moreover, Eisenhower continued the military aid and other programs that maintained authoritarian rulers around the world. The struggle to fashion a new policy toward the Dominican Republic in 1960 demonstrated the limits to the Eisenhower administration's ability to reject the existing policy and respond to right-wing dictators in a different manner. The administration's commitment to containment and stability still demanded support for authoritarian rulers and enforced order rather than taking chances on what were seen as weak and unstable democratic movements that could open the door to communism. Lesser of two evils. Consistent with all administrations since Wilson's, Eisenhower's agreed that U.S. interests were best served by the existence of other stable democratic and capitalist nations and spoke publicly about promoting democracy and freedom abroad. The problem, as Eisenhower and Dulles understood it, was in areas lacking a history of free government. New democratic governments tended to be weak and faced a myriad of challenges in their efforts to establish order and create prosperity. It was, therefore, considered a gamble to support such governments when the Soviet Union appeared to be active in all areas and communists were apparently poised to take advantage of instability or nationalist reform movements. Dictators who protected Western interests, provided stability, and suppressed communism were a much better bet in such a context and had to be supported until their nations matured politically or, given the logic of the domino theory, whole areas would fall to communist forces. With their Manichean view of the Cold War, neither Eisenhower nor Dulles could tolerate revolutionary nationalism and other challenges to the status quo in the Third World. The fundamental premise for this policy remained the idea that too many of the world's people were not yet trained or were unable to govern themselves democratically. With enough time and tutelage they could possibly develop democratic systems, but communist forces were waiting to take advantage of any signs of instability and the weaknesses of new democratic governments. The time necessary for the transition from colonial status or authoritarian government to democracy was a luxury the United States did not appear to have. In addition, an agent theory of communist activity and revolution saw all disturbances and radical movements as emanating from the Kremlin. Communist forces were seen as having a discipline and zealousness that democratic groups had difficulty matching. Distrust of the abilities of other people came instinctively to the senior members of the Eisenhower administration, stemming from their general attitudes toward people in the non-white world. Eisenhower and his advisors invariably talked about the nations and peoples of Asia, Africa, and Latin America as backward and in need of direction and Western supervision before they were ready for full independence. Point 2. The president described Mexicans as rascals at heart. You can't trust them, and he endorsed William Knox's view that the government in Argentina was still in its adolescence striving for maturity. Point 3. He saw Indians as funny people, was convinced that Arabs simply cannot understand our ideas of freedom or human dignity, and contrasted all non-whites to the English-speaking world with its duty to act as a model for the necessary cooperation among free people. 4. Dulles and others held similarly paternalistic views. When Eisenhower proposed in February 1953 that one possible solution to the deterioration of relations with Latin America would be to send notable Americans and university professors on tours of various countries to demonstrate that the United States was not ignoring its neighbors, Secretary of State Dulles found this idea to be a very good way of doing things because you have to pat them on the head and make them think that you are fond of them. 5. Thomas Mann, a Latin American expert in the State Department, put the negative view of Latin Americans more forcefully when he stated, "I know my Latinos. They understand only two things: a buck in the pocket and a kick in the ass." 6. Eisenhower thus remained attached to the simplistic notion that visits by prominent Americans would create goodwill and cement positive relations with Third World nations. In August 1953, he returned to this idea. He wrote under Secretary of State Walter Bedell Smith that he was concerned that the State Department was not properly organized to give to the sensitive South Americans the feeling that they are really important in our scheme of things. As a possible solution, he proposed the creation of an ambassador at large just for Latin America. 7. The department rejected this idea, preferring instead to send special missions such as the one recently completed by the president's brother Milton Eisenhower to investigate conditions and report on possible future actions. In 1956, the president responded positively to Ambassador Henry Cabot Lodge's suggestion that the State Department sponsor trips by high-ranking American officials, accompanied by their wives, that were mainly social exchanges. According to Lodge, such junkets would undercut the perception that we are forever lecturing, telling people what to do and generally assuming an attitude of insufferable superiority. A suspicion existed that Americans, like European colonial powers, are willing to work with the natives, but are not willing to play with them and treat them as social equals. Lodge emphasized that while the travelers could pick up some useful information or correct misunderstandings along the way, the main point would be simply to be agreeable and to make them feel that we think they are attractive. The ambassador first saw the value in his idea, he informed Eisenhower, when he and his wife visited Khartoum in the Sudan. Lodge wrote that the foreign minister danced with my wife, and I heard later from our U.S. representative that the word went out all over town that the Americans were not stuffy. Eisenhower found that Lodge's points make good sense and again passed the idea along to the State Department. 8. The president mused in June 1953 that the tricky problem that is posed these days is this: if firm opposition to the spread of communism requires fighting, as in Korea and Indochina, how can the free world turn its attention to the solution of these great humanitarian problems which must be tackled in order to eliminate the conditions that promote communism? 9. As Eisenhower's comments indicate, the administration understood the need for social change in the world and recognized that the United States had to adjust its approach to relations within the hemisphere and elsewhere in the Third World. Dulles told the Senate Foreign Relations Committee in April 1953 that he realized social problems and instability would be present in the world without the Soviet Union, but what makes it a very dangerous problem for us is the fact that wherever those things exist, whether it is in Indochina or Siam or Morocco or Egypt or Arabia or Iran, even in South America, the forces of unrest are captured by the Soviet communists. In a peaceful world without the threat of the Soviet Union, the United States could do very much more in the way of promoting reforms and advancing self-government than we can do under present conditions. The Secretary of State believed that it was necessary to take a realistic view of the situation and recognize that at this time, to support a somewhat backward situation, it is the lesser of two evils, because the possibility of a peaceful change is very much diminished by the fact that you have constantly with you, for instance, the tactics of the Soviet Communist forces which take advantage of every opportunity to capture and lead the so-called reform and revolutionary movement. The United States was forced to back dictators. Syngman Rhee, Chiang Kai-shek, and so forth, are not the people, under normal circumstances, that we would want to support. Others would be preferable, but in times like these, in the unrest of the world today, and the divided spirit, we know we cannot make a transition without losing control of the whole situation. 10. The solution to the dilemma of how to bring about social change and an evolution toward democracy without setting off revolutions and aiding the spread of communism was to be found in supporting strong leaders who would heed American advice. The rule of various dictators, therefore, was viewed positively by the new administration. For example, Vice President Nixon, discussing South Korea, exclaimed in 1953 that they are hard to work with, but thank God they're on our side. With all the things that are wrong with the communists are a lot worse. 11 Eisenhower commented in June that, given the recurring crises in Paris, he himself was beginning to feel that only a strong man could save France. 12 favors and honors were extended to shore up the rule of certain dictators, such as Marcos Pérez Jiménez of Venezuela. The State Department found Venezuela to be an outstanding example to the rest of the world of cooperation between foreign investors and the government for the benefit of both sides. 13 For his efforts, Jiménez was invited by Eisenhower for a state visit in Washington in 1956, where he was presented the Legion of Merit Medal, the highest award the nation can bestow on a non-citizen. Advocates of greater military aid for Somoza argued that Latin American military leaders, such as the Nicaraguan dictator, worked more closely with the United States than any other groups, and those who come to this country and see what we have and what we can do are frequently our most useful friends in those countries. 14. To enhance this relationship, NSC 5432/1, adopted in September 1954, called for closer relations with military officers, recognizing that they play an influential role in government. 15. A national intelligence estimate noted that the United States faced a dilemma in the conflict between democracy and dictatorship in the Caribbean. The dictators present themselves as guarantors of stability and order and of cooperation with the United States. The reformists, by definition, are an unsettling influence, but they contend that the United States, as a progressive democracy dominant in the area, has a moral obligation to foster social and political development. Conversely, the region's dictators resent any indication of U.S. support for reformist regimes as a betrayal of the true friends of the United States. 16. Early the next year, Secretary of State Dulles made it clear where the administration stood on this question when he instructed State Department officials to do nothing to offend the dictators. They are the only people we can depend on. 17. In a February 1955 discussion on the progress of the implementation of NSC 5432/1, the National Security Council considered the question of communism and dictatorships in Latin America. Secretary of the Treasury George Humphrey told the Council that it must realize that a strong base for communism exists in Latin America. Moreover, wherever a dictator was replaced, communists gained. The United States had to back strong men in Latin American governments. Nelson Rockefeller responded that the dictators in these countries are a mixed blessing. It is true, in the short run, that dictators handle communists effectively. But in the long run, the U.S. must encourage the growth of democracy in Latin America if it wished to defeat communism in the region. The discussion of relations with dictators reminded the president of a comment made by Portugal's Antonio Salazar, which he did not dispute: free government cannot work among Latins. Eisenhower noted his general agreement with Rockefeller that in the long run the United States must back democracies without providing any indication of when and how that would come about. It was, however, the short-run challenge of communism that had to be attended to. 18. In both the crises in Iran and Guatemala, Eisenhower and Dulles believed that the situation had moved from a theoretical problem to an actual danger of communist rule. Both governments exhibited all of the problems policymakers associated with weak and ineffective democratic governments. They were creating a climate of confusion that would either pave the way for a communist takeover or had already permitted communists to penetrate their governments. The evidence for this view was found in Iran's efforts to nationalize the oil industry and Guatemala's pursuit of land reform. These policies, the administration noted, were exactly the same ones that communist nations adopted. Even if the people in power were not communists, they were doing the work of the Kremlin. In these cases, the administration found it necessary to help remove the dangerous government and support leaders who would maintain order, suppress communism, and align the countries with American foreign policy. The Truman administration had allowed the situation in these nations to reach the crisis stage. Establishing and supporting right-wing dictators, covertly and through announced policy, appeared to be the only option outside of direct military intervention to prevent the creation of full-blown communist states. The administration formally set out its policy on covert action in March 1954, when it adopted NSC 5412. Greater suspicion of nationalist movements required new measures to combat these forces and shore up traditional forms of authority. Based clearly on the bipolar worldview and concern that the Soviet Union had redirected its efforts from Europe to the Third World, the National Security Council believed that in the interest of world peace and U.S. national security, the overt foreign activities of the U.S. government should be supplemented by covert operation. The CIA's activities could expand beyond espionage and counter-espionage actions to include discrediting and reducing the strength of international communism and its parties, countering any threat of a party or individuals directly or indirectly responsive to communist control to achieve dominant power in a free world country, orienting peoples and nations toward the free world and the United States by increasing the capacity and will of such peoples and nations to resist international communism, and developing resistance movements and covert operations in areas dominated or threatened by international communism. These actions were to be coordinated with the State and Defense Departments to ensure that covert operations are planned and conducted in a manner consistent with United States foreign and military policies and carried out in such a manner that any U.S. government responsibility for them is not evident, and that if uncovered the U.S. government can plausibly disclaim any responsibility for them. The operations would include propaganda, political action, economic warfare, preventive direct action, including sabotage, anti-sabotage, demolition, subversion against hostile states or groups including assistance to underground resistance groups, guerrillas and refugee liberation groups, support of indigenous and anti-communist elements in threatened countries of the free world. 19. At the same time, Eisenhower appointed a committee headed by General James Doolittle to conduct a study of the CIA and the need for covert activity. The committee's conclusion, which Eisenhower received in October 1954, set the issues out in stark and dangerous terms. 20. It is now clear that we are facing an implacable enemy whose avowed objective is world domination by whatever means and at whatever cost. There are no rules in such a game. Hitherto acceptable norms do not apply. If the United States is to survive, long-standing American concepts of fair play must be reconsidered. We must develop effective espionage and counter-espionage services and must learn to subvert, sabotage and destroy our enemies by more clever, more sophisticated and more effective methods than those used against us. It may become necessary that the American people be made acquainted with, understand and support this fundamentally repugnant philosophy. 21. Covert activities were to fill the gap between the need to maintain order and prevent the spread of communism and the desire to avoid direct intervention. The United States was entering a new phase of the Cold War and relations with right-wing dictators. In a 1956 interview, Secretary of State Dulles captured the intentions and problems confronting the administration. The Secretary explained that American policy was designed to ensure freedom from communism for all the nations of the world. What nations did with their freedom after they get it is a second problem. We naturally would like them to have the same kind of freedom and exercise it the way we do, with our same democratic processes. This was not, he realized, the case. Nor was it a major concern of the United States. Democracy was the best system, but it is a system which can only be spread throughout the world gradually, and as I say, today there are not many parts of the world where that particular system prevails. 22. To insist on it, then, would damage American interests and create openings for the Soviet Union to exploit. Better to stay with loyal friends than experiment with change and new people in a dangerous world. Second chance in Iran. The first place the administration implemented its more active approach to establishing and supporting strong pro-Western leaders was in Iran. On April 28, 1951, riding a wave of virulent anti-British nationalism, Muhammad Mossadegh became Prime Minister of Iran. His sole agenda was the nationalization of the Anglo-Iranian Oil Company. The Truman administration found itself in a bind. Iran had long been part of the British sphere of influence, and Washington worried about the impact of England's decline on regional stability, and in particular on the flow of vital oil supplies. Still, American diplomats generally agreed that the British had unfairly exploited Iran, thus producing hostility and legitimate grievances. The administration spent the next 2 years trying to find some middle road between the removal of the British from Iran and London's desires to return complete control over Iranian oil to Anglo-Iranian, a company in which the British government held the majority interest. 23. With the British leading a boycott, no oil was coming out of Iran and world reserves during the Korean War were becoming dangerously low. In an effort to mediate the dispute, Acheson convinced Averell Harriman to head an American delegation to Tehran to negotiate with the Iranians and British during the summer of 1951. Both sides resisted Harriman's attempts to forge a workable compromise that would provide Iran with more revenues and control over its oil while preserving the company's ownership of its assets and decision-making. Acheson saw Mossadegh as a demagogue of considerable shrewdness and ability, aided by the usual and persistent stupidity of the company and the British government in their management of affairs. Truman informed London that the United States sought stability in Iran and would extend developmental aid to Tehran. At this juncture, the administration feared that if Mossadegh fell, the communists would come to power. Some accommodation had to be reached, but the president made it clear to both sides that he had no intention of joining an anti-British coalition or attacking America's closest ally. 24. By the end of 1952, the administration had given up on any hope of striking a deal with Iran as long as Mossadegh remained in power. Acheson's attention, as well as that of the British, turned to restoring the young Shah to power. The idea of supporting a coup against Mossadegh was first discussed in a meeting with British Foreign Minister Anthony Eden. Eden stated that at some stage it might be necessary, to impress on the Shah the need to remove the Iranian Prime Minister from power. 25 Acheson believed that it was an illusion that some other moderate leadership existed between the Today Party communists and the feudal reactionaries and mullahs. The establishment of an authoritarian government under the Shah was the only hope he saw for preventing a descent into communism or chaos. 26. The Eisenhower administration shared Acheson's concern. It did not oppose Mossadegh and reform in Iran per se or the Prime Minister's efforts to gain a greater share in the operations of the Anglo-Iranian Oil Company for his country. The problem was that Mossadegh, by continuing to pull the tail of the British lion instead of agreeing to a settlement, was continuing to foster political unrest in the country and appeared to be losing control of the situation. Only the well-organized Today Party could benefit from the persistence of this confusion. In his first full report on Iran to the National Security Council, Allen Dulles, the new head of the CIA, noted that Mossadegh had painted himself into a corner and could not afford to reach an agreement with the British. To do so would undercut his political support. The next week, Dulles informed the NSC that a dangerous political vacuum was being created in Tehran, where, if the Shah's power was completely gone, it would be extremely difficult to find any constitutional alternative to Mossadegh if he were driven from power. The possibilities that the communists would fill this power vacuum had been heightened. It came down to either the Shah regaining power or the continuation of Mossadegh's rule, which would mean a communist takeover. 27. In early March, Secretary of Defense Charles Wilson summarized the problem faced by the administration. The United States needed an answer to the problem of how, with the obvious collapse of colonialism, to counter the communists' new tactics in exploiting nationalism and colonialism for its own purposes. Where could it find a stabilizing authority? In the old days, when dictatorships changed, it was usually a matter of one faction of the right against another, and we had only to wait until the situation subsided. Now, as in the case of Iran, when a dictatorship of the right was replaced by a dictatorship of the left, a state would presently slide into communism and was irrevocably lost to us. As long as the Prime Minister hung on, Dulles believed, the situation was salvageable, but if he were to be assassinated or otherwise disappear, the communists might easily take over. The consequences of such an eventuality would be enormous. The free world's loss of Iranian oil production and reserves to the Russians would be the least of the problems. Worse still, If Iran succumbed to the communists, there was little doubt that in short order the other areas of the Middle East, with some 60% of the world's oil reserves, would fall into communist control. 28. Having decided Iran would fall to communism, soon be followed by the whole Middle East, and given the limited options available, it is not surprising that the administration turned to covert action to oust Mossadegh and re-establish the authority of the Shah. In fact, discussions with London for a covert operation to oust Mossadegh had already begun. Foreign Minister Anthony Eden sent a delegation to Washington in early February to begin planning. Ambassador Lloyd Henderson's analysis supported the CIA's interpretation and called for American action. The State Department found his points to be an accurate expression of the situation and national state of mind in Iran, so accurate in fact that it sent Eisenhower lengthy excerpts to read. Henderson argued that covert action was necessary to prevent Iran from falling to communism. It was difficult, the ambassador acknowledged, for most Americans to understand the lack of appreciation of the Iranian public of disinterested efforts made by individual American nationals in Iran for the benefit of Iran. Yet no amount of goodwill or public relations efforts would change the situation as long as the current rulers were in control. Only those sympathetic to the Soviet Union and to international communism have reason to be pleased at what is taking place in Iran. Thus the overthrow of the existing government was the only way to save the situation. This was possible, Henderson contended, because most Iranian politicians friendly to the West would welcome secret American intervention which might assist them in attaining their individual or group ambitions. 29 In other words, prominent elements of the military and royal family were willing to cooperate in a coup. The successful coup was greeted with enthusiasm in Washington, and the administration acted quickly to help consolidate the Shah's rule. 30 Henderson praised the Shah for his vigor, decisiveness, and certain amount clear thinking which I had not found in him before. The Shah requested immediate American aid, arguing that this was Iran's last chance to survive as an independent country. Henderson agreed that if the present government should fail, communism seemed to be the only alternative. 31 The National Security Council found real hope for stability and for improvement in Iran's economic and financial situation. It predicted that the Today Party would be ruthlessly curbed and forced underground. The most urgent issue was extending financial aid to Tehran promptly so that Iran will again assume its place in the pro-Western grouping of nations. Secretary Dulles stated that the United States now had a second chance after all hope of avoiding a communist Iran appeared to have vanished. Funds would have to be sent immediately to assist the new regime and work begun on reaching a permanent oil settlement. 32 On September 3, $23.4 million in .4 technical assistance was granted, followed 2 days later by the announcement of an economic assistance loan of $45 million. In his announcement of the aid, Eisenhower expressed his hope that with our assistance, there will be an increase in the internal stability of Iran which will allow the development of a healthy economy to which an early effective use of Iran's rich resources will contribute. 33. Maintaining the Shah's rule and stabilizing his regime became a central preoccupation of the Eisenhower administration. NSC 5402 noted that owing to Iran's key strategic position, oil resources, vulnerability to intervention or armed attack by the USSR, and, to political subversion, Iran must be considered as a continuing objective of Soviet expansion. The loss of Iran would be a major threat to the security of the entire Middle East, as well as Pakistan and India, enhance Soviet military capabilities while damaging U.S. prestige with neighboring nations, and cause a serious psychological impact elsewhere in the free world. The installation of the Shah in August provided a better opportunity to achieve U.S. objectives with respect to Iran. The Shah's position is stronger and he and his new prime minister look to the United States for counsel and aid. An oil agreement was a must because external aid could not create real stability, permit development, or avoid future emergencies. This is a problem that any non-communist government would encounter. If the oil industry were placed on a sound basis, Iran should be in a position to establish a self-supporting, stable government, and carry out much-needed economic and social welfare programs. 34. Vice President Nixon's visit in December 1953 confirmed the positive evaluation of the Shah and the need for an agreement with Iran concerning its oil. He praised the Shah's decisive rule and saw a promising future for relations with Iran. Now that Mossadegh is out of the way, things should be a lot better. What he did to that country is enough to hang him. 35 An end-of-the-year evaluation of conditions in Iran found that while the Shah had placed a good many of the leaders of the Today party into jail, there was little or no progress in the crucial area of social and economic reform. The key was an oil agreement with the British. Its delay was blamed on London. Until a deal could be reached, the United States would provide up to $5 million monthly in emergency aid. 36. The alliance with Iran and the Shah was sealed in 1954. The final agreement established a consortium between Iran and British, Dutch, and American oil companies. Iran was granted ownership of the oil assets within its borders, and the Anglo-Iranian Oil Company received compensation for its lost assets. The real power and operation of the National Iranian Oil Company was in the hands of the oil companies that made up the consortium. Profits would be split 50-50, similar to other arrangements in the Middle East. 37 Iran was immediately rewarded with a new aid package of $127 million. Between 1953 and 1960, over $1 billion in economic and military aid was sent to Iran by the United States to shore up the Shah's rule. 38. The Eisenhower administration saw the Shah's rule as a long-term necessity for a strategically important Iran and quickly came to depend on him to provide stability in the region. His greatest asset was his reliance on the United States for advice and protection. In 1954, Henderson expressed the widely held view that so long as international communism is determined take over Iran, so long as Iran leaders and people are what they are, so long as Iran is in such a dreary economic and social state, and so long as Iran has no defense against Soviet Union, danger of Iran being lost to free world will continue. Iran will continue need our guidance and for some years our aid. 39 The Shah was hosted 3 different times by Eisenhower, and in 1959 the Shah returned the favor when Eisenhower visited Iran as part of an 11-nation trip. That same year Iran and the United States entered into a bilateral defense pact. The State Department's background material for the Shah's 1958 visit described him as a loyal friend of the United States and a firm supporter of the free world. He is very intelligent and sincere and has greatly matured in recent years and is deeply mindful of the important role that he plays in Iran, where virtually all authority is concentrated in his hands. In many ways he was seen as a model ruler for such a nation, pursuing reforms and modernization from above. The Shah was pushing ahead with a vast economic development program and other reforms designed to bring lasting political stability and social progress to his country. 40. Iran represented the type of constructive nationalism that Eisenhower thought the United States should support. 41 Here was a strong dictator in a nation not ready for democracy who protected the interests of the West, aligned himself with the United States, and sought to institute needed reforms in his nation. Given the President's view that people in the Middle East simply cannot understand our ideas of freedom and human dignity, a ruler such as the Shah was the best he could hope for in the region. 42 In the short term, U.S. interests were served. Critics, however, charged that the United States was supporting a conditional nationalism in the Third World, which in the long term bred anti-American feelings that would eventually erupt. As long as these nations aligned with the West and did not threaten private business, the United States would support them against European colonialism. But when efforts at reform challenged private property or threatened too much independence in international relations, such governments had to be opposed. Guatemala provided a perfect case in point. Reversing Guatemala's 1944 revolution. The Eisenhower administration's successful overthrow of the Guatemalan government in 1954, along with the Bay of Pigs operation, is the most well-known and studied example of CIA covert activity. It is unnecessary to recount here all of the planning and the operation itself. Point 43. What is relevant to this discussion is how Guatemala represented to the administration the dangers of weak democratic states and why Eisenhower and his advisors believed that at certain times it was better to support a dictator than a freely elected government. As Thomas Mann later stated, the government in Guatemala demonstrated that the United States should not necessarily support all constitutional governments under all circumstances. 44. The overthrow of Ubico's dictatorship in 1944 by the middle class and students ushered in the first truly democratic government in Guatemala's history. In the presidential election held that year, Juan José Arevalo defeated General Federico Ponce. Arevalo initiated a series of reforms to institutionalize democratic structures and distribute power more broadly. In 1951, Jacobo Arbenz Guzman, the winner of the 1950 presidential election, took office and began to extend the reform movement begun under Arevalo to include social welfare programs and land reform. Arbenz believed that agrarian reform was essential if Guatemala were to progress economically and become a stable democratic society. Arbenz's program called for the expropriation with compensation of all idle lands greater than 223 acres. Between 1952 and 1954 the government distributed over 1.5 million acres of land to 100,000 families. The United Fruit Company lost 400,000 acres, for which the government offered $1.2 million. The company rejected the settlement and demanded $75 an acre, for a total of $30 million. The ambitious attempt to create small landowners out of the mainly peasant population brought the Arbenz government into conflict with the United States and the United Fruit Company, the largest landowner in the nation. 45. The Truman administration worried about the direction events were taking in Guatemala and the influence of communism in that nation but took no direct action against the government. From the outset, the Eisenhower administration demonstrated far greater concern about the events in Guatemala. Eisenhower saw Arbenz as a communist dupe who would soon lose control of his nation. 46. In February 1953, Alan Dulles described the overall relations of the United States with Latin America as deteriorating and noted that his agency saw signs that the Kremlin was exploiting this deterioration. The United States was confronting in Latin America a basically revolutionary movement not altogether unlike what existed in the Middle East. The trends toward economic nationalism, regionalism, neutralism, and increasing communist influence posed a direct danger to United States sources of supply for such strategic materials as copper, petroleum, and tin. The most serious immediate situation was in Guatemala, where the development of pro-communist influence was such as to mark an approaching crisis. 47. In March 1953, Eisenhower approved NSC 144/1 as the basis for policy toward Latin America. It called for the United States to mobilize the hemisphere to combat Soviet communism, eliminate the menace of internal communism, and support orderly political and economic development. Quoting directly from the State Department's December 1952 final report on Latin America for the Truman administration, it expressed concern that too many of the leaders in South America were immature and impractical idealists who lacked both the necessary training for government leadership and the disposition to combat extremists within their ranks, including communists. In light of this problem, and given the overriding security interests of the United States, unilateral intervention might be necessary if a clearly identifiable communist regime should establish itself in the hemisphere. 48. The National Security Council acknowledged that U.S. intervention would be a violation of our treaty commitments, and would probably intensify anti-U.S. attitudes in many Latin American countries. A better option, therefore, was strong local control. 49. The State Department's analysis of the situation in Guatemala supported these views. Under-Secretary of State Smith wrote the President that although Arbenz contended that Guatemalan communists followed Guatemalan not Soviet interests, and visit Moscow to study Marxism, not to get instructions, they were in fact disciplined agents of international communism, preaching authentic Soviet-dictated doctrine and openly affiliated with numerous international communist labor and front groups. The United States had repeatedly expressed its concern to the Guatemalan government because of the merciless hounding of American companies by taxes, strikes, and the inadequate compensation for seizures of land under a communist-administered agrarian reform law. 50. A national intelligence estimate concluded that communists were represented in all areas of the government and that their influence will probably continue to grow as long as President Arbenz remains in power. 51. The impending fall of Guatemala to communism was confirmed for the administration by the first reports it received in December 1953 from John Purifoy, its new ambassador to Guatemala. Purifoy's first meeting with Arbenz on December 16 consisted of a 6-hour discussion in which Arbenz showed depth of his feeling against United Fruit Company and his admiration for Guatemala's communist leaders, leaving no doubt he intended to continue to collaborate with them. At one point, Purifoy reported, the president went so far as to say that if there were a choice, it would be for Guatemala to live under communist domination than live for 50 years with Fruit Company. The ambassador could only conclude that if president is not a communist he will certainly do until one comes along, and that normal approaches will not work in Guatemala. 6 days later, Purifoy wired the department that he was convinced communists will continue to gain strength here as long as remains in office. Given the lack of results through diplomatic channels to that date and the rejection of all American efforts to persuade the president to separate himself from the communists, Purifoy found no alternative to taking steps which would tend to make more difficult continuation of his regime in Guatemala. 52. From the administration's perspective, Arbenz was doing the dirty work for the Kremlin, and only the establishment of a strong ruler, that is, a dictator, could prevent the nation from falling to communism. Immature peoples and their impractical leaders in Latin America could not be allowed to pursue policies that Washington deemed dangerous no matter how representative the government might be. In January 1954, Dulles told the Senate Foreign Relations Committee that in the old days we used to be able to let South America go through the ringer of bad times, and then when times would get better it was right there where it was, but the trouble is that now, when you put it through the ringer, it comes out red. The situation in Guatemala was difficult because it was clear to the United States that communist agents were at work, yet the nations of Latin America, owing to the sensitiveness of the Latin American people against what they call interference with their internal affairs by this country, were wary of the steps necessary to counteract the Kremlin's actions. Dulles, however, planned to turn the tables on this issue at the upcoming Caracas Conference of the Inter-American Council. The United States was seeking to have the nations adopt an expression of opinion that communism is, itself, an interference with the internal affairs of these countries, that is a foreign conspiracy, and therefore to eradicate these communist groups is not an interference, but an elimination of the interference. If that effort was successful, the administration could invoke the Monroe Doctrine and justify actions against Guatemala on the basis of defending the hemisphere. 53 Dulles's ideas went back to NSC 144/1. Unilateral covert action was the only available option. The administration denied playing any role in the overthrow of Arbenz and stretched the limits of credulity in its praise for the independent actions of Guatemalans to preserve their freedom. Dulles informed a national radio and television audience that the events in Guatemala represented a victory over the evil purpose of the Kremlin to destroy an inter-American system. He lectured that for years international communism has been probing here and there for nesting places in the Americas. It finally chose Guatemala as a spot which it could turn into an official base from which to breed subversion which would extend to other American republics. It was not the Arbenz government per se that concerned us but the power behind it. With Arbenz's overthrow, Dulles claimed that the people of Guatemala have now been heard from. Led by Colonel Castillo Armas, patriots arose in Guatemala to challenge the communist leadership and to change it. The future, he declared, now lies at the disposal of the Guatemalan people themselves. 54 Eisenhower echoed his Secretary of State when he stated in a series of speeches that summer that the people of that region rose up and rejected the communist doctrine. 55. The overthrow of a democratic regime for the establishment of a military dictatorship was applauded as a victory for freedom. John Foster Dulles called it the biggest success in the last 5 years against communism. 56 The United States quickly recognized the Armas government and began to extend extensive economic aid to his regime, totaling over $46 million in 3 years. A more compliant figure than Armas would have been difficult to find. He returned all of the United Fruit Company's land, reversed the various other reforms undertaken by Arevalo and Arbenz, and imprisoned his political opponents. 57 In his tour of Central America in early 1955, Vice President Nixon found much about Armas's rule to applaud. He impressed Nixon as a good man with good intentions and informed Nixon that he wanted the United States to tell me what you want me to do and I will do it. Nixon believed that for this, if for no other reason, we must not allow the new government in Guatemala to fail, and he recommended holding it up to the world as a picture of success. Noting that the first concern of the United States with the Central American republics related to the maintenance of their political stability, the vice president found reason to be optimistic, and he compared Armas favorably to the other American client in the region, Somoza, who also really desires to do what the United States wants him to do. 58. That the new government was a repressive military dictatorship did not bother the administration or cast a shadow on the supposed success of American policy. Rather, the administration saw Armas and the military as all that prevented greater instability, a return of open communism, and a return of a more severe nationalistic, anti-American government. 59 In November 1955, Armas was treated to a hero's welcome when he visited the United States, including a ticker tape parade in New York City. The purpose of his visit was to show our friendly support of his government. Nixon, substituting for an ailing president, declared at the state dinner for Armas that the United States watched the people of Guatemala record an episode in their history deeply significant to all peoples, led by the courageous soldier who is our guest this evening. The Guatemalan people revolted against communist rule, which in collapsing, bore graphic witness to its inherent shallowness, falsity, and corruption. 60 No mention of elections or a return to the Constitution of 1944 marred the event. When Armas was assassinated in 1957 by his former bodyguard, the United States continued to support the military rulers of the nation. His successor, General Miguel Ydigoras Fuentes, had been rejected by the CIA in 1953 for leadership because of his close ties to the Ubico dictatorship. While it was acknowledged that he favored a dictatorial form of government, and is certainly politically on the right, he was welcomed as a staunch anti-communist and friend of the United States. He was believed to be popular because of his personal prestige and because he represents the strong government which so many Guatemalans seem to want. 61 When Ydigoras wrote Eisenhower in 1960 raising the specter of a new communist threat to Guatemala, this time from Cuba, the United States quickly extended emergency economic aid to his government. Eisenhower replied that the situation confirmed his conviction that the countries in this hemisphere face a very definite threat to our democratic way of life and to our American system that requires our constant vigilance and resolute action. He believed it would indeed be a tragedy for us all and a great triumph for communism if your country, having once freed itself of the communist yoke, should again find that yoke reimposed. The President approved $9.6 million in loans and credits and indicated that further requests would be considered. 62 In countries where Washington deemed dictators necessary to protect the people from themselves, an anti-communist stance was all a strongman needed to be deemed a protector of the democratic way of life. A synthetic strongman. As Dulles trumpeted the 1954 coup in Guatemala as the greatest success in American foreign policy in 5 years, simultaneous events in Vietnam were causing grave concern about the advances of international communism. The French military effort to hold onto its colony was defeated at Dien Bien Phu, and the Geneva Conference on Southeast Asia provided for communist control of Vietnam north of the 17th parallel and elections within 2 years to unify the nation. The efforts of Eisenhower and Dulles to prevent a complete defeat and salvage some of Southeast Asia centered on the establishment of Ngo Dinh Diem as the president of the newly declared nation of South Vietnam, and would again lead to U.S. support for a dictator in the name of establishing order, promoting freedom, and blocking communist expansion. Drawing on precedents in Greece, the Philippines, Iran, Korea, and Guatemala, the administration saw the establishment of a dictator supported by the military as the best solution to protect the free world and prevent the further spread of communism. At the outset, the Eisenhower administration saw the situation in Vietnam, according to Dulles, to be even more dangerous in its global aspects than is the fighting in Korea, for a collapse in Indochina would have immediate grave reactions in other areas of Asia. 63 When Eisenhower stated in his inaugural address on January 20, 1953 that freedom is pitted against slavery, lightness against the dark, Vietnam was one of the places he had in mind. The struggle conferred a common dignity upon the French soldier who dies in Indochina, the American life given in Korea. 64 Eisenhower called on the nation to do more in the Far East and proposed that Congress make substantial additional resources available to assist the French and the associated states in their military efforts to defeat communist Viet Minh aggression. 65 The administration increased the amount of aid the United States provided the French from $10 million to $400 million. While pressuring Paris to grant more independence to Vietnam, Cambodia, and Laos as a means of better prosecuting the war. Eisenhower summarized the importance he placed on Indochina to the free world at his famous press conference on April 7, 1954, when he outlined the domino theory. First of all, you have the specific value of a locality in its production of materials that the world needs. Then you have the possibility that many human beings pass under a dictatorship that is inimical to the free world. Finally, you have broader considerations that might follow what you would call the falling domino principle. You have a row of dominoes set up, you knock over the first one, and what will happen to the last one is the certainty that it will go over very quickly. So you could have the beginning of a disintegration that would have the most profound influences. Eisenhower noted that for the first point, tin, tungsten, rubber, and other items would be lost. More important, the free world could not afford greater losses in Asia, where already some 450 million of its people had fallen to the communist dictatorship. Finally, the loss of Indochina to communism would lead to the loss of Burma, of Thailand, of the Peninsula and Indonesia, and threats against Japan, Taiwan, the Philippines, and eventually Australia and New Zealand. In addition, it would deny Japan that region where it must trade, or Japan, in turn, will have only one place in the world to go, that is, toward the communist areas in order to live. So, the possible consequences of the loss are just incalculable to the free world. 66. There were limits, however, to how much pressure toward independence the United States could exert on the French. If pushed too hard, France might pull out, leaving no force to oppose Ho Chi Minh. The greater trouble was how to carry out the shift to self-government. It was not difficult in the legal sense, as a juridical matter. The trouble comes, as Dulles explained to the SFRC in 1953, when you come practically to translating that change of attitude into the life of the community. What you have got there is a bunch of people who have been colonialists all their lives, and it is in the actual working relations, who has what house, do you bring them into your clubs, and do you allow them to be trained in units larger than a battalion, are what really makes the difference. Change would not come easily because of the lack of abilities among the Vietnamese, and because we all know how difficult it is to change social relations which have grown up over a long period of years, which reflect the white man's sense of superiority, the ruler's sense of superiority over the natives. 67. Dulles lamented in January 1954 that French promises of granting independence in Vietnam were fine, but the principal difficulty in the way now of achieving independence there is the lack of political maturity on the part of the people themselves, and their inability to make up their own minds as to what it is they want. The Secretary of State continued by stating that he was a great believer in the general idea of giving independence to people who want it, but I think that I don't know really whether some of these people are qualified, well qualified yet for independence. I am not sure that these people are qualified to be fully independent. The communists tested the Filipinos' capacity for independence, but they had years of American tutelage and quite a lot of experience and training and development. In other areas, such as Indonesia, it has yet to be proven whether independence is the proper thing. Granting independence to a lot of these people in a world where the communists are prowling around to grab you, it is not a thing which is easily accomplished. The great question to be overcome remained who one would work with and whether there is a political maturity among the people to organize their own institutions, establish a strong government needed to meet the disturbing conditions that prevail there. 68. The Senate Foreign Relations Committee returned to this same point the next month during a meeting with Under-Secretary of State Walter Bedell Smith. The French, Smith argued, were making a great sacrifice and should receive more understanding and sympathy for their problems. If they could get a little more leadership from Bao Dai to shore up the Vietnamese forces fighting in the war, success was possible. When questioned by Senator J. William Fulbright whether he thought Bao Dai could ever be a real leader, Smith replied in the affirmative, "The man is brave, he is a courageous man. Why it is that he is a little reluctant to assume leadership I do not know, and it may be that he is not yet convinced himself that the French really mean what they say when they promise sovereignty." Still, Bao Dai himself was not the complete issue here. As Smith noted, if you handle it properly you can make a synthetic strong man out of almost anyone who is not a coward, if he is willing to go out. 69. Fulbright responded that this was the key to a solution to the problem in Vietnam. A strong native leader was needed who would take charge. The United States, he argued, has too often gone overboard in talking about democracy in countries such as this. What you need here is a man comparable, we will say, to Ataturk in Turkey, that you cannot expect this country to respond to democratic ideas, that you have got to have a transitional period here with a real strong leader, and a native leader. Such leadership would undermine the communists' advantage in guerrilla warfare. The only way to stop it is a strong native leader who really can rally the people, and it cannot be done by B-26s or any other kind of thing that we can put in. Smith agreed that this was the critical question. Fulbright continued by stating that the necessary sort of native leader could not be created synthetically. It would have to be one who is a leader after the fashion of Kemal Ataturk, who made Turkey over. It is the best example of what should be done in an undeveloped country that I can think of in the last 30 years. 70. Smith indicated that the State Department was working on this very idea and that we have speculated in almost every direction, and considered providing certain religious leadership or religious cause for background for something to fight for in addition to the country. He did not want to provide any more details, but he informed Fulbright that he had stated the case very patly there. The exchange returned to Bao Dai and whether he could be the one to turn the situation around or if the United States ought to get another one. Fulbright was very strongly in favor of the State Department taking a strong lead in trying to develop a really effective man and providing the nation with incentives to fight. The French had no more desire to stay on, so what was there to fight for by a people who do not understand democracy? All that was left, Fulbright concluded, was the desire to rule in their own manner. That message was working for the communists. We have got to have a leader who can inspire those natives if the non-communist forces were to overcome the Viet Minh and keep Vietnam from falling into the hands of the communists. 71. In response, Smith recalled his days as a young officer in the Philippines when he was told that they were going to get their independence. I just did not believe it, and I was being the same minor satrap that we all were, and that is what a lot of the French colonial officials have been doing up until recently. He now realized he was wrong and that the chances of success in Vietnam would greatly improve when the local leaders realized they would have independence. Senator Hubert Humphrey added that Korea was a similar positive example of how a strong leader could provide the basis for the native population to defend itself from communism. 72 A road away from the French and toward success had seemingly been found. A strong dictator was what Vietnam needed until its people gained the maturity to rule themselves democratically and still resist communism. At some point, the United States would have to break free of France and go it alone. Vice President Nixon's report on his tour of Asia in late 1953 brought further support for these views. His general conclusion was that in nations that had strong leaders, such as South Korea, Taiwan, and the Philippines, the communist danger was under control and relations with the United States positive. Elsewhere, notably in Indonesia, Burma, and Thailand, the lack of strong leaders made these countries vulnerable to communist subversion. In the case of Indonesia, while Nixon found Sukarno to be the greatest and most powerful leader there, he was naive about communism. His country needed more strong men in the government, and was, along with Burma, in a race as to which is the weakest and most liable to go communist. In the whole region, American policy has to be one of babying. Because they are young governments, terribly sensitive, lacking power and stability. When he asked an American officer what was necessary for success in Vietnam, he replied, "I hate to admit this, because he's a real SOB, but what they need there is a re." Nixon endorsed this view. Any negotiation that led to a French withdrawal would result in communist domination. The only capable leadership at the present time in Vietnam is communist leadership. The anti-communist Vietnamese leadership is not built up to this point. A leader such as Re or Ramon Magsaysay of the Philippines had to be found. 73. The momentum was building toward unilateral action on the part of the United States to save the situation. The day before Eisenhower's Domino Theory news conference, the President and Secretary of State made it clear to the NSC that the time for action was quickly approaching. Dulles again argued that the French would have to internationalize the war and grant true independence to the nations of Indochina if the situation were to be saved. When Secretary of the Treasury George Humphrey asked if this attitude was not leading the nation to a stance of policing all the governments of the world, Dulles responded, "Not at all. The issue was communist aggression, whether it was internal subversion or external attack. We can no longer accept further communist takeovers," he said, "and no longer afford to put too fine a point on the methods." As evidence, Dulles noted that the Franco government in Spain was not one that we particularly liked, but no effort was being made to destroy it. Eisenhower agreed, telling Humphrey that "you exaggerate the case. Nevertheless, in certain areas at least we cannot afford to let Moscow gain another bit of territory." 74. The French defeat at Dien Bien Phu in May 1954 had to be turned into an opportunity. The problem, therefore, had to be redefined. Their defeat meant that it was best to remove the French altogether and start anew with an American-selected leader and American advisors. Dulles emphasized that the fundamental question was independence. This was a war for independence, not a war for colonialism. From that perspective, the United States could now intervene directly. There should be, he told the Congress, a more effective participation by the United States in the training of native forces, building on past successes in Greece, the Philippines, and Korea, where the United States has done an excellent job of training other people. The United States could clearly succeed where France had failed. "I think we have shown a certain aptitude," Dulles declared, "and developed a type of officer who can do that sort of thing. There was plenty of local manpower, it just needed the proper direction and training, which the United States could provide." 75 Dulles was ready to embark on the task of building a new nation to block communist control of all of Southeast Asia and to provide a showcase for American-supported independence which would be a middle ground or third way between colonialism and communism. The Geneva Accords provided for an armistice and a temporary military partition of Vietnam at the 17th parallel, with the Viet Minh pulling its forces to the north and the French to the south. These were to be administrative units designed to separate the two armies. Neither side was to allow foreign military bases or enter into military alliances. The political question was to be resolved by elections, supervised by an international commission, to be held within 2 years to establish a unified Vietnam. Dulles immediately made it clear that the United States was not bound by the settlements reached at Geneva. He indicated to the Senate Foreign Relations Committee the administration's intentions to work against the complete enactment of the provisions. "You have to realize that in fact the military regrouping will be apt to gradually become a live de facto political division." Dulles certainly did all he could to make sure this was the case. In particular, he noted that in Vietnam, unlike Germany or Korea, the United States was not anxious to see an early election held because as things stand today, it is probable that Ho Chi Minh would get a very large vote. 76 Eisenhower wrote in his memoirs that I have never talked or corresponded with a person knowledgeable in Indo-Chinese affairs who did not agree that had elections been held as of the time of the fighting, possibly 80% of the population would have voted for the Communist Ho Chi Minh as their leader rather than Chief of State Bao Dai. He continued by noting that the lack of leadership demonstrated by Bao Dai had led the Vietnamese to believe they had nothing to fight for. What Vietnam needs, as one Frenchman told the president, is another Syngman Rhee regardless of all the difficulties the presence of such a personality would entail. 77. Ideally, Dulles would favor genuinely free elections in Vietnam, but currently it was not possible. At the present time in a country which is politically immature, which has been the scene of civil war and disruption, we would doubt whether the immediate conditions would be conducive to a result which would really reflect the will of the people. The situation was similar to other areas, such as East Germany, where the people were so terrorized, so misinformed, that quick elections held there under existing conditions could not be expected accurately to reflect the real views of the people and their intelligent judgment. Further, the United States would not stand passively by and see the extension of communism by any means into Southeast Asia. 78 Dulles did not believe that the people of Southeast Asia could govern themselves. Without continued guidance from the West, these nations would fall to communism. Until they gained the political maturity that American guidance had provided the Filipinos, the Vietnamese would need support, and the United States was obligated, in the face of France's failure, to provide it. What was needed was a strong anti-communist leader who could combat Ho's forces and develop South Vietnam with the backing of the United States. That would allow time for the people to learn the benefits of a U.S.-supported government as opposed to the current conditions. At that point, they would be better informed to cast ballots. Success in South Vietnam would take 2 years, Dulles believed, and would require in large part taking over the training responsibility by the U.S. 79 Still, it could be done. Dulles did not wish to be bound by an unreasonable and unbending commitment to the principle of territorial integrity. One of the reasons for the failure in China was that the territorial integrity of China became a shibboleth. We finally got a territorially integrated China for whose benefit? The communists. 80 This judgment combined with the ever-increasing confidence of the administration in its ability to create a viable new nation in South Vietnam. Over and over, administration officials pointed to the examples of Greece, Iran, Guatemala, and most notably the Philippines as proof that it could be done. As Dulles told a friend, with the French defeat we have a clean base there now without a taint of colonialism. Dien Bien Phu was a blessing in disguise. 81. American policymakers saw the progress of the Philippines from chaos to order and the defeat of communism as a remarkable success story they could take full credit for, a shining example of American leadership and nation building. The United States had backed Ramon Magsaysay first for the position of Secretary of Defense and in 1953 for President at a time when the communist-led Huk Rebellion threatened to overthrow the government in Manila. He was credited with suppressing the Huk uprising and averting economic collapse in the archipelago, mainly because, officials believed, he was willing to listen to and follow American advice. Magsaysay had secured a strategic outpost of the United States, established order, and turned the newly independent former colony firmly toward the West. 82 If the United States could successfully create a stable, independent, pro-U.S. Philippines, it could do the same in South Vietnam. The man the United States entrusted to effect its political will in Vietnam was Ngo Dinh Diem, who was appointed as Premier of South Vietnam by Bao Dai on June 17, 1954. Diem was far from an ideal candidate. He was a Catholic in a predominantly Buddhist nation and had spent the entire war for independence in Europe and the United States. His nationalist credentials consisted of quitting his position in Bao Dai's government in the 1930s because of French restrictions. Diem overcame these shortcomings by gaining important political support in the United States, particularly from leading Catholic politicians such as Senators Mike Mansfield and John Kennedy. After meeting with Diem, Ambassador to France Douglas Dillon wrote Dulles that on balance we are favorably impressed, but only in the realization that we are prepared to accept the seemingly ridiculous prospect that this yogi-like mystic could assume the charge of leading the government because the standard set by his predecessors is so low. 83 Having supported similar undemocratic figures in various countries for years, the United States assumed that any character, as long as he was backed by Washington, would succeed. In August, the United States informed France that it intended to deal directly with the new state of South Vietnam and that it would no longer funnel aid through Paris or have its military advisors work with French officers. This would ensure that the states of Indochina were completely independent, that they establish strong and stable governments, and that, to assure the latter end, the United States will henceforth channel the bulk of its aid, both economic and military, directly to the new governments. Dulles informed the American ambassadors in London, Paris, and Saigon that we do not wish to make it appear that Ngo Dinh Diem is our protege or that we are irrevocably committed to him. On the other hand, we do believe the kind of thing he stands for is a necessary ingredient of success, and we do not now see it elsewhere. The Secretary of State's message to the French government started by noting that the American decision was motivated by the desire it shared with Paris that in South Vietnam a strong nationalist government must be developed and supported if the world is not to witness an early communist takeover in Indochina and a still greater menace to South and Southeast Asia with repercussions in Africa. In a direct slap at Bao Dai, Dulles noted that the Americans believed that Diem has a better chance of rallying and holding nationalist sentiment than most of the Vietnamese who seem now to be on the scene, or in the wings. To help ensure its success and preserve freedom in Vietnam, the United States would now treat Diem's government as an independent state, and American assistance would be sent directly to it rather than through the French government. 84. Everything seemed to rest on Diem's ability, with the assistance of Colonel Edward Geary Lansdale, to rule with a strong hand. Lansdale was selected to assist Diem because he was seen as an expert in nation building. He had been the closest American advisor to Magsaysay in the Philippines and was brought to Saigon to repeat that performance. The key question was whether Diem could become a strong leader, or as Walter Bedell Smith again phrased it in September 1954, can we make a synthetic strong man of him, and can we associate with him competent people who may compensate for his deficiencies in administrative ability and governing capacity? Was it possible to build around Diem a government which with our support will be relatively enduring and may eventually attract the allegiance of the three sects and the army? 85. With Lansdale on the scene, the administration believed the answer to all these questions was yes.